time for this ad. Hit that skip button. Or don't. And watch me skip.
You in there? Yes.
We are.
It's all three-letter acronyms. It's all acronyms all day. A service provider has created a list of tasks to be completed for an upcoming server installation. Which of the following would best describe this list? Is it MSA, MOU, SOW, SLA, or NDA? It's got to be one of these, right? I wouldn't be asking you if it wasn't in the exam objectives. Chat room is not happy with me. My choice of these three-letter acronyms, four-letter acronyms all day, every day. We're doing a bunch of acronyms. And we have to know what they all are. By the way, all of these acronyms are real acronyms. These are all from the exam objectives. So again, if you don't recognize MSA, MOU, SOW, SLA, or NDA, make sure you make a note of that.
All right, everybody.
Right,
It is
it's lunch.
2
A little
o'clock.
bit more on what these acronyms
As Usher would say,
want to see what they are.
it's 2 o'clock on
And I
the
look
dot.
forward to you
I'm in the drop
telling me
top,
that you've got it
cruising
down.
the
You've got
streets.
figured out the acronyms.
Bling, bling, bling,
Step
bling.
through all of them. I have to remember what they are too.
That's not the words,
This
Michael.
will be what I do next.
I think it's 7 o'clock on the dot, right?
Figure out how we
But for us, it's 2
apply
o'clock on the dot.
technology into the world of
It's 2 o'clock on the dot. I'm back in class.
Fortunately, I think
Cruising
I've
the
got
streets.
pretty much all of these in the answer. So that we can
I know, I keep it in there. I try to keep it in there.
Let's see how you did.
Welcome back,
Question
Jesus.
again asks,
Jesus caught a nap, didn't he? I need to caught a nap.
list of tasks
You catch it now?
to be completed for an upcoming
Catch him on some
server
sleep?
installation. Which of the
Elaine,
following
back into his
best
ass.
this list?
Welcome back, sir. I sent you an email.
MSA, MOU,
Didn't know if you had a chance to get that. I know you've been busy this morning.
Well, yeah.
Good to see you. Aaliyah's back. What you eat for lunch, Aaliyah?
We go with the majority, say the answer is
Thanks, Mr. T. I got your stuff too.
We also have 25%, a quarter of you say the answer is SLA. 10%
Martin's
say the answer
back.
is MSA, and 5% say the answer is MOU. Almost nobody, less than a
Dang, that sounds good.
is
Oh,
NDA.
bagels,
So
steaks.
this becomes a little bit
Yeah,
more of a
I'm
challenge.
jelly.
if you're
I'm
someone
jelly.
who
I'm
goes
jelly.
through the details of these different agreements that you
Charles
Let's
is
first look
back.
at the
Good.
very first one at the top,
All right.
MSA. That's a master
So what I
service
want to do is actually try to close
Usually
out.
This is one that when you're
I know a Philly cheesesteak does sound pretty good at this time. I had,
What is the
while I was running some errands, I had to make some phone calls.
How you doing? How you guys doing?
Base at the,
Maybe it gives you an overall.
there's one on every base. What's the Chinese food place? I think every base has one.
Maybe it's a set of frameworks
it's
for everyone,
Sakura?
processes and procedures for having work
Yes.
done, and then you can use that master service agreement to apply towards many different tasks.
It's like
that can
Sakura
be
or
done,
something like that.
different services
It's pretty good. It's all right.
that can be done by the company, so you don't have
It's
to
fuel for the
rewrite
body.
contract every single time you want to do a service.
Okay, so we're back. We're back on the
Master service
MyCC Twitch channel. James, I'm your host. What we're gonna do today and this afternoon is
Two.
we're gonna check out this gentleman. I like this video. I keep it in my toolbox. We've been talking about logging. Elaine says running on Red Bulls will be That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. We've been talking a lot about logging lately. I mean, a lot of the stuff has been thrown at you about SIEM and SOAR and XDR and endpoint detection, and then you're like, this is what, sometimes I see this, or Martin's so cool with it, he'll go like this.
Implement those firewall rules, monitor them for a week, and at the end of the week,
Michael, if he don't understand, he's like, what the heck did you just say?
So there's your 5 steps.
Charles is the crack a joke. See, I know, I read the room. I read the room. So this is what we're gonna do. But this logging, you gotta see like an
How you
example
guys doing? How you guys doing?
of what a security operations specialist is gonna do, right, in a SOC center. Like, why do I need to know and read an alert that has been generated in XML language?
At the task or the
how do you assign that alert? You get what I'm saying? Like, what's the flow look like? Does anybody in their mind, after all of this talking, has pictured what the flow is yet?
And if somebody shows up because we didn't do this sixth thing, you can say,
Nah, not really,
that's
right?
not part of the statement of work.
Okay, cool. Thanks for being honest.
We didn't do
So that's what we're gonna see here.
And
It's about
that
12 minutes, but it's
particular
good. It's good.
statement of work
So here we go.
is exactly what we were looking to do.
Everyone thinks they understand logging until they're staring at a production issue. It's 3 a.m. and their logs have no context, no structure, and they're just sifting through a wall of text looking for that needle in a haystack that explains the issue. Let me show you some of the best tips to help you out for next time. First, let's have a clear game plan. Don't just throw log statements everywhere hoping something useful will stick. See this mess? This is exactly what happens when you log without objectives. So here's a good rule. Before you write a single log statement, think about some key questions. What are your application's main goals? What critical operations need monitoring? And what KPIs actually matter to you? Let's take error logging as an example here. Your objective isn't just to scream, hey, something broke. Your goal is to provide enough context to fix the problem. Think about what the future you wants when debugging at 3 a.m. You might start by overlogging and then trim back. It's way easier to remove the noise than to add missing information when you're already in production. Actually take the time to periodically review your logging strategy as well though, what's useful and what's just noise. Remember, the best logging strategy isn't about capturing everything, it's about capturing the right things. When you get this right, finding and fixing issues becomes so much easier. Now that we know the why we're logging though, let's talk about how. This is where log levels come in. Let's break down the 4 common levels that you may see. First, we have info. This is your business as usual level. Think a successful user login, important transactions, the stuff you actually care about tracking, something like user completed checkout, and then maybe the order number. Then we have the warning level. Consider this your early warning system. Something's not quite right, but your house isn't on fire yet. Something like payment processing is taking longer than usual. Then we have the error level. Now we're talking about some real problems, like a failed payment or a crash service. Something like database connection failed. And then finally, we have fatal. Hopefully you never see this. This is the everything's gone wrong level. Either part of your stack or the entire application just crashed. Something like system out of memory shutting down. Now, in production, most apps default to the info level to keep things nice and clean. But, and this is crucial, you need to plan to crank up the detail when you're trying to hunt down bugs, as this may not include key troubleshooting information. This is where you should plan to log at an increased verbosity temporarily while investigating issues, and also have a way to manage that verbosity when needed as well. You may commonly see this in tools you use yourself when you're able to select the verbosity level that you want to use. Do that in your own applications as well. Speaking of keeping things nice and organized though, let's talk about structured logging. Look at this mess right here. This is what basic logging looks like. Sure, we humans can read it, but try getting a machine to make sense of that. It's going to be a lot harder. Instead, let me show you structured logging. Here's what your logs should look like. Every piece of information has its own field. That's not just prettier, it's more powerful. Now you can filter, search, and analyze your logs. You want to find all of the timeout errors, or you need to check how many errors happened last Tuesday. Really easy to do now. Here's the cool part as well. Logging frameworks can solve this for you. Consider using one of these if you aren't already. There's tons of great options for every language. But if you find yourself using a service that doesn't support structured logging, you can also use tools like Vector to transform those logs into parsable JSON as well. If your logs aren't structured, you're essentially just writing very expensive text files. So now that we've got our logs structured, let's talk about what actually goes in them. Look at this log entry here. It's essentially just saying something's wrong, which is technically true, but your future self is going to be annoyed at how useless this message actually is. A better version would be this one. Notice the difference? We've got the who, what, where, and why all in one place now. If we need...
But the super secret code word of the month.
Like Run DMC would say, pause for the
That
cause.
way I know
All right.
you were watching this.
We saw a couple of different languages that was being identified with these logs. Everything goes into the scene. It goes into a machine-readable language, XML. What he's trying to say is now you have to take those logs and parse them out. But when the alert comes in, it can look through all the telemetry that's coming in from the system information. As it is ingested, you're using this to actually identify types of things that you need to look for. That's why when we were talking about timestamps, that's very important right there. This is on Zulu time correlation. He said this is a level info. Info level meaning just where you need to know. there was a login attempt that failed due to an incorrect password. As he was identifying in the video, you can actually go back and change that. That is an error. It may be you can tag it. He had an info drop down over here. That's where he had the drop down at, where you can look at the history, but you can also put metadata on that and tag that type of event to see the severity level.
Are you guys here for that?
The logging library is specifically saying about the language that you would like to use to assist with this. Are you using Ruby, Java, JavaScript, or C#? Which are the coding languages. Okay.
That's what you think's up could be a good call.
Get the all-new iPhone 17
Going back to this example,
designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet. Most expensive plan now.
saying that the user's ID, here's the source IP, that this login attempt had failed and had an incorrect password. There's Mike. He usually does this in the morning. See, we always use that example. He usually does this in the morning. We know it's him. Then he has a normal day. But what if this happened at noon? Or 14:52 in the afternoon? That's unlike Mike. That could be a user behavior analytics piece that's identifying that behavior. The request ID, the service that was used, the user authentication, they were on an iPhone or a mobile device, and that device was located in New York. Okay, so now that we can see, this is what you'll be presented with on the exam, on the CYSA Plus exam. This type of stuff. Okay, so you have to sift through it to see what's going on. But when you look at it in CYSA Plus, you're looking at it like, I want to say like this, but it's all mushed together. Kind of like that. You're going to see it in like an XML format or HTML format, okay? Where you need to decipher all of this stuff. Here's the person, the time, what happened. They were using HTTP version 1.1. They're getting a 404 on 153. Here's the machine, Mozilla 5, Windows NT, and the rest is history. It's telling you what they're using. All right. Any questions so far?
Debug broken logins, you got everything you need. You've got the user ID, location, device info, and even how many times they tried. Here's a good list of things to capture in every log entry. Request IDs for tracing requests across microservices, user IDs for user session context if it's needed, system state data like database or cache status, and then full error context as well, things like your stack traces if they're relevant as well. Remember, your logs are your system's black box recorder. Make them detailed enough that you can replay and understand any scenario that happened, not just know that it actually happened. Let's talk about log sampling now as well, or how to keep your build from giving you a heart attack. If you're running a high traffic system, you might be generating hundreds of gigabytes or even terabytes of logs every day. At that scale, storing every single log is expensive and mostly unnecessary. This is where sampling comes in. Instead of storing every single log, you store a representative sample. It's like a poll. You don't need to ask every person, you just need a good sample. Let's say your authentication service logs every login attempt. With a 20% sampling rate, out of 10 identical login events, you'd only need to go ahead and store 2 of them.
Like Run DMC was saying, pause for the cause. Now listen, look what we're looking at here. Now, we know we're using, what system are we using here? What OS?
Well, I think so. You basically given me 3 letters. I guess my email address is one of those 3 letters in it. Sure, that is exactly what it can do. So it can detect
Linux. That's what gave it away. They're saying, I want to look at the last how many lines tail of this log located in variable, that's a system, log, authorization log. This dictates the output. We learned a little bit about this in 1202.
hashing.
Okay, this is what they call a pipe.
Certainly be a way to change the way
A pipe
that it
command.
looks, but in this case, we are masking it, so we're not hashing it. We're not changing
Okay.
the data. We're simply
That
hiding
means
some of it.
I'm requesting this information, but when I get it, I want you to
change all of the data.
do
We
that.
have no idea what the data happened to be. We
Okay.
simply want to see the last 4
Once
digits.
you gather all of this information, pipe means I'm using this output as an input for what the last part of it I needed to do. So I want you to gather a sample out of this request,
And then key exchange says
and here's the rate at which I want you to present it at. Does that make sense? All right, so that's what that pipe is going to do for you right here. And then it's presenting it. So as you can see out of here, it's storing. This is what, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's storing the 6th one.
Well done.
I don't know if that's at 2 milliseconds or what, but we'll see. 2 out of 10 events. Okay, 2 out of 10 events are being stored randomly. So it's getting a sample size of it. All right. Sorry to interrupt the video, but I want you to understand what you're looking at instead of just watching it. All right, here we go.
But here's where it gets super smart. You can be selective about what you sample. Say you're having an error spike, maybe keep all of your error logs, but sample the success logs. Say you're having high traffic to a specific endpoint, go ahead and sample more aggressively there, but keep full logs for your critical paths. This is another great feature where a logging framework or observability framework like OpenTelemetry can help you out with built-in sampling. This simple change can cut your logging costs by 80% or more, while still giving you all the insights you need. Just remember, implement sampling early, don't wait until your logging costs spike. Next, let's talk about canonical log lines. When you're first starting out, you might log things as they happen, like the user clicked the login button, we're now checking credentials, login successful. The problem is, when something goes wrong, you're pretty much stuck playing detective, jumping between different log entries, trying to figure out what happened. Not very fun. This is where canonical log lines come in. Think of it as a single log entry that tells the whole story. It's like a movie summary instead of watching all the scenes separately. For example, at the end of every request, we could create one log entry that captures everything important. What the user tried to do, who they were, what went wrong, how long it took, and even how much time we spent in the database. So next time something breaks, instead of scrolling through hundreds of logs, you've got everything you need in one place. It's like having a TLDR for every request that hits your server. There's actually a better way to do this as well, in my opinion, and that is to utilize distributed tracing with tools like OpenTelemetry. Traces allow you to maintain the entire journey of a request across all of your services, still seeing each individual step as a span, but having an easy way to link them as one full request. Check out the video on traces versus spans if you want to learn more, and subscribe while you're there as well. Next up though, you know what's worse than having no logs? Having logs everywhere. Imagine you're running a modern app. You've got a web server, a database, cache, authentication service, and maybe a dozen other microservices as well. Each one's generating logs, and they're all sitting in different places. Now there's an issue with your app, and you're trying to check your logs across 10 different services. That's not going to be very fun. This is why we aggregate and centralize our logs. When you funnel all your logs into one place, you can search across everything at once, you can see how problems in one service impacted another, and your whole team is looking at the same data really easily. You're not SSHing into 20 different servers just to debug one issue. Now the real magic here happens when you can correlate events. Say a user reports that they couldn't check out. Now you can see the payment service was slow, which caused the cart service to time out, which made the front end show an error, all in one place, all connected. Start centralizing your logs early as well. You might think, I only have 2 services, I can manage, but trust me, by the time you really need centralized logging, you really need it. But hold up, before you start dumping all your logs into one place, let's talk about retention policies. A busy application can generate terabytes of logs in no time, and storage isn't free. This is why we need a retention policy. An example of one would be something like, let's say, keeping recent logs readily available for quick debugging, moving older logs to cheaper cold storage, and then eventually saying goodbye to logs you don't really need anymore. Remember though, not all logs are created equal. Say we have error logs, maybe keep those around for 90 days. Say you have some debug logs, maybe 7 days is plenty. And if you have security audit logs, those might need to stick around for a year or so. The best time to set up a retention policy is before your first cloud build gives you a heart attack. Now let's talk about securing your logs. Think about what's in your logs. You've got user IDs, IP addresses, database queries, authentication attempts, error messages with internal details. Logs can often contain things you don't want getting out. Even if the information seems mundane, it's best to follow the security by obscurity approach and not have this information out there. So how do we lock this down? We can do this in three main ways. The first is encryption in transit. Protect your logs as they move from your app to storage. Then you've got encryption at rest. Keep them secure while they're stored. And then the third is access controls. Make sure only the right people can read them. For example, junior developers might only need to see basic application logs, whereas senior engineers might get access to more sensitive system logs, and then the security team might get full access for investigations. Some log managers will even provide audit logging, so you can track who accessed what and when they did. Now that we know how to protect our logs though, let's talk about what should not be in them in the first place. And wow, some companies learn this the hard way. In 2018, Twitter had to force all passwords for all of their users to be reset. Why? Because they accidentally logged their passwords in plain text. Even GitHub got caught in a similar situation. These aren't small companies. These are companies with amazing engineers, and they still mess this up. Here's what you don't want to log. Instead, do this. Here's a cool way to do this using Go's slog package. Now, even if someone accidentally tries to log the entire user object, only the ID shows up. It's a really nice safety net. For extra protection, set up filters in your logging pipeline to catch and redact anything that looks sensitive, like credit card numbers. So
Pause for the cause. Okay. So this is the part you'll see it in on the exam. It's called obfuscation or data masking. Obfuscation or data masking. One of those need to happen. Perfect example here. Here we go.
He tries to log the entire user object. Only the ID shows up. It's a really nice safety net.
You have to set up your database where if you're storing user information, that what's going on with my camera here? If you're storing user information, it has to be obfuscated in a way. Okay, where only the back end use video. Okay, where only the back end users who have rights and privileges can see what's going on, but anybody else who requests their information is kind of obfuscated or encrypted or it's changed. It's like giving a false credit card number that belongs to a real credit card number so you can shop online. It's kind of like that aspect, right?
For extra protection, set up filters in your logging pipeline to catch and redact anything that looks sensitive, like credit card numbers, social security, API keys, before they even reach your log storage. I recommend using the OpenTelemetry collector for this. Remember, the best sensitive data leak is the one that never happens because you never logged it in the first place. Now let's talk about performance impact, because yes, unfortunately writing those logs could actually take CPU cycles and memory. Here's a basic Go web server with no logging. This can handle about 192,000 requests per second. Now what happens when we add in some basic logging with a tool called Logrus? Well, we see a 20% performance drop. If we use Go's newest log package though, we only take a 3% hit. Much better. So how do we keep our logs without destroying performance? Well, the first is choose an efficient logging library. Like we just saw, using slog is way better. The second is use log sampling in high traffic paths. Third, log to a separate disk partition, not the main one your application is running on. And then the fourth is make sure to run load tests to catch your logging bottlenecks early. Let's wrap up with a common mistake that I see developers make now then, and that is trying to use logs for everything. While logs are great for debugging, they're not ideal for real-time monitoring. Imagine you're trying to answer a simple question, is my service healthy right now? You could grep through your logs, count the errors, calculate rates, but this would be extremely tedious. This is where metrics come in. Logs tell you what happened, metrics tell you how often things are happening, you can spot trends, you can set alerts, catch problems before they become disasters. Use your logs to debug problems, but use your metrics to know when you have a problem. And there you have it, 12 logging best practices that will save you countless hours of debugging and probably a few incidents too.
But of course, we have other study groups that are occurring also throughout the month. A good example is one that's a little bit different.
All right, who thought that was helpful?
Our last study group of the month, but in this particular month, we
That's
have
cool.
another study group.
Yeah, you can kind of see it in real time. Now, if you're in a security operating center, this is what you would basically be doing for hours at a time. All right. if we were to look at this,
again at 12 noon.
I'm gonna show you something here.
And we'll do our network plus study group.
Michael says, I get what he's saying, making them easier to read and understand, but he's explaining like we are doing this for years, like exactly. Helpful, but a lot,
And
yep.
of course, you can see we've got A plus on the 10th.
So let me slow it down a little bit more.
Plus again on the 18th of September, and of course, our next study group for
All
security
right,
plus.
can y'all see my screen there?
The 25th. These
All right.
dates can change.
So if you were to get
An
into
example is this
Try
month,
Hack Me,
where the dates changed multiple
which is the
times.
platform I was showing you
I do
yesterday.
apologize for that, but
This is what I was trying to bring up, but I think the servers were acting pretty funny, but anyway.
Always update the calendar, Professor.
It brings you to what they call a security operating center simulator if you were to do, try to find threats or threat hunting using your logs. Here, it walks you through what a SOC specialist might have to go through. And that's one of the positions that y'all would probably get hired in or in demand right now, coming straight out of my CC. You can actually, JT4, look up JT4.
Let's be real. Factors
They hire everywhere. So if you want to get into cybersecurity analyst, JT4 is one of the companies that like to hire, especially from my CC.
exactly what Factor delivers. The veggies.
So welcome to the SOC simulator. This gives you hands-on experience with threat actor,
Right now, you also get
threats, tactics, and procedures, and a safe simulated environment. And you can test your security team's posture. It shows you like these are dashboards that you can see while you're working in a SOC center.
Well, we're not done yet.
And then you'll see real-time attacks, and it'll tell you the amount of the alerts that you may have, or the attack severity.
Absolutely do that. Go to.
Now, when he was getting into it, his dashboard looked like he had a severity list over here. You can drill down by alert types, status. Of course, is it mild, low, high, right? It'll say it's awaiting action. Now, over here in the alert queue, you'll see like a dot or it'll say you have something coming up. And in this case, they clicked on it and it says suspicious. Here's the ID number. Suspicious email from an external domain. They are saying that it's low. Now, we had this conversation. When these come up, it's either going to be a true positive or a false negative. Right? You're looking at these logs and you take ownership of it, and then over here you can assign it. If you're the manager of the SOC center, you can assign it. Like I can assign it to Mr. T. It goes into his queue, he opens it up, and this is what he needs to do. He needs what to do what they call triage. Now he needs to go look and see what's going on with it. He looks for these suspicious links, and he looks in the cyber kill chain as a reference to see what's going on. Here's what the alert will look like when it's coming up.
Let's take a sip.
As it's assigned. Right? So we're looking at the data source, the registry, the event, the host name that it's coming from, the process ID 3868.
But in this case, you're going to ask me questions.
So he can go look at the process ID where into the computer, in that computer. What he's going to pull up to find out the process ID.
You have to see how this goes. If you would like to submit a question, you can of course do that at any time.
I know, right?
Right here, following the link on your screen. Same link.
If it's a Windows machine and you want to log into that machine to see the processes that are running,
Top where you can submit questions. They will go into a big
Where would you
pool
go?
that I have on this side. I'll be able to skim through them. We'll be able to see what questions you happen to have there.
something easier than that. Yep, look at the PID. You could in the command. Task manager. Quick reference, right? But you can drill down too in CMD if you needed to. Right? Then you're looking at, here's the registry key. It's telling you where it's located. System, current controller set. It's in the class folder. The path, it gives it the timestamp.
I connected up, I configured the firewall. We connected it to their system.
Now you need to start a report. Is it going to be a true positive or a false negative? You start your report, you base your investigation. Now you have to go in here. But then over here too, if you click on documentation, it'll kind of walk you through what you need to do. Based on your investigation, document your findings, make suggestions for eradication, containment, and recovery. It says it's a true positive, but what if it's a false negative? false positive, true positive, false positive,
Block it. If you see
or false negative.
social security number, block it. Just a very generic DLP like
AI can add it to, or it help them scrub. It could look for indicators of compromise to see what else that the attacker used. If we go back here too,
So we went back and looked at the logs.
oh, let me look on the documentation
A
folder.
file transfer. It was an email that was sent out, and in the email
Now you can see your progress and performance.
was a Microsoft.
Remember we looked at this?
Now,
Mean
many
time
of you
to
know
resolution.
versions of Microsoft Excel.
After an attack or after you get an alert, it's saying your average MTTR time is 10 minutes
They are the
to respond.
Z's. They are
These dashboards are I told you, did I tell you I work bank fraud?
to look at your Word documents.
I did a lot of stuff.
PowerPoint documents. Your
So in bank fraud,
they're effectively zipped up.
these would come up for us.
In fact, if you have
It was the same thing. It was the same
you
dashboard.
can unzip
It
this.
says it'll pop up on the screen. We're in a queue. An alert comes up, and it'll give us the probability of it being fraud. It'll say this card was being used by Mr. Smith in a Home Depot in Pennsylvania.
No.
His home address is in New York.
Set of numbers. They look like a random set of
I
numbers.
quickly have to bring up that account just like this.
In a format.
Look at the telemetry. It brings up the last 10 transactions. Then it brings up similar transactions that you've made of high purchase or high dollar. It kind of puts it in that category. Basically, how many times has Mr. Smith visited Home Depot this year? And out of those visits, how many times has he spent $5,000?
Able to do that because the number that you've typed in
Right?
could only
So it'll
be
bring
that
up merchant ID,
and you can't
merchant
store a
ID,
set of numbers.
Home Depot, Lowe's, like it's a category of home improvement. And I have to quickly scan through there and see, oh, $25, $50, $100, Any Pennsylvania? Nope, $200. He has a pattern. He always spends less than $200, not $5,000. So now, using this, the mean time to resolution, now I can give him a phone call and say, by chance, are you in Pennsylvania? No. May I ask where you're at?
Orders were done at one site.
Upstate New York? Did you visit any place like in the last 10 minutes? Yeah, I just went to a gas station. Yeah, they got you. Now I can shut the car down, remediate, do a report just like this, because the system brings up a report while you're going, right? And then it's an open report. Anybody can look at it or add to it or whatnot.
Because you cannot.
So, and then you can monitor your progress line.
If it's not on the list, it cannot run in your environment.
It'll identify any gaps. It'll drill down on each key point indicator and specific alert types to easily identify where your team could do better. This is what you'll see in the SOC centers. So I'm preparing you. When you get there, you're going to be working 10 to 12 hours a day if that's your route. And this is what's going to be presented in front of you. All day, every day. Sometimes they want you to go through like 50 of these in an hour. You'll work your way up. Mr. T, you've seen this before, right? So it's kind of like you have a room full of analysts, like 25 of y'all on the team. When you first start, yep, just like trouble tickets. When you first start, they'll give you a low number. The longer you've been there, that number goes up, right? So yeah. All right, so I just wanted to give you that walkthrough right there.
Occurring in the wild, and what you would expect to see if DLP happened to fire. Okay, let's look at questions.
This is what we got.
I put this link on the screen so that you can ask.
So if we bring this back
to a number
to
of questions that you put into this list already, and this is one where
we're at with the PowerPoint slide.
Start at the top and work our way through.
Just like this, sensitive data protection. With these logs,
or they could be really about anything else. If you want to ask about the weather, I guess you could. We could certainly.
This is where we left off at.
But this is a good example of where we can go.
These logs, especially with security, encryption, is the cornerstone of the data protection. You can do EFS, encrypted file system. You can do BitLocker to encrypt the entire file system. If somebody does get in, they get very little information. You have your public key and private key. Either or be used to encrypt or decrypt. Okay, we talked about that before. The framework is there to manage digital keys and
Thank you,
certificates.
Professor. I recommend everyone take the notes of the practice exams. Well, thank you.
We looked at in the logs, one of the key things that it pointed out is that you had a secure socket layer,
About the acronyms is a good one.
right?
So
What
why
makes
don't
a
we look at
socket?
acronyms? Let's flip over
Basically,
to the
if you hear
acronyms. This
socket,
is the exam objectives.
secure
We were
socket,
talking about this earlier.
what is
They
that in
are.
IT
And I'm just going to
terms?
scroll all the
Port
way back to the
and
exam objectives. There's a section in the back that is the CompTIA Security
IP.
701 acronym list.
Tag team, yep, I got it.
I'm going to say that most of the
196.0.1.
acronyms in this list, and it's multiple pages of these, by the way. Look at all these
That's a socket.
Wait, there's more. There's the last thing. So
Okay.
here's the last set.
When
So
you
it's
marry
how many
that to a
pages?
server,
It's page 1,
okay,
2, 3, 4. There's 4 pages of acronyms. There's a lot of acronyms here. We do acronyms.
I meant to put
really well in
80/80.
this industry. Trust me.
but that's the server, usually those are server ports that you'll be talking to.
Pretty good.
So you just created a secure socket,
The first acronym is AAA.
okay, between both of those.
Authentication, Authorization, and accounting.
So with that, the SSL inspection
We use all the time.
involves
In fact,
decrypting,
this is sort of the problem.
inspecting encrypted traffic. So you decrypt and inspect the traffic,
Maybe too long.
and that allows for
So
communication.
The thing we run into is we often
And that's,
ask,
again, that's where our PKIs come in, public key infrastructure, which we've talked about before. And then now it's helping to protect that, encrypt that data. Personally identifiable information and cardholder data. Part of that cardholder data was what I was talking about with the fraud department.
There's a reason we have these.
I now can use the PII from the customer to verify who they are because we have it safeguarded.
Impractical use.
And then it gets to a part 2 where we had to pull up LexisNexis. Anybody ever heard of that before? Very powerful. Yes, Mike. Yes. I think we talked about that a little bit. LexisNexis is a very powerful tool. Because there was so much fraud going on, and fraud rings, bless you.
Authentication, authorization, accounting.
You're welcome. If you have a lot of fraud rings, I'd say, listen, I'm gonna ask you a question. All you'd have to do is say yes or no.
An analyst is installing.
I'm gonna ask you something
Why are they doing this?
random. It could be a previous address you held in 10 years. I say, okay, Mr. Ramey,
Is it to protect?
to verify it's you,
Certificates?
can you tell me the zip code
Provide additional.
of the address you stayed at on Ramey Street?
Is it to do that? There's all these things that you can do.
Now, did I ask him for PII?
Not just what.
Did I ask him to divulge any additional
You have to
information?
understand, what do you do?
I
with that?
gave him information. All I needed for him to say yes or no.
Creating flashcards of all
Right?
these acronyms. Don't just
So
put
that's another tool that
acronyms.
y'all could use if you have somebody trying to call y'all and get information from you. I should have it already. I shouldn't be asking you to give it to me.
How it works.
I gave it to him and I gave it to him in very small chunks for him to say yes or no.
That's really what they're going to ask.
All right?
That's
If
really-
all else fails, somebody call you from a random number and they say from their Bank of America, hang up on them and call back at Bank of America on a real number on the back of your card. You can do that too.
We are gardeners.
Right? Next, you have your data loss prevention tools. This will help prevent data linkage, unauthorized access, monitor and enforce data policies that you have, and all of this will fall under it. Of course, we know about all these controls. We talked about these before.
For example, some of these acronyms I think are a little outdated. For
Now, you will see that it's on the exam, so let's go through it again.
adversarial tactics-
PII was what belongs to you. Personally identifiable information.
Frameworks. I don't think any of the frameworks are.
Could be anything. Is a phone number
The
PII?
acronym for the framework is still.
Date of birth?
From the 601 side.
P.O. box at the
So this is
post
an
office.
example of where some of these acronyms may not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's PII.
important as others, because I don't think that's even in the exam
So
objective.
check it out. I'm gonna tell you how it's PII. I'm giving y'all some clues, some nuggets. Take it with you. As a private investigator, when I had to find somebody and serve papers on them, and my last resort is your P.O. box,
I don't even recall talking about.
under your name, that's PII.
So you may see some.
So if you try to hide your identity by getting a P.O. box and no street address, I can go in and present an open records document to the Postmaster General.
Appear in the set of exam objectives. So use this as.
And if it's valid, the postmaster can allow access to your name and real address that it's forwarded
So if you
to.
run across one you're thinking,
but that takes a court
I
document.
don't recall seeing that
Okay.
anywhere.
You just can't walk in willy-nilly and be like, whatever.
Just a little bit,
Okay.
if not completely
So
from your list of
keep in mind that is PII, a
So I
post
would
office
agree,
box.
the
It could
acronym
lead to
list,
you.
There will be
Of course, we know
questions on
PHI.
here, very similar to the
Then you
ones
have
I
the
did today.
personal identifiable financial information, cardholder
So if you
data, and
don't
then
know the
IP,
acronym,
intellectual
you
property.
can't answer the question, or at least not well.
As we get back to the logs, as we close out this lesson for the day
You should
for day 3,
absolutely keep that in mind.
you're looking at the
If there are
logging
8
concepts,
or 7
okay?
answers, that's
With the
all
sys logs, you have 8.
acronyms.
This is on the
We
exam.
had one early. What was the?
Oops,
we had
go
one,
back.
Question earlier. I don't have it up on my screen now.
What is
That
going
was all
on with
acronyms.
this?
It was one of the last
Sorry,
ones we
people.
did. If I go to my polls.
Okay, now
It
I'm
was the
flying,
one
right?
that was a service provider
Right.
creating tasks to be completed for an upcoming service
This
installation. And was it an
is on the
MSA,
exam.
MOU, an SOW, an SLA, or an
What you need to know, you need to know that there are
Which was it? I think I have it.
8
So
levels.
Which one of it was that? It was these. So every
7
single one of the answers was an
is the
acronym.
best.
Not uncommon. Not uncommon.
Notice I
to run
said
into that.
the best.
So
All
make
they
sure
want you to do
that
is
that
just
is something to think
debug.
about or work through.
You're looking for
Think about these
anomalies,
different acronyms.
small
Make sure
things
not
just to
only know
correct a
what the
minor
thing
problem.
is, but make sure you're
That's
also
it. You just correct the minor issues.
How does that work? What is
We
that?
talked about informational. Hey, I'm just letting you know this is happening in the system. Here, I want you. Hey, this is more than informational. Yo, you need to take notice of what I'm telling you right now. Something's going on. I'm giving you a warning, then it causes an error. Somebody's in your system. Alert, alert, Will Robinson. Somebody's kicking down a door. By the time you get here,
From multiple answer questions.
you've already, you're done, right, Mr. T? You're done. By the time you get this alert, you missed all of this,
Here's a question.
right?
Pick the 2 answers.
You were asleep at the wheel.
Pick 2. They will always
If
tell
this
you how many
happens.
you need to
Or
choose all
this
the
is a
ones, you
0.
get one of those. You'll always get.
This is a 0 day that's happening right here.
And then
You didn't miss anything. You just, it just took, you got A. It's just, yeah.
Just choose one. It tells you didn't choose 2.
Elaine, according to CompTIA, and for question and answering purposes, what is
Is it better to guess? the
would
second?
debug? Yeah,
What
debug,
if it
this is the best one you want.
We don't know.
This is just
I
saying,
believe
hey, something's not working. Can you take a look at me?
best to
But
answer
really,
every
not,
single
it's not really not
question.
that bad,
That is the
but it's
general
low. It'll have a low priority.
What the
Okay.
As this goes up, this is a higher priority, and then it gets to 0.
is that if you answer the
Yep.
question correctly.
So 0 is the worst when it comes to
If you don't answer the question
logging
wrong,
alerts,
you get no
logging
points.
levels.
If you
0
answer
is the
question
worst.
Wrong, you get no points. So effectively,
All
leaving
right.
the answer blank and getting the answer wrong.
Any
are effectively the same
questions?
problem. There's no points. That's also really
Huh?
good though, because if you get the answer
That's day 3.
wrong, they don't
In the
take points
books.
away from
Boom,
you.
boom.
So you're not
Ba-ba-da-boom.
penalized for guessing.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Think of it that way. You should always.
It is a lot.
That is the overwhelming
Yeah.
belief, and I really do believe that's the case.
But
is that anything that
what is that line from
answer
Spider-Man?
one question, answer multiple
That the
questions,
Uncle
everything you
Tell
answer
told
question,
Spider-Man.
Answer.
Oh,
Put in
What'd he
some
say?
kind of answer for multiple choice.
Peter,
Never submit.
what was the thing about the power? What Uncle Ben tell him when he was dying on the street?
That
Oh, yeah.
wasted
With
chance
power comes great
getting an answer right,
responsibility.
guessing, and getting an answer
I'm
right.
telling y'all that right now.
So,
Aaliyah,
my
with great
best
power comes
option
great
for you, best
responsibility.
practice is to always answer.
And then why when they die on movies, they always touch you on the shoulder?
It's gonna be important as we step through. Let's do some more questions.
What is a shoulder touch?
Your
What is that?
list.
I don't know. Is it comforting?
You never compromise.
Main artery.
Of high quality that's guaranteed
Homie
fresh
said call
and
it
down low
ambulance.
prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up.
My goodness.
Super shoppers never
Share your
compromise.
responsibility.
It's
Everyone is
for
the
everyone.
one. Neo, I'm trying to free your mind. I can open the door, but you have to walk through it.
Oh, Capital One? My team's transformer-based AI model.
Again.
Built using conventional data to personalize your experience in real
Who
time.
watched all 3 of the Matrix? Who watched it all?
I did.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. Trying to dodge work like Neo.
Get the acronym from now, you know. So now you know where they're
I like that one. I like that. So you know what the next time you need to do, Mr. T? when they ask you to do something at work, you stand up and
I don't know if there's a too long, quite honestly. This is probably one of the.
they're like, what are you doing? I'm dodging your request.
How long should I study for this exam? How long should I?
They'd be like, he crazy.
Should I study for a month? Should I
They'll
study
throw
for
my
a year?
hands.
Should I study for 3 months? Should I study for
Yeah,
6
we want
months?
you to
How
keep
long
your
should I
job. So yeah, keep that. Do it in your mind. Do it in your mind.
Everybody studies a different amount.
So that means this is the way you look when you
Walk
do
into
it.
this exam with a predefined knowledge in the industry.
And they be like, what are you
They've
doing?
been working
Don't
in
worry
IT
about it.
for a long time, and now they've been told you need to get your security plus certification.
All right.
So they're already familiar with a lot of these
Y'all are
technologies. Maybe they've already installed.
All right, at 10 till, go ahead and take a break. When we get back, I'm gonna open up a Sec Plus breakout room, and then we can go in there. So at 10 till, go ahead and step away and take a
Probably
break.
study pretty quick and take that exam. Then you might get someone like me, who maybe I want to study for this exam, but I really want to know the topics really well, and I really have a limited amount of time during the day to study.
Charles, we should say I got in trouble with CompTIA. Did you get in trouble with CompTIA? Oh, is there a story behind this?
Really doesn't have the time.
Michael even put a question mark.
Diving into the details of this.
Did you contact that dude from the test? They sent me a letter because I got up after the test. Oh.
It is supposed to take you, because everybody.
Was it one of those slap on the wrist tests? I mean, letters.
Yeah, so I violated the exam policy. I was observed leaving the exam or the webcam view during the exam, but it was after the exam. Like I got my score, I get up, I celebrate like one does.
Remember this from our earlier performance.
And then like ran, I don't know, when, I don't know, I was pumped. I had the zoomies,
Yeah. Oh yeah, they got there. It's a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, they said they will not invalidate my score or suspend me from CompTIA testing at this time, so still good.
You know why? Because they looked back and looked at the video, because they recorded.
Yeah.
And they saw you celebrate, and they were like, oh, for real? We got to send them a letter anyway, but anyway, we understand.
Yeah.
Good stuff. The next time, Stacey, yeah.
Well, you got that whole build-up after the test. You get done doing this whole test, and then they got that stupid survey at the end, and you're just building up, and then there it goes. There's the.
So whenever somebody is trying to.
You were like a pop bottle ready to get your fizz on.
What process should I go through? How long is this going to take me? Well, you've now got a list.
Flip the table over, Mr. T. He's trying to get a band.
The first section, the second section.
Diet Coke and Mentos.
Start studying this. Spend about a week. And then at the end of the
2
week,
foot deep.
determine how far have you gotten. Maybe you've only gotten to the first section. All right, well, there are 30 of these.
I know Sean here, he's one of the instructors here.
20 or so of these.
Well, a while ago, he told me somebody scored real high on that exam. Because the closest with the highest you get was 900. This person had an 800 and some odd. Like it was in the top 50 point percentages, right? And CompTIA sent him a letter, told him he had to come in and retest.
What? Man.
Yep. And they went in and retested. They set up a date, like quickly, went in and retested, and it was around the same score. So it didn't invalidate the score. They just wanted to make sure they weren't cheating.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Here's another question. This is more of a logistical question.
I mean, they paid for it. They didn't ask him to pay again. They set it up and said, come in and take it again.
I don't understand how you're giving us a discount. How does that work?
I don't know if it was a higher score. If it's a higher score, did they change it? You know what? If it is, I would hope so. That's a good question.
Here's the vouchers page.
Yep.
I got all these vouchers here.
I just wanted to think. I just wanted to know. I'm sure they did that to make sure that this person wasn't doing something crazy.
College student, go to the academic store. They already have discounts available for you as a student. But for those of you that aren't in college, you're not a student, you can pick a voucher. Let's pick an A+.
I want the test that's adaptive. Has anybody seen the adaptive test?
The list price, if you were to go to
Have you heard something like that?
right now,
Like the
Based off your answers, they can tell where you're. Yeah, like it's a pool of like 500 questions. I'm just throwing this out here. I don't know. But let's say I'm asking you about hard drives,
On the CompTIA website.
and I ask you 2 questions. One's hard, one's pretty passive, and then one's in a medium. If you ace all those, I'll erase all hard drive questions. Like you won't get any more.
wow.
So your test can go from this down to this,
CompTIA partner.
right? And if you have a problem with a certain area, they'll just keep presenting that question to you in different forms to
Yeah.
see if you pass it, and if you can adapt to it with different questioning techniques, you could wind up passing it. I've heard of those tests before.
Yeah.
How do you use that voucher?
Has anybody taken one? Have y'all taken one?
Does that? So I'm going to go back to the main page of my site. I'm going to scroll all the way down here.
Oh, the nursing exam
Yeah.
is like that. It has a minimum of 75% based on it will do. Oh, it will add more questions.
Yeah.
Elaine says on the annuals they do it. On the annual what? On the what? What annual?
The
To this page, you register for the site. You click on this thing.
the
I log
Army
in. I go to this step on
the Army
portal.
testing,
Next to the portal. You log
testing.
into the portal. There's a schedule now button. I have
like-
screenshots and everything for you.
Charles says if you get the minimum, you know you aced it.
How do I use these vouchers? We're getting there. There's step 3 where we choose the exam we want. We schedule the time and date. It gives us options on which exams they are.
Oh, the Army testing like
Yeah.
before and after. Oh, okay. So it adapts like that too.
Yeah.
All you want to do this is
Oh, okay,
online
cool.
at home. They give you more information.
Yeah, I would love to see one of those and see how it works.
You must agree to and click submit at the bottom. And then,
Oh, look at that. We're at 10 till.
just choose if it's in person, you gotta find an
All
appointment.
right, everybody go ahead and hit up a break. Stretch your
But I've got
Legos.
it all documented for you. The important part on the last page you'll see is, okay, now that you've chosen the exam, you've chosen how you want to take the exam, you've chosen where you want to take the exam and when you want to take the exam, now you have to pay for it. And they tell you, you can come here and pay for it. Here's the cost. They give you how much it costs to take the exam. They tell you when you chose the exam, where it's going to be, how much it is. And of course, at the bottom it says, here's how much it's going to proceed to checkout. And when you go to the checkout page, you can put in your credit, your Amex, your Diners Club, your MasterCard, your Visa. You can choose those and pay for it straight up. But there is right there underneath the order total a voucher/promotion code. There is where you put in the voucher number that is sent to you. When you purchase a voucher, I email you this code. And then you come back and go through this process and you put the code in right there. And instead of paying the $246 for this, even though you got it for less than that, you paid $220 for your voucher. When you put the voucher code in, it covers the entire cost right there. And it's effectively the same as handing over $246 US to be able to pay for that. That's where the voucher, you go all the way to step 11 before you can finally use the voucher, but that's exactly where you would use it. So that's how the vouchers are used. They are just a way to pay without having to pay with a credit card or pay another process. It's sort of like an IOU that I hand to you that you can then give back to CompTIA, but you have a discount by doing that. So that's the benefit of that. Now, if you're a student, I mentioned this earlier that if you're a student, there's a different option for you. Let me go to vouchers. So we looked at the A+, for example, and my price on the A+ is $227. That's the price today for one of the A+ vouchers. You obviously need 2 of those to take the A+ exam. But I also mentioned that if you're a student, there's an academic store. So this obviously, I have nothing to do with the academic store. This is something that CompTIA does directly. So you can buy vouchers from the academic store. The academic, the ACAD, A+ vouchers are $115. That's a lot different than if you're not a student. So there are some significant discounts available to you if you happen to be a student, a college student. There are also other discounts available for the UK. There's also other discounts available for armed services in the United States. So there's not a lot of discounts. It's kind of it. And the last discount list would be the ones on my website. But there are different options there. If you happen to be, that $115 very different than $227. So you might, if you're a student, absolutely take advantage of that, which of course is why I put it at the very top of the page, so that if you are a student, don't hear otherwise, for the rest of us slackers, to buy a screen. So that's what the point is with the vouchers. That's how they work. This is how you would use them. So hopefully that's giving you some perspective on why I do this with the vouchers and how they can be used. Let's go through some more questions that you've submitted. Thank you for putting these in. If you would like to submit a question, there's the link on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA to submit a question. These and like that. Be glad to do that for you. Let's keep going through this list. This is a good one. This one's more of a question about getting a job in this industry. This question from Destin asks, if you know through your experience, how long does it usually take someone to get a job after getting the Security Plus to feel like a tier 1 business? So let's kind of take a step back and talk about how to get a job in IT. In fact, in this particular case, how to get a job in IT with no experience. All you have are maybe a formal education and some certifications. Interestingly enough, if you look in the YouTube video description of this video, there's a link to a video that I did on how to get a job in IT with no experience. This is a free investment. And the reason I did it, and if you look at the video, it's a 30-minute video on how to get a job in IT with no experience. But it's like most of the videos I do, there's no slack in there. It is chock full of information. And I really stepped through different strategies for
when too much work bogs you down. Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
education, experience, and other things you can do to help give yourself a better chance of getting your very first job in IT. And it varies widely depending on where you happen to be and what jobs you're looking to get. In some large areas, let's take, for example, the Washington, D.C. area in the United States, which is primarily federal government and certainly armed forces, armed services. So we've got military type use that requires that if you are in IT in the military or anything relating to the Department of Defense, that you need to have your Security Plus at a minimum Security Plus. There are other certifications that can also be applied there. The Security Plus is probably one of the more popular. So if you were to look at job postings in the DC area for IT, even entry-level IT, you will find that a large percentage of those jobs will say Security Plus or similar, or compatible. One of those that fit into that category. But if you were to look at jobs in Miami, you were to look at IT positions in Miami, you may not find, in fact, I bet if we ran the numbers, I would bet there would be a lower percentage of jobs asking for Security Plus, because those aren't Department of Defense jobs. And entry-level positions in IT don't tend to focus on security. Security is one of those positions in IT that you would move into after gaining a good bit of experience with operating systems and networking. Very rarely do you see an entry-level security position. Certainly, much fewer number of entry-level security is available as compared to a much larger pool of IT positions. Most IT positions that are entry-level, you're working at a help desk, service desk, it's a job dealing with an operating system, maybe some networking, but mostly operating systems. Generally break fix, where something is broken, you need to fix it. That is a good part of what we do. Really, that's pretty much what we do in IT. If something is broken, we need to fix it. Here's a puzzle, you need to solve the puzzle. If you like solving puzzles, this is a fantastic job. If you want to solve puzzles all day, that's all you're doing is solving a puzzle. Which to me is just fascinating, because it's always a different problem to solve. Okay. So I think you should look at the job postings in your area. You may find that the jobs in your area don't really care about Security Plus. They might all be asking for A+. They might all be asking for an AWS certification. They might all want Linux Plus. I don't know. I'm not in your area. I'm not in your geography, probably. So you'll have to look at the jobs in your area to really see. And even then, there could be a one-off where maybe in your particular geography, there is a company that does a lot of Department of Defense. So I'm in Orlando, Florida. And in Orlando, there is a lot of hotels. There's a lot of corporations. We certainly have large companies like Disney is in Orlando. It's a good example. There's a big publishing companies in Orlando. There are manufacturing companies in Orlando. There are also Lockheed Martin is in Orlando. They have some big facilities in Orlando. They're obviously a big Department of Defense provider. So if you were to want to work for Disney, there would be a set of requirements for you for IT. But if you were to look at the job postings for Lockheed Martin, I would bet that those job postings are very, very different in their requirements. You know, it's still help desk at Disney, help desk at Lockheed Martin, operating system administration at Disney, operating system administration at Lockheed Martin, probably similar jobs in their normal day-to-day, but I would bet the requirements would be very different. So make sure you look at the jobs and see what the differences are. And I think there's no one right answer about how do I determine how long will it take to give me a job? How can I get that job after passing Security Plus? It may not be Security Plus. It might be A+. It might be Network Plus. It might be Cisco. It might be Microsoft. It might be anything else. You have to look at the job postings to really know. And I would say if you're trying to get that first job in IT, you should have a net that you can throw that's very broad, very wide. So get as many different qualifications as you can, and then work yourself into the system. Once you get that first job in IT, it is so easy to move up and around in the business. So you're really looking to get in the door. Take any job that's available. Just get in the door. If I had to give you one bit of advice, that would be it. Just get your foot in the door. Get that first job in IT, because that is your springboard to everything else you will do in your IT career. You've got to get that first job. And if you're thinking, no, I want to start in security. I don't want to take this. I know I was just offered this help desk role at this big company, but I really want to work in security, so I'm just going to wait. No, don't wait. Take the sure thing. Take the job. Get in the door. Because then you can start learning the systems, learning the networks, learning the operating systems, and learning the security that you can then use to level up. And in a number of years from now, you'll be in that security role.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series. Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. At Farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine. We are Farmers.
At King Soopers, you get up high quality, guaranteed fresh, and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, you never compromise. Like this week, you'll save big on your favorites at King Soopers. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
But you need to work into it. You can't usually jump into security right off the bat, which I think the industry would like you to think that. If you look at some of the people on the internet that are promoting their boot camp, which are just awful things in most cases, a 1-week Security Plus boot camp, there's no way that's any good. Even 2 weeks, there's no way that's any good. So you'll see them promoting that as if there's a job waiting for you on the other side of that. It's not the case. In fact, that's a very difficult thing to place. So get the job, get the most available, the lowest hanging fruit there. You want to find the thing that you're able to get your foot in the door, and from there, you go wherever you want. Do whatever you want in IT. But you got to get that first position into that. Very, very important. And an important thing to consider, and put that there. Again, if you'd like to leave a message or leave a question, you're welcome to do that, or a message, or a question, either one of those. You can go to professormesser.com/QA. That's the link on your screen. Let's go through some more questions that you have put into this this list. There was a question of follow-up about abbreviations, about these acronyms that we are going through. This from Tyler says, is there an easy button?
Yeah, I'll be with y'all in a second. I'm catching up on some stuff here with Mr. Davies and Mr. T. Please check your email for me.
Are there a bunch of any
You got it?
ones that are
Okay, good.
most likely to appear? Nope, there are not.
Thanks, Mike. I'll be as quick as I can.
That are in the exam objectives, not just the exam objectives, but the acronyms that are in the exam objectives. Let's go back to this. So here's section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, and there's more section 4 and section 5 of your Security Plus exam. Any one of these topics could appear in your exam. The only thing that really differentiates how much of one or the other is at the very beginning of the document that says Domain 1, which is General Security Concepts, is 12% of the exam. Domain 2 is 22%, Domain 3 is 18%, Domain 4 is 28%, and Domain 5 is 20%. So if you were to look at this, you would expect that you will have twice as many or so questions from section 4 as you would from section 1. Section 4 is 28% of the exam, section 1 is 12% of the exam. The problem you have is that if you look at section 1, so here's section 1, 1, 2, 3, and 4, there's 4 sections. Any one of these can show up. If this is 12% of your exam, you might say, well, maybe it's just this one. Maybe that's all I'm going to get. There's my 12%. You know, it could be any one of these things. So you can't really point to any particular topic and say, this one is the one that always shows up on the exam, because it doesn't. It's all random, and it could be any one of those. So make sure you're familiar with all of the topics, because they can ask you any of them. In fact, they could ask you about the same topic multiple times in different ways, which is even more frustrating, but it happens. It's all random. Randomization is a weird thing. And on your exam, it will be random every time. If you take the exam one time, and maybe you don't do well, and you take the exam again, you'll notice it's a completely different set of questions. Maybe you'll get 1 or 2 that are repeated, but they're in a different order, and it's a completely different exam every time. So that's one where you can't rely on what even someone else tells you. Oh, on my exam, I got all kinds of, maybe they're blabbing and they're violating their non-disclosure. I got a lot of questions about IPsec. They asked me a bunch of, every single question was IPsec. I got 90 questions, all 90 of the questions were IPsec. Maybe they say that. It's not the case. But you may be walking in and go, oh, I need to study IPsec. I need to study a lot more IPsec. You study all this IPsec. You go in to take the exam, you get no questions on IPsec. Of course not. It's just the way it goes. So don't worry don't even listen to what other people are telling you about what's on the exam, because your exam is going to be different. It's going to be random. You need to know everything listed in the exam objectives. That's it, bottom line. So if you know 90% of the exam objectives, you're probably okay. More than 90% is even better. But that should give you that barometer you're looking for. It should give you that guidance to know.
All right, I'm easing on over to the Sec Plus room. So if y'all want to peek in, pop in.
So let's see other options that are here. Let's talk about renewing our certification.
Thank you for calling Capital One.
My team's GenAI tool helps you answer customer questions faster.
We use RAG with LLMs and customize them with our data for better accuracy. That's all we got.
That's technology at Capital One.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
Something we haven't even talked about much today. This is from Anonymous, who says, if I'm already certified, but I don't earn enough CEUs by the expiration date, is CompTIA Cert Master my only option? So let's decipher what this is. So as many of you are probably aware, when you pass your Security Plus exam, you are Security Plus certified, and you are certified for 3 years. Certification is good for 3 years. At the end of 3 years, your certification expires, which means sometime in that 3-year period, you need to renew it. If you go 3 years and a day and you didn't renew, you're no longer Farmer Security Plus certified and you can't renew it anymore because it's expired.
Please tell me I had
That's not a good situation to be in. Most people will renew their certification sometime in that 3-year period. And there are a lot of different ways to renew. I really recommend
did I
looking at the
download to see what I
There's a
said?
whole section on continuing education, and they give you all of the
There you
different
go.
options for renewing. I will also tell you in the YouTube video description of this video is a video that I did on how to renew your certification in just a few hours. The other part about that video, though, is I go through very broadly the different ways for renewing a certification.
Right, can y'all see that?
4 or 5 different
Y'all
ways
good?
to renew your certification.
Yeah, I can see it.
CompTIA
Yeah.
certification. You can take a third-party
Great, sweet.
certification.
So,
You can collect CE
with
hours.
this,
You can also take CertMaster CE.
003,
That's what this question was about specifically. CertMaster CE.
85 questions, 165 minutes, gives you 4 years of experience. Here's our domains. Domain 1, 33% security operations. Who saw a lot of security operations questions?
Yeah, I saw
Oh,
those.
yeah. Yeah, there was like at least what, 5
Yeah.
to 6 maybe? I'm thinking maybe.
Yeah.
Next was the vulnerability management. Wait a minute, this is CYSA.
It's a computer-based training where you
Looking at Sec
day
Plus.
going through it, and it will renew your
I'm like, wait a
certification
minute.
that day.
That looks
So if you've
off.
gotten down, this has happened before, as people have shown up in our Discord and said, my
I
certification
don't want to take
expires
this
tomorrow.
exam again.
How can I renew it right now? You only have one good choice available to you, and that's CertMaster CE.
All right, here we go.
In fact,
Now I'm giving y'all proper telemetry.
On CertMaster CE, which
All right,
is
here we go.
really only a little bit more expensive.
Like CYSA.
3-year.
Even though if you look here, the domains are kind of the same. You're still right. Look, security architecture. That's what I'm saying. The security questions were big.
Yeah, and security operations.
So
Yeah.
security operations, 28%, domain 4, 5 security management and oversight,
Don't answer the
and
questions
then
right, you
threats,
just restart that section.
vulnerabilities, and mitigations.
Until you get them right.
So we went down to
And then once you
domains
get
2.
through all of
Now,
it,
based off everybody's reports
for 3 years.
that you received,
Really, it's a great way to
what's your feedback?
certification. It is painless.
What domains
It's a
did they
little
tell
bit of
you
time,
you
but
need
you're
to
not
work
chasing
with?
CEUs. You're not
You can
having
get that
to
by
fill
logging
out
into
exam,
CompTIA 2, and it
not
goes to
having
your
send those exam records into CompTIA.
previous
And when you renew
exam
it happens immediately.
printout
It's
or
just
your
automatically
screen.
submitted to
Gives
Yeah.
you a
CompTIA.
So far, I haven't been able to see a printout. When I go there, it just shows where the certification would have been, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go to somewhere else.
Yeah, it usually gives you like a printout. They must have changed it.
Because that would have been good if I know where I missed out on the question. So, because that would have really helped. I'll log
So
in right now.
It didn't tell you anything at all?
No, it only showed pass or fail. And then I try to click on it to see if I could get at least like a printout of the questions, but
Of the domains? Okay. All right, so we'll just run through this then. Brian, I think, was the same way. He didn't get his. Brian, you didn't get yours either, did you?
Costs a little bit more than renewing.
I see it.
They gave me a printout. They didn't, because something happened.
And it's one where you
That's crazy. Okay, we just gotta move forward. We gotta
I mean,
figure
they did this morning though with this one, but.
But it would have helped if you had, it would have helped you if you had the last one though.
oh yeah,
It
that if they gave us at least a printout, that would have that would have been really good.
Okay, well, we'll just take it from here. As you can see, domain 2 is one of the higher ones that you'll see. Right?
And the question from Jason asked,
And it talks about threats, vulnerabilities, and mitigations. So let's jump into it. If we look at this, domain 2.1 is talking about threat actors. Now, threat actors, of course, are those people that will take advantage of your organization in some kind of way, right? The vulnerability aspect. Nation state, country to country.
What is all this? These usually are
Unskilled hacker or attacker, that's when they used to, see, they changed the name. It used to be called Script Kiddie. Script Kiddie belonged to somebody who could get a program or something off the dark web or from a friend or rent botnet. And then the bot, they'll do all the work, or the program does a lot of work. They really don't know anything about coding. They usually get lucky. That's the unskilled attacker, right? Then you have the activist, that's the one that's gonna do it. They're led by how they feel. about something. They're not really motivated
They
about
work
money.
together.
The insider
Let's
threat is
first
the
talk
one that
about
actually works for the company.
SIEM.
Organized crime,
SIEM
they're pretty
is a
much
piece
wanting to
of
make a
software
profit or corner of
that is
market,
running on a
right?
machine
So
that collects logs.
that's what they're
You
working
can take
with,
the word SIM
motivated by money
and
once
replace it with
again,
log collector.
and power.
That's what it is. It's a
Then the
log
shadow
collector.
IT,
It takes
shadow
logs
IT is
from
an
every
internal
device
threat
on
too,
your
but
network.
they're more so, they're on
That
the
sounds like
IT
it's
side.
easy. It's actually sort of
Whatever
hard.
you're not doing,
Every
they're
device on
evading
your
you.
network has a
You're
different
IT.
format for
They
their
don't.
logs. They
They're
have a
probing you
different
for
way
questions. They're
of
looking at your
describing
weaknesses. They're
what's
taking
in the
advantage
log.
of those
Your
weaknesses, right?
Windows logs are very
They're doing
different.
stuff on the
Your
network they're
switch
not
logs,
supposed to
which
do.
are
So
probably
that's
different
shadow
than your
IT.
Cisco router logs, which are certainly different
Attributes
than
of these
firewall
actors.
logs.
You have some internal and external attributes, like internally, what motivates them, how are they motivated externally.
Into a format that you could then start comparing.
The amount of damage they can do is based on resources and
With a
funding.
device that's smart enough.
What do they have access to? What can I provide you? How much money are you charging me? Level of sophistication as well, right?
That is a security
Um,
information.
I told you about the two teenagers here in Nevada. And I urge you to fact check me because what I'm about to say, I believe this is what happened because I caught a glimpse of it on the news. There were two teenagers that brought down or got into the CCD, Clark County website and locked out everything pretty much. Two teenagers in a garage, they wound up arrested right here in Vegas. So what's the level of sophistication and what's their capability? The motivations, after they find your vulnerability, how are they going to exploit it? What's their vulnerability? Or do they want to do data exfiltration? Do they want to pull it out, save it to a drive, and sell it to the highest bidder? Are they doing it for espionage? Do they just want to hit you up and disrupt service, blackmail, finance? All of them are self-explanatory there. I don't need to read all of them.
It doesn't apply any policies.
As we flow into domain 2.2, explain common threat actors and attack surfaces. There's a couple ways they can get in your system. Do they want to weaponize and get in via email messages or messages? Right? With email, how can I hit you in an email address? How can I hit you? How can I get access? What can I use as a weaponization to gain access?
That's like an antivirus. It's like a firewall.
What kind of attack?
A WAF. It's like those devices are
Would you
designed
say,
to
B?
control,
Phishing?
block,
Phishing, you're correct. Yep, phishing email.
all it does is collect logs.
Can,
That's really a different.
can you like explain the whole phishing and like whaling? Because I get those.
Yeah, I can do that for you. So this is what you get.
Let's say your DLP.
So if we do phishing, if it starts with a P, email.
Excel spreadsheet with a bunch of credit card numbers.
If it starts with a V,
And
that is voice. I'm calling you.
the only way you would know that happened.
I was gonna say it. You know I was gonna say it, Mike. I'm calling. The hackers calling. I hear the hacker calling me. You know I could resist. R. Kelly.
No.
You asked for it. I knew you were gonna laugh at me when I did it. All right, here we go. So the next one you have S. Right? SMS. I'm gonna get at you through text message.
All 10 of the DLPs to see.
Okay.
Did this one block anything? Did that one block?
I'm gonna get at you through text message.
Did that block something? How about this other one?
What's another one?
Instead, go to
Whaling, right?
Whaling.
with a single view.
If I'm getting whaling, I'm looking for the big fish, CEOs, or I'm targeting a group.
Perfect way to do it.
Right? There's the fishing
So
hook.
that's how the DLP is valuable.
I'm going fishing.
I saw a question like that, and it was between whaling and fishing because of the fact that I mentioned like a CEO of a company asking to pay like a bill, and then the CEO was contacted saying he never authorized it.
Yeah.
What kind of attack was that? I was like, damn.
Think about this. I'm looking for a CEO, VP, ISO, Chief of Information Officer, CIO. Like, you gotta be somebody big. I'm looking for. So those are the differences in those. That's where I can get you with email. SMS is down here for smishing.
whether I passed or not.
And then instant messaging
Available when the exam
as well.
ends,
I can impersonate if I can get inside your
does it
system.
happen later? Do
So
I
you gotta
find
look out for
later
all of those too.
if I pass this thing?
Now, image based, what's that one?
Thankfully,
What is that called? Did you see that? It should be one question about that.
the clock starts.
Before you move off email, they also included spoofing as well, because that can be one of the thing they included as well. And
You're correct.
and it is a pretty close one. So if we had to choose in between, based on the question, what would you advise?
Well, if you do spoofing, I wouldn't call it, I think that will fall up under
They're
impersonation.
available at no cost to you with most insurance plans. No appointment needed. And we're open weekdays,
Yeah, that's what y'all get, impersonation.
So come and visit us when it's
Because if I'm taking control of the CEO's email,
vaccines subject to availability.
I'm impersonating them in order to get you to do something. So I would think that for you can get a spoofing attack, but these two go together.
Finished now. Rate the
You're impersonating somebody.
Okay.
Whether you're impersonating an IP address, you're impersonating a MAC address, an email address. They all originally belong to somebody.
We'd like you to answer.
So ultimately, this is what you're doing.
Of questions we have for
You're coercing them.
Okay.
Right. But if we're just looking under just the basic attacks in the category,
Yeah.
so you have the smishing,
I want
phishing.
to know a little bit about yourself before they give you the answer. They
What
already
did
know,
you
by
say?
the way, if you pass
Smishing.
It was whaling, yeah.
Yeah. And impersonation attacks. Impersonation attacks can come from
There's
spoofing.
no scoring associated with them.
So that'd be my aspect. That's my outlook.
Nothing to do
Okay.
with your final scoring.
You can also, so this one with image based, you can hide stuff in an image.
You go through the
Okay,
demographic
they can go ahead and click on
and
it.
at the end you say, okay, last demographic question done.
If this is a picture of boots that you send me,
Congratulations, or
right?
not
You
congratulations.
send it to me, but what I've done, I've weaponized that.
Tell you right then, you'll know immediately.
There's an exe file embedded in there.
But it's not official yet.
When you hover over it, a little window comes up talking about it's Boots B-Day.
Now the only way this
I
gets
click
really
that,
done is bad for you.
and I just
So
installed
let's say they present to you,
the rack,
you have passed. Yay! You
or
passed your
remote
exam.
access
You
term.
feel pretty good about yourself.
So you could
As long
connect, you
as
can take a picture and
the
connect a
process
file to it and have it have some kind of
the way
action
that you
to it.
studied for this exam.
Wow. So there's where you can get the image-based
That it was
attacks.
not in some
Right.
way,
Yeah.
considered to
I
be
think there's one question about that,
unauthorized in
image-based.
Yeah, yeah, there is.
All right.
Yeah.
As long as
Then,
it's
of
not
course, you have file-based.
exam.
It could be a Trojan file. It looks like a normal file. You click it, you're executing
Well, actually,
something.
every time this
We
is
talked about
submitted,
voice.
CompTIA gives themselves
And then you gotta watch your
48
removable
hours, I believe
devices.
it is,
Now,
to
if we're
verify
looking at this,
your exam.
hopefully these drawings help y'all out when I'm
So
drawing on
they
here.
will
Yeah.
decide to
If
Yeah,
you're
that's
taking a
good.
removal,
to your
if
exam,
I have
there's something about
computer
the way that your
A.
exam was scored that they think might be suspicious. Maybe they have
This is
evidence on a
home.
video of something that happened.
When I think of home, I think of a place where.
These things happen. Not with you, but with other people.
If this is the computer at work, and this was at home,
In some cases,
what can I use
come back after a day or two and say,
for
"You know
this
what?
hard
We don't
drive
really think you passed."
to be used
Sorry,
in both
that's
places?
extremely rare, by the way.
BitLocker?
Extremely.
BitLocker,
But there have been cases, and they give themselves that extra 24 hours, 48 hours, where they will say, no,
BTG.
you didn't pass, actually.
BitLocker to go.
Oh yeah, BitLocker took off. Yeah, but that little time.
That's where the difference. That's where you can
I think that's not the case. They give you
compare and contrast, right?
Mhm.
If it's regular BitLocker, it's gonna be left in this
What usually
computer.
happens is about a day
But
later.
that hash or table or key needs to be put in both of these computers.
Confirm your address, and we will
So
send you
this can
the-
recognize in each one.
That's what usually happens.
So you down with BTG? Yeah, you know me. There you go.
At the end that says you passed.
If I may ask James, unless Mr. Allen and Brian already are good in this, the whole difference between hashing
There have been even situations.
tokens
where people have taken
and
their
like
exams
regular
off.
encryption.
They've gotten close to the
Okay,
end
let me
of the
write this
exam,
down.
or they've gotten the screen on
Token.
the exam that says you have passed.
Just regular encryption. All right.
Because I
Y'all
saw
wanna
that.
Y'all want to explain it to Mike? Who wants to take it? Because if you can say it, you can be about it.
That is a good question. From what I've known so far, hashing is usually based on the integrity, and the token gives it another layer of encryption by passing it off to a third party, so you don't have to keep on re-signing each time.
Proctor is really just following the procedures they have in place, which is
Now, the token is the authentication
they're
part.
very strict about this, and they hit the button that says no.
But you'll use a token to authenticate,
Wherever
which goes to what you just said, Elaine.
Yeah.
Which goes to the accounting piece now to let you log in. So as you're logging in, it needs to authenticate.
You passed. You're done.
And then the encryption gives you privacy.
If you were close to the end, you did not submit your exam.
That's the privacy
Two
piece.
questions
So
left.
hash integrity, token authorization,
Authentication.
encryption.
Authentication.
They say, okay,
Authentication.
went outside the
Okay.
screen.
Encryption's
I'm
privacy.
revoking your exam. Click.
Right, which is all good, but all good answers, all good answers.
Problem. You went outside.
But for the example, I just want to drill down so you know the difference.
So also, James, before we move on, I know Michael just gave you the answer for BitLocker, but what if on the CompTIA test, because oftentimes CompTIA give you an assortment of answers, and what if BitLocker is not one of the answers that are presented there? What is the next closest thing to that?
Encrypted file system,
Encrypted, okay.
EFS. So now it's not even the full drive. It is you're encrypting the file system, EFS.
Sometimes things like that.
Okay. So all the whole file architecture can get encrypted. So if you have stuff in there, that is another answer you can pick.
Okay.
If you don't see BitLocker, if they have EFS.
Okay, this is really good because just to have the clarification, because sometimes the way they word it or give you different answers, and sometimes it just go with the best answer as possible. So so getting that is really good.
What I noticed a lot of this stuff that it comes down to is the tests as the exams they go on each other. CompTIA does a good job of the compare and contrasting down to the granular part.
Okay.
One word, like two things can do the same thing, but one does something better than the other.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets us at.
Yeah.
I don't say y'all, us. If I go in there and test, it can get me too, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta pay attention to what they're asking.
Yeah.
Hopefully, did I answer your question?
Yeah, it was good.
Okay. So then next you have is the vulnerability software. Client base, you need to download it and then it reports back. Or the agent list, I can actually just go in there and just grab it, whatever I want at any time. Or sitting on the host, so I can just go look at it. Be wary of unsupported systems and applications, especially your wireless.
Most of these surveillance cameras have servers.
Okay, let's talk wireless.
Web servers or some
I think there were a couple of wireless encryption questions. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep.
There's an authentication process for your network.
If I said
Be able
this,
to connect to your camera to transfer down those videos and store them.
WPA3, what type of encryption am I
And
using?
what happens in a lot of
That's
cases is
Wi-Fi.
that the credentials used to log into the camera.
That's personal access
So the
3,
cameras that
correct?
they put out in Marvin's company.
How are you doing? 1 minute. Let me just answer the proctor.
Go ahead and use the tools. That's why we're here. Because if you see it, it reinforces it.
Log in as right out of the factory.
What type of encryption?
Protect the access.
I want
Yeah,
to tell
protected
them,
access. So
but
with
my boss says,
three,
leave it alone,
WPA3,
because it can come back to us. Thank you for the
what wireless encryption standard goes with that?
That's a simultaneous authentication.
Simultaneous authentication of equals.
Brian just wrote in that AES. Is it AES or SA?
Well, it's WPA2 AES.
And you'll run across things like this all the time. In fact, I will tell you an example of one that happened to me recently.
A plus. I have A plus coming up.
It's kind of like it's
Just all the exam certifications coming up back to back. Just trying to get a lot of studying in.
Not as Brian's like, it was in plain sight the whole time.
They sent me an invoice and said, we
It's kind of spelled backwards. Maybe. I mean, these two letters are backwards, but still.
The URL didn't have any
Yeah.
authentication.
So that's how you know what belongs to what.
It just had a big URL, and at the end it had the invoice number.
Right.
And I brought it up.
I've never seen Brian make that face like, you gotta be kidding me.
Phone number, there's an email, and here's the invoice.
Yep.
I didn't
Or
do that. In fact, I
if
don't
you
have a
use AES, what's the other one you can use with WPA2? There's
login,
several.
and I changed
AES is good for
It's
so if the invoice number was
networks.
1,000, I changed the number to
AC,
1,001.
AES, ACL.
I got to see invoice
What
1,001.
about TKIP?
Which is for a different customer at a different address with a different phone number. And
Which one is good for networks? Which one is good for solo?
effectively, I've just now breached their system. Technically.
I would say WPA is good for Soho, while WPA2 is good for networks.
Well, this one.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
they had no security built into that process. So to Marvin's
Temporal
point,
key,
Yeah.
there are
IP,
challenges or things
the
you're going
key.
to run into.
Which one would you use for a domain or a network, and one's for Soho?
I was gonna wait on Michael, but so the Soho is a smaller network. So the
Like your house.
yeah. So the TKI would be more for a more huge.
Know that they have a security problem.
You use it for your house?
No, the TKI I would use it for more of like a bigger settings. The Soho, wait, I'm not getting it mixed up, right? So
Yep, compare and contrast.
yeah,
There we go. This is why we're doing this.
Is that
Look it up. Look it up on Google.
okay.
So look up Google, because this will get you when you have to set up
that
routers and switches, layer 3 switches to wireless access points, right?
any type of authentication that the company's
If you were to use as Google
on the internet
or ChatGPT, if I wanted to use WPA to AES
but their
or
response
TKIP, which one is better for home?
You're a hacker, and I'm
Home
calling
use.
the FBI. I'm calling the police. You now have gotten into our private information that they don't understand.
And it could it'll identify which one is good for
Not
you.
a security breach. You effectively looked in the
Me
window.
and Leah had this conversation before.
Someone's window. It is
She was like,
illegal
"Oh
for them to do
yeah,"
something
because we were
bad.
trying to figure out. She wound up being right because it was better for Soho than
What's bad going on in there? How dare you?
if
look at our
applied if the question was asked a certain way on the exam.
So this
She
is-
said this one's better, and I was like, you know what? You're right. I would pick that one too.
You very legitimately.
So what I'm the refresher that I'm getting from Google is that AES is generally the more used one for Soho.
Every invoice
You're correct.
That's different. That is illegal.
You're correct. The temporal key to TKIP is good for domains and network
Stopping at that point.
because it gives it an extra layer of protection and security. See, yeah, because it uses more keys. I got the keys.
So the TKI could that be used on like a more enterprise or okay.
Yep. You use that with enterprise because it relates better in the security architecture of the network.
Okay.
So you can use the key. Yep. So y'all got it. Y'all got it.
And the downside here
Next, if we're looking at wired,
legal problems. People who don't understand security that are now calling.
Also for
there's a whole bunch of problems associated with
yeah.
this. So I kept my mouth
Tonight,
shut.
8:45.
To this day,
1
I'm
second.
sure, this was only a few months ago. I'm sure the same problem still exists with that software.
So for
I'm not gonna contact the company.
so for
I'm not gonna
wireless,
let anybody know I ran across
when
this.
you're connecting, don't forget about
So nobody knows on the internet. This has only seen like a couple folks. So that's not
because you're
wrong.
gonna take a different flavor
This is not a
exam.
situation
That's why I
where
took it
we
twice.
Talk about it. Now,
You might see
there are
E
people
come out.
who will.
The E comes out at night.
That are
The
willing
E
to
come.
pay
You know I was gonna say that. I said, the E comes out. All right.
and then they'll hand out a finder's fee for something like that.
Y'all are crazy.
Get
See y'all later.
the ability to
So,
to
extensible
you identify this vulnerability
authentication
or perhaps perhaps you'll be compensated for that financially.
Protocol.
That's not always the case. In fact, it's rarely the case. And if you ever run in a situation where there's a bounty available,
I'm going through the second PowerPoint. It doesn't really touch on that. I'm like, oh.
This is used for wireless. This is kind of what it does. It helps authorize that wireless access point to connect, and also the users that want to connect.
To make them, should you?
So it'll use keys and certs to make sure you are authorized to join the network.
It doesn't
All of this leads back to this.
Now, this was a significant problem.
The Active Directory knows everything about you. The LDAP knows everything about you. The AAA server knows everything about you. And the Taco Tuesday.
What is the LDAP?
Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. This is free.
I'm not a
The Active Directory is Windows.
I'm not at that level.
They're both the same. They're the same thing.
Associated with that, so
This is just freeware. Works well with
if that was the case,
Linux.
that's a little bit different.
Wow.
It's a lightweight directory access protocol and Active Directory.
There's no bug bounty. There's nothing formal in place.
These two things, all they do is track people and resources.
And I think
People,
it's fair to tell me that I'm doing the wrong thing
resources,
there, which is
and
probably
access.
a fair thing to say.
And then Mike, you go wide. Ryan, I need you to slide over here and catch the
Tell this
football.
company to fix this software, make
Right,
it
no,
safe
sir.
for everybody.
So actually, he just caught what I was saying.
Absolutely correct.
I'm not running.
He says, I'm not running. I'll read about it. So
Surrounding this type of data.
that's why we need to understand with wireless, with TKIP and AES and all this stuff.
They are.
That's why you need to know the difference, because they work well or play well with Active Directories, LDAPs, AAA servers, and stuff like that to authenticate the person to use the resources.
Something that was very,
Right.
very.
Where if it's a home network, little less stressed, more relaxed, we can just rely on AES.
Scenarios that have been very big in the news.
Okay.
You can search for
So
this
that's
and
why.
find it very, very easy.
When I typed into Google, it said
So
AES
that's
is
why I
more
would
for
tell
newer
you,
devices.
Marvin, in this particular case, that if you ran across a company.
That-
Would it be
and all they
for
did
your
was
home,
just
right?
change the default credentials,
For the
that's
Soho?
the
Yeah, I guess it would be. It says like TKIP mostly used for older.
What? You've been
devices.
looking at our cameras? We're calling.
So, oh yeah. For the new security standard,
And now
yeah.
you're
Yeah.
looking in.
Oh,
For
is
the
that the
newer
one?
security standard, yes, you are correct.
Let's not do that.
But TKIP plays well with
They get
key
angry
exchange,
people who are not technical
and that being
not
for wireless
security
access points
don't
and
understand
enterprise
the scope
networks.
of these things.
Right.
You do, I do, and others.
And I'll double check too, just to make sure.
Yeah.
Make sure you guys
Yeah.
have the right information.
Professionals, judges are not security.
I'll look it up after we
Attorneys are not security professionals.
take a break from here.
And that is the legal system.
Also,
is great.
Bluetooth is a thing, gotta be within 32 feet of what you wanna connect with. It's
So I
low
would
power,
really highly recommend
low power.
let them go on.
And you can have things called blue jacking, blue
Don't send
snarfing.
them an email.
People can
Don't
take
contact
advantage of your
pretend you never saw
Bluetooth
it.
access.
I think you'll be okay.
Uh,
I don't think that's something you wanna work on.
This flavor of the exam, they say, what's the best thing you could do to prevent yourself from having a Bluetooth attack? What's the best thing you could do?
From having
To keep yourself
Turn it off.
Turn it off. There you go. Turn off Bluetooth. Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Turn it off
And it is.
when it's not in use.
Yeah.
You can't get hacked if it ain't on.
There's something
Right.
illegal.
All right.
about a customer.
Next,
People that I have worked with.
open service ports. Only open the ports that you need to open, close the rest. Change your default credentials. Sometimes if you can't get into the castle, you get into the services to provide the services for the castle.
They should be in prison. They should be locked away.
So your third-party vendors and your suppliers. Now you have managed service providers, MSPs. You're gonna hear this term a lot when you go to a lot of conferences. We're an MSP. We're an MSP. We provide cloud security. We do. That's what they do. They provide all those services. It's like an a la carte.
Illegal is going on these networks. But it is a.
Here you go. Your vectors, phishing, schmishing,
As well they should. I just don't. want you to-
impersonation. We just talked about that.
Anything illegal,
especially that goes along with spoofing, like Elaine was trying to compare the two. They do go hand in hand.
Don't put yourself into that.
You can have a business email compromise.
So that's what
I shared that my computer career had
that's not
one.
what you want to be.
I don't know how big it was. I don't know if it was nefarious or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just know that they made sure
Security, you will at some point.
whoever wasn't supposed to be in the system, they dropped in MFA.
Does need to be brought to the attention of the authorities.
So on my personal phone that they have records of, they connected that to a CASB,
Now we have to do this.
and I'm guessing this is what they did. So anytime I try to log in,
Here's the things we need you to collect.
it won't let me. It says we send it to your personal email or we send it to your personal phone number on record.
They'll work through
Then
that.
I get a pop-up and say yes or no, it's me.
You're doing all the
All right, so that's MFA, right?
Okay.
process, and you're getting this to where it needs to be.
Pre-texting, I'm calling.
People that are the authorities.
Used to do this a lot as a PI.
Done.
If I'm following a lane and he doesn't come out the house,
Still difficult.
I need to find out if he's in the house. I use a spoofed number, call him.
Things that they should.
Elaine, how you doing there? It's Rick
There's a whole
from Superior Fast Delivery Service. He's like, who is that? Got a box here for you. You gonna be at home the next couple hours? I'll deliver it to you. Yeah. Okay. Are you there now? I think I got a guy en route. I can throw the box in the truck. Yeah, I'm here.
Innocuous or
Great.
worst
What did I
case,
just do?
Not safe for work. Not appropriate. They should be doing work.
Verified he was home.
Do you find that process?
And what they usually do is they open the door to peek to like,
And
am I?
you should be
I
as
got you.
far removed from that as
So
that's my
that's
recommendation.
spoofing. That's pretexting, actually.
That's the important part.
Getting something out of you without giving you anything. Leading you on.
Okay, let's see if we can
Massaging you.
finish on a little
Alright.
bit better of a note. So
Watering
I think this would
hole,
be a good one. Let's
that's
keep
when I
going
could
through
take a website, point everybody to it, and I can gather a lot of data.
all the
It could be a
stories.
fake
The
watering
stories I
hole
can't tell
for,
you are the ones
I don't
that are
know.
probably the fun
What's the
ones.
hottest thing out right now?
Let's
I don't know.
see.
Sweatbands that Michael Jordan used to wear. With. I
Uh,
don't know.
yeah. Yeah.
They're going for sale,
Just how
for
many-
auction.
just,
Send everybody there.
From Anonymous, who
Get
says-
added to the waiting
So there's
list.
performance-based
So
questions
when
of
you know
which
when you see all those things on Instagram, they have all these things. Want to find out more information? Click the button. You need your name, address, phone number, email, whatever. We'll put you on the waiting list. Don't ever click those.
performance-based questions.
They're watering holes.
Multiple choice-based
They're
questions.
pointing you to a site. They're gathering information about you. Then they'll say, "We'll have somebody get
So
back with you."
that's what he's referring to.
Oh, about what information?
Exams in here.
Sometimes you'll see these Instagram ads,
Oh, that's right.
right? And they'll say, "Hey, we got this new thing coming out on whatever. It cuts hair by itself. Ooh, that looks cool." You click on it, you go to it, and it says, "We're currently sold out,
So the question is, how many
but
are
give
gonna
us
be
your
on the exam?
email address, name, phone number, what state
Spending
you're
time with the
You know
ones
what I'm
you
saying?
love is priceless.
The watering
That's why
hole.
delivery
They're
proudly
gathering
serves
information.
Supers makes grocery
Sell your
shopping
data too.
They sell your data.
Yeah.
Watch out for
We'll deliver
those.
your groceries
And
in
they're
our
paying for
refrigerated truck
ads,
and bring them
right?
to your door. King Supers, fresh.
Brand impersonation, just did it. Type squatting,
No, I tried.
I'm
Help
gonna
people customize and
buy
save
every domain name possible
I don't know.
that could spell
Do not know.
Home Depot
I know there will be some.
in any way. The E could be turned backwards. I'm gonna call it a 3. Home Depot. Home Depot. D3POT.
There's some people who said,
DP0T.
I got 7.
Any variation, I'm
I'm
gonna
like,
buy it.
I
That's
really
type
went
squatting.
through 7
Mm.
performance-based questions.
I remember on the test there were a few questions pertaining to just that last entire row that you just went over.
Yeah, so you gotta look out when you get something like this.
I don't know the algorithm they use. I don't know the process they use. I don't know how they determine how many you will get. I don't know any of that.
Home
All I
Depot.
know is you'll probably get
That's a
like
0.
which
I
is why
press the
put
O with a
about
0 and then
'cause that's
the E is a 3 backwards.
somewhat round.
Hopefully you're reading this too fast and you're not catching on to what I'm doing.
In there,
Right.
but I think it's
So
probably about
I
that.
can get that in any
If you get more
variation.
than that, great. If you get more than that, at least you're prepared. But that's the idea. It's probably
All right.
about 5. And that's the reason in my book.
Okay,
5 performance
here we go to
questions.
vulnerabilities.
That's
With
usually
application,
about
you can have memory injection.
So that's my recommendation. If
That's
you
when
have
I'm
65
taking,
or
let's say,
65, if you get fewer, that's
You know
great.
those
It's
initialization
not
files we
much
were talking about?
See, that's a good.
The
I think that's-
init-
99.
Yeah.
And it helps spool up an
Let's see if we can
application.
get one more quick question.
Well, all of that has to go somewhere. It's gonna, part of that program goes into memory first, so it could be in use.
This list, or we
So
go
you can
through
take advantage of that and have a, what they
and
call a
break
memory
down what these
injection.
happen to be.
So anything that goes into memory, you can
Other questions?
contaminate
Here's
it,
a good one.
or
This is
the
probably a
file
good one
needs
to,
to be
to
executable
work
in
with.
memory.
This from Edwin, who says, okay, so we can take
Are
this
you
testing center.
are you able to
Get on the
put
bus,
the
get on your bike, go to
uh
testing center.
put the explanation of the answers that are presented here, like in a more question format, just to make it more applicable. Even though you're explaining it as application, but just so we can get just a little bit more familiarized in answering it in a question format when given
Gotcha.
when given with different options.
Take our exam at home, right?
Gotcha.
Maybe or maybe.
All right, here's one.
There are advantages and disadvantages to both, of course. You know, the testing
Microsoft created a new Adobe.
You know exactly where
Let's stick
the
with our
testing
theme.
center is. You know
We have
the
Adobe
tools
program
will be
that looks pretty
available.
good.
It would be very unusual for them to have some type of issue with
IT Elaine
connectivity or
needs to
internet
get the
because they're all
new
up and running.
Adobe
Designed
program
this room
that came out in
specifically
2025,
for taking
and he
exams.
went to
And they have built
an
in processes
alternate
and
website
procedures
to
for doing
get
this as
it.
efficiently as possible.
If he downloads it,
That's a no, as I
with
mentioned, a known
one
process. You know
attack, he
exactly
could
the
be
process. And there's very
vulnerable
little
to.
setup you have to do. You just show up with an ID,
Could be
you take your exam.
a Trojan,
That's it. Very
could
little
be
required from your
memory injection.
If you take your
Now,
exam
the way
at
I
home,
phrased that question, I
it's a lot
said
more you have to do.
initially,
It's
this will
not
cover another one for you.
difficult.
If he downloads this program
Because
from an
your house
alternate
is
site,
not
when
as
I say
secure as
alternate
the
site, what does that mean?
And they want your house.
I gave you
Not
a
the
brand
manufacturer's
name.
website.
Say again, Brian?
Not the manufacturer's website.
Not the manufacturer's website.
Yeah.
Elaine went to an alternate site to get it because he got it at a cheaper cost. Well, he just, there it is, the vulnerability. He's not going through a manufacturer approved.
Yeah.
He's getting what they call Trojan software.
I just failed the exam.
Because the risk is it's repackaged software with bad stuff in it, right? That's one aspect.
Okay.
Let's look at it this way. If the question comes up and says, IT professional Elaine sourced alternate download for Adobe because the manufacturer's website was down. He noticed after install, the computer started acting funny, and he kept getting system errors saying out of memory. What attack is he
When we shop
under
for
right now?
our store, we really try to
Buffer?
have an array of price points.
Could be,
We've
well, if
been
it
able to
specifically
find
said
things
memory
that are
running low,
colorful, that bring
memory
joy and
injection.
feel in line with
Or
our
it could be a
values. It's
buffer.
been a really amazing opportunity for
Could
us.
be a buffer, right? Buffer affects virtualization, memory, virtual memory, and a lot of other stuff.
Pesticides or fragrances.
But it could be one of those two.
Powerful protection.
For us looking at the question, even though both of those are closely related, but the primary one would be the memory injection.
Yep, because he says he's getting low memory alerts.
Okay.
Or it could be a memory injection.
So I think if you're someone who is in the
Now let's look at race conditions.
and you've gone through those.
It's a race. Today's, whoever saw that movie Rat Race?
Yeah.
Y'all remember that?
Don't remember that.
It's like Cannonball Run back in the day. You got 5 teams trying to get a prize at a train station, right? They're all racing to the same destination. But the thing is, you can have multiple programs creating a race condition because they're all fighting at the same time for the same memory space. That's race condition. Okay? They're all fighting for the same memory allocation. Time of check and time of use for TOC and TOU, those two are in constant flux. Okay? Time of check and time of use of that memory allocation. Race conditions. This applies to applications. Right? Then you can have the malicious update. It's that nothing about it's good.
Yeah.
It could be a repackaged update. You got it, you sideloaded it from some website you really didn't know about. Hey, I've gotten viruses early on too from going to websites I wasn't supposed to. And got yep, have to reformat my whole system. Now, next you'll have web-based vulnerabilities.
Now, if you're not ready for
SQL.
that, Now it's
SQL injection.
they just told me to
That's
move
when
my
you're
hand.
taking
Now, is there anything else I'm doing? I wonder.
commands
I hope I
from the
didn't cause a
SQL
problem.
language,
Are we still on?
trying
Are we
to
still taking-
break the
Like,
database.
already read through.
That's when you start seeing things like 1 equals 1 equals
Sorry.
whatever.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Could be the user equals this password
Two-step.
and mix so many different
And as long as you
variants of
understand
that.
the requirements,
That's where you get the SQL
you'll know
injection.
those types of things.
Now, this is what you gotta keep in mind.
You'll be able to breeze right through it. And there are people that all the time talk about taking their exams at home, and they say, I've
think I
taken
spelled that wrong.
20
No, it's
exams at
footnotes.
home, and I've never run into a problem.
Yeah, I can read more about this or see this in the lesson plans.
SQL injection?
Mm-hmm.
It's better to see this if you're on Googly. If you're on YouTube, let me bring up the YouTuber. Can y'all see my screen? No?
No.
Dang. I don't do Messer because he's just gonna talk about it. This is a SQL injection. Here we go.
Welcome to the Hacksplaining video tutorial series. In this video, we will learn about SQL injection, one of the most common and dangerous methods hackers can use to attack your website. This is the vulnerable application we'll be trying to hack with a SQL injection attack. Here are the application logs. Watch what happens here when we interact with the vulnerable application. First, let's try guessing the password. Okay, so guessing the password didn't work. Let's try adding a quote character after the password. The application crashed with an unexpected error. What could that mean? The logs show a SQL syntax error. This indicates that the quote character messed something up in an unexpected way. This is what the application code looks like behind the scenes. Watch how the SQL code gets built as we enter the login details. Let's enter the password with a trailing quote character once more. The quote is inserted directly into the SQL string and terminates the query early. This is what caused the syntax error we saw in the logs. This behavior indicates that the application might be vulnerable to SQL injection. Now, let's try a specifically crafted password.
1 equals 1.
And we're in. We successfully gained access to the application without having to guess the password using SQL injection. The double dashes we entered caused the database to ignore the rest of the SQL statement, allowing us to be authenticated without having to supply the real password. SQL injection is one of the most prevalent vulnerabilities on the internet. If you only have time to protect yourself against one vulnerability, you should be checking for SQL injection in your codebase. Click on the link to learn how to protect yourself.
That's a SQL injection. So, what needs to happen is these web developers or database, they need to do what they call input validation. So as they're coding it, input validation, they need to be trying to break it while they're building it. You should have people they're trying to break it while you're trying to build it. That way you can see all the reactions that are coming back from the SQL database. That's why most of them, they'll put commands like that come back. They're called null commands. Null means 0, meaning give me 0 responses. Null. So you're leaving me to guess. I don't know. It's not giving me anything. I'm not helping you either. I'm not helping you hack me. So I'm not going to give you a response if you get it wrong. It's going to be null, right? So you might see that on the exam too. All right, cross-site scripting, that's when I'm injecting something into the website. I can right-click on any website, look at inspect data, try to jack the site. NITCO is one of those that you can use, and you might see this. Did y'all see the term NITCO on Security Plus yet?
NITCO?
NITCO, N-I-T-K-O?
No,
I can't remember. I can't say.
No.
Use that in Kali Linux and it'll help you see if you have a problem. But with cross-site scripting, I know for a fact with these two, Open OWASP, you can use OWASP baselines to help you shore that up. All right. Open Web Application Security Protocol. Hardware, make sure the firmware is good, end of life, legacy, make sure that's all good. Take legacy machines off the main network. You might want to segment and put them on their own network if you still have to use it. And then if they're on their own LAN, you can put extra security on that network if the computers can't keep up to what they're required to have. You just make sure that segmentation has a lot of stuff. IDS, IPS, Unified Threat Management System, Wireshark is scanning it. You get what I'm saying? You just put more security. And believe it or not, there are a lot of companies that still use out-of-date stuff because they need it. Their company database is so big, they can't afford to move it, so they're still using old stuff.
Yeah.
Virtual machine escape. That means if a hacker gets into one virtual machine in the cloud, they will escape from one and get into another. They're escaping. Now they're navigating your cloud environment. If it's on-prem, like these machines, I'm touching the hard drive, I'm touching the computer, that's lateral movement if it's on-prem. Lateral, side to side. You can do resource reuse. You can make it appear that something's coming from one computer, but it actually is coming from another one. Right? That's how I can set Elaine up. It looks like his computer. He's doing espionage, but I'm actually pulled it from his computer, extraction, exfiltration from something else. Right? I think we were talking about this before. About the resource reuse.
I remember kind of with the port reuse thing.
See if they have a video. They're not doing that. Nothing here. All right, since we're here though, let's look at this. Just so we get some validation.
Hello everyone. In this session of CCNA series, I'll discuss about wireless encryption. So what is encryption and why is it used? Encryption is the process of converting data into a cryptic format or code when it is transmitted on a network. Encryption is used to protect data. The message contained in an encrypted message is referred to as plain text. In its encrypted, unreadable form, it is referred to as ciphertext. An intruder may be able to capture encrypted data, but he or she would not be able to decipher it in any reasonable amount of time. Wireless encryption secures your wireless network and is used along with an authentication protocol. It requires a password or a network key when a user or device tries to connect or access the data. If your wireless network isn't secure, unauthorized user could access your network and obtain personal information or use your internet connection for malicious or illegal activity.
Okay, yes, I had that backwards. Brian, you were correct, sir. TKIP used to be used for enterprise as the standard. They moved to AES, WPA to enterprise, which works better for the network over TKIP now. There you go. Temporal key. Go ahead, Mike. What you got?
Just confused the hell out of me.
Oh, my bad.
I get what you're saying, but it was like, okay, so AES and TKIP.
Yeah, TKIP was old deprecated because they could guess the key when it's being exchanged.
Oh.
Yep. So AES is the new standard, but now they have AES Enterprise, which replaced TKIP for Enterprise. Yeah. It's not a key. It's not like I had an apartment and I say y'all can come over every time you want, and you and Elaine had the same key.
So it's AES to AES Enterprise?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Way to go, Brian. Wait a minute. I do this for everybody. Because y'all be paying attention. We're here to get the right info. Boo, yeah, he gets rockets today. All right, back to the video.
Which can degrade your network performance and speed. Following are the types of encryption available for wireless network. That's WEP, TKIP, and AES. WEP, also known as Wired Equivalent Privacy, uses the RC4 cipher algorithm to make every wireless data frame private and hidden from eavesdroppers. The same algorithm encrypts data at the sender and decrypts it at the receiver. WEP is considered to be the weakest of the available encryption methods.
Weakest.
We have Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. Was originally created in order to help address the natural shortcomings found with the web encryption. It uses the same RC4 encryption algorithm which is used in web. However, TKIP is more secure and has an additional feature called Message Integrity Check, or MIC. MIC is designed to protect both the data payload and header, prevents network attackers from conducting bit flip attacks on encrypted network traffic. During this type of network attack, an intruder will first intercept an encrypted message, then he or she will alter the message and retransmit the data packet. MIC help prevents this type of attacks. Then we have AES, also known as Advanced Encryption Standard. Encryption algorithm, a widely supported encryption type for all wireless network that contain any confidential data. It uses Rindal algorithm and is considered significantly stronger than RC4. AES provides a high level of security and is the encryption of choice for the US federal government and NASA. It is considered to be the most secure and fast method available for network encryption. AES is also used along with a protocol called CCNP, also known as Cipher Block Chaining Message Authentication Protocol. AES is also used along with a protocol called GCMP, also known as Galois Counter Mode Protocol. It's a robust authentication encrypted suite that is more secure and more efficient than CCMP. These encryption methods are required to be used along with the wireless security protocols to secure your wireless network. Different types of wireless security protocols were developed for wireless network protection, such as WEP, WPA, WPA2, and WPA3, all serving the same purpose but being different at the same time. We'll have a detailed discussion about those protocols in the later part of the CCNA series. That's it for this session. I hope this was informative for you.
All right, so that's a basic breakdown of those. With the AES Enterprise is better for certificates and keys. AES Enterprise, not the TKIP, not the temporal key. Yeah.
So which one's for small office?
AES.
And which one's for networks?
AES Enterprise.
Okay.
It used to be AES, you could use TKIP. Excuse me, WPA2 or WPA TKIP. But they moved up to get better security. Yeah. Now I did hear Brian, right? He's getting confused, right? It's like, what? So WPA could be used with TKIP. WEP was the old standard. It was deprecated. Then they came up with temporal key. And then it used to be, they called it flipping a bit, where you could turn it on and off, gain access, change it. Then that was like, no, we're not doing that. Then it went to WPA2 AES, Advanced Encryption Standard. Now it's up to WPA3 SA. I see you, what did we say? Quentin Tarantino making a movie. Got the movie shots going.
Yeah, playing with it.
Man, sometimes I forget. I need you guys. When y'all read this stuff, I got a lot of stuff floating in my head, so I do not mind when you say, wait a minute, is it that?
Yeah.
Well, I guess so. It's all good. All right. All right, what else we got? Let's take a break, y'all. Take a break. All right, let's peek back in the other room. Let's see what the other peoples are doing. And then see if we can get back in here for at least another half hour or so, like around 5. Does that sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
I see you throwing a house party while we're gone. Slackers. If y'all didn't take a break, go ahead and take one. We're gonna take one. All right. See y'all back here in about 10 minutes.
Practice to school and from school.
Whole new Network Plus transition going on right now between the 008 and 009. If you think you know anything about networking, tomorrow we'll do this again. Of course, I'll have my after show again. You can ask more questions again afterwards. So I'll have questions for you during the first hour. You can have questions for me during the second hour. And we can do this. It'll be a great way to end the week. It'll be a great way to end the month. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for that as well. If you enjoyed this video, we would love it if you gave it a thumbs up. We'd love it even more if you went over to our YouTube channel and subscribe. You can find it at professormesser.com/YouTube. Of course, we've got our course notes, our practice exams, and so much more for Security Plus to help you through. We'll be over on Discord after this. If you have any specific questions or you just want to help study with other folks that happen to be there, you can find that at professormesser.com/Discord. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here. We love doing these study groups. We thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time on the Security Plus study group. Thanks, everybody.
At K Supers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
And we are live with today's SY0701 Security Plus Study Group. We are in the very last minutes of setting up. This is our pre-show. Let's pop out the chat. Now I can see the chat room, my chat room. We've got stream help here, so I can keep an eye on that. We're looking at our streaming numbers here, which look very good. So far, so good. It is a very busy day. I always seem to schedule these around some type of tropical disturbance. And today is no difference. Today we are ready for tropical storm force winds to come to the area. So that's where I am right now, is dealing with making sure that I don't have anything outside that can blow away. That's the important part. So we're in good shape. So far though, internet is good. It's actually quite nice outside right now. We've got a bit of time before the storm gets here. So we're just waiting for the rain at this point. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Hey, chat room. How's everybody doing? I guess I should put up the map, right? About where you are joining us from. We'll open that poll. There we go. And we'll make it so that you can put your virtual pen into this. Well, that's not going to work. There we go. That's a better look. Hit the right buttons. That works a lot better. We have all new Security Plus questions for you once we get started. This is not the live show yet. We're not there. This is the pre-show. So we're getting there. At the top of the hour where the actual show begins. The folks are checking in from all over. We got folks here from the UK, from Washington, D.C., from Tennessee, from Connecticut, from New Jersey, from Puerto Rico. We got Romania, New York City. We got Poland. We got folks checking in from everywhere. So where's the Canadians here? There's Jacksonville. Hey, Floridians, fellow Floridians that are at the tropical storm / hurricane watch. Hopefully you're in good place. You're in good place. Well, Jacksonville, you are in a good place. You're far enough away. It's still going to be windy. It's still going to be rainy, but at least it'll be far enough away. Thanks for being here, Tejas. We got Montreal, Ontario. So glad to see the Canadians checking in. I will absolutely let Mrs. Professor Messer know. We have Ghana, Nigeria, Indiana, Lebanon, and Singapore. More Jacksonville. We got folks all over. Thank you for being here, by the way. Thank you for joining us on our Security Plus. I, of course, have all new questions for you. This will be posted on the channel. These live streams are automatically posted to the Security Plus playlist. There's a user group or a study group playlist, and then also the main channel of the site at professormesser.com/YouTube. As soon as we're done here, I hit the stop button, and then it automatically adds it. So I don't even have to do anything, which is my favorite kind of work, is I push a button and magically things happen behind the scenes. So that works well. Professor, I can't find myself in your Discord server. I'm not sure what that means, but you can always join our Discord at professormesser.com/Discord. So it's always available. It's always there. Let's go ahead and pause the video because it makes me a little crazy. We got about 6 minutes before we get started. There it goes. Let me do a last check. Video looks good. These are my video inputs. These 4 that are in the middle of that screen are the important ones. There's me. There's the bird cam, which is what you're seeing right now. There is the screen in front of me that is reflected in that 3rd panel. And then the 4th one is what's on this laptop right here. So I usually will switch between 1 or more of those. And then I have 4 more cameras I don't even use, that you don't even see. Because how many more angles of me do you really need? We need one from here, we need one from this side, we need one from above. We do not. We don't need any of those. Let's check on me. Am I looking good so far? I'm looking as good as I can possibly look. We'll go with that. We'll go with That's as good as it gets, right there. So it's not going to get any better than that. That's the way it goes. Let's plug in our phones so that we are fully charged when the storm hits. I don't know if I'll be losing any power or not where I am, but that's certainly a possibility as this storm comes through. It's a big one. It's a big one. Please turn on subtitles. This is a live event, and real-time closed captioning is not available on a live event. I mean, it is if I paid someone to do it. It would cost thousands of dollars. So once this is done, though, and it is on the YouTube channel, YouTube will go back through it and use their magic to automatically add machine-generated closed captions. So that will be on it then. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to provide real-time subtitles. I'm so sorry. Real-time closed captioning. But you can follow along on the screen. A lot of the things we're going to do are on the screen, so that helps too. 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes, Mr. Sinatra. We're going to get things going. Let's do one last check here. Everything looks all right. We've got these. This is here. That looks good. These look fine over here. Lights are working. Video is looking good. A little bit of a little bumpy there in the graph. Don't often see it move up to 2%, but there it is. There is, there's a lot of video. I send all this video stream directly to YouTube, and then YouTube sends it to you. So as long as I can get it to YouTube, I'm not worried about the other parts of this. I just want it to all work for you. We'll see how that goes too. We got another couple minutes before we get started. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Get comfortable, grab a beverage, make yourself comfortable, get a good place to sit, hang out. This will be good. Hopefully you'll like these questions we have for today. I like that we're in the 701 exclusively now. We obviously retired the 601 earlier in the summer. So there it is. If you're running OBS, there's a real-time subtitle plugin. Well, I'm not running OBS, so there's no plugin for me.
Just that.
Do you want back?
No, it's fine.
Come back soon.
If you insist.
You know you come back more than one at a time.
I'm just working up the courage to ask you out.
OBS has its own challenges. That would be the one good thing OBS can do, assuming real-time subtitles sounds sketchy. It does not sound like that's something that would work very well. Certainly not with the topics we cover. OBS has its own problems, though. So you would get real-time closed captioning, but then you'd have to deal with all the idiosyncrasies of OBS, of which there are many, because I used to use OBS. I used to be an OBS user. I would have a big machine in the back. It would be my OBS machine. And of course, it was running Windows, and it had video drivers. These things would automatically update and then break the entire system. So I'd walk in for a live stream, I'd power it on, and none of it would work. And I'd have to spend an hour troubleshooting what the update changed in OBS. It was a mess. This, I turn it on and it works. That's it. That's what I was looking for. So OBS, though, does have its advantages. It is quite a powerful little program, and when you get it running the way you like, it's actually quite nice. I enjoyed using it when I did, but there's just too much involved in the management and maintenance of it for me to be happy with using it over a long term. So I threw it out and got something that was a little more purpose-built, which is this appliance from Blackmagic Design, which is their 4K streaming box. Ironically, it's the 4K streaming box that I do not stream at 4K. I stream it at 1080p. And I do that because the interaction on YouTube, you see it about 10 seconds after I say it. So that's what that's about. Okay. So let's now kind of focus on getting things going here. I think I got about less than a minute to go. We've got that that screen is in its right place. That's in the right place. These are running. Recordings are going down here. You can't even see the silence down here very well anymore, can you? There they are. They're running there. We'll make sure that things get going. And I think we can probably get this ready. There's the noticing. The rain's starting. How about that? Let's find our keynote. Oh, and look, there's an update. Just what you want to see when you're ready to start a live stream. Let's continue and hope for the best. We'll hit the button. Do we get a green light? We do. I'm sure it'll be fine. What's the worst thing that can happen? Well, it's time for a live stream, everybody. Let's get this thing started. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the September 2024 Professor Messer SY0701 Security Plus Study Group. This is the study group where I ask you questions that come directly from the CompTIA exam objectives, and you are then going to put together a list of things that perhaps can help you answer some of these. We'll have to figure out, did you get it right? Did you get it wrong? We'll go through the whole process here. The way that you can join us and answer these questions if you are here live is to simply visit this page right here, professormesser.com/QA. And this will take you to a question. I guess I should put the question up on the screen so that we can see it. Go to professormesser.com/QA. You'll see a message that says, when power is removed from an inline IPS, all network traffic stops. Which of the following would describe this functionality? And one of the things, of course, the standing rules we have is please no answers in the chat room, please no hints in the chat room. The possible answers on this one are high availability, parallel processing, load balancing, cold site, or fail closed. Number of different topics there, all of them topics from the CompTIA exam objectives. Hopefully it's some that you recognize. High availability, parallel processing, load balancing, cold site, and fail closed. This is a question from a previous study group that we do first to see if you're able to remember how to get in and use this front end. So make sure that it works, more importantly. Here is the link to go to that front end. Go to professormesser.com/QA to answer that question. We will come back to that question in just a bit. Well, thank you for joining us. This is our Security Plus study group. We do a number of study groups throughout the month. We do 2A Plus study groups. We do a Network Plus study group. This is our last study group of the month. Now, of course, we're not here doing a live stream. You can, of course, go to our Twitter at professormesser.com/Twitter. I guess it's now X. Go to our X, whatever that means. You also have this weekly pop quiz question that I post there, so it might be a good thing to look at. I also post this question to our Instagram. You can find that at professormesser.com/Instagram with a pretty picture along with it. And of course, if you have not seen our Security Plus course, our entire course is available for you to watch for free. The entire thing, every minute of every video. Nothing's behind a paywall. You don't have to register to do anything. You simply go to professormesser.com/YouTube and you can watch the same.
Transparency in the supply chain is no longer optional. It's essential. Today's global supply chain is more complex than ever. Businesses must now trace product life cycles digitally.
Of course, it's all there. So another nice thing that the internet brings is the ability to share these videos. I'm more than happy to bring these to you. And while you're there, it'd be great if you subscribe. If you like these videos, it'd be even great for you to give them a thumbs up as well. It sure helps us as we are working with our friends at YouTube to bring even more additions to this channel. There's some interesting things happening. Hopefully by the end of the year, you'll see some things happening with the channel and some of the new features that YouTube is making available to us. Thanks to you. Thank you so much for doing that. Also let you know that we will no longer be talking about the SY0601. For those of you that were tracking it, it retired in July of 2024. The current version of the exam is the SY0701. This is one that was released in November of 2023. So it's been out almost a year at this point. It is estimated to retire somewhere around May of 2027. So this is the version that you should be studying for. There are people in other countries, non-English speaking countries, that can still take the 601 until the end of the year. So those videos are still available on my site. I have an archive link for those. But for those of us that are in English speaking countries, we have all transitioned to the 701. So that's the difference. If you're seeing that on the website, you're wondering what the differences between those might be. Both of these are a single exam. So you take the 701, it's a 90-minute exam. You get a maximum of 90 questions. You could get fewer than 90 questions. And you need to earn a passing score of 750 on a scale from 100 to 900. It's an odd scale. It's an odd scoring system. We aren't exactly sure how they score things. But we do know that that entire process is one that hopefully you will eventually end up with a 750 or better to pass your exam. These are the things, if you are someone who is working on this exam, there's a little too many of me on the screen right there, isn't there? If you're working on this exam, then one of the things that you should focus on is the version of the exam that you're planning to take. And now there's a single version. That certainly helps. It takes a lot of the questions out of the mix as to what you need to take, which I think is a good thing. We can now all focus on the SY0701, and all of the questions that we do today will be specific to the SY0701. We'll also let you know that some people would like to have offline versions of the videos. They would like to have audio versions of these videos, and they can have them in their car or while they're working out. Maybe you'd like our course notes or our practice exams. We'll talk about some of those later on in this study group. And if you'd like a bundle with all of this together, it's something that you can support our website by going to professormesser.com/701SB or follow the links on the main menus of the website. This will be available on YouTube immediately afterwards for replay. I also create an audio-only podcast version so that you can listen to these study groups wherever you happen to be. And they're even on a number of different streaming services. So if you're on Spotify, you can simply search for Professor Messer on Spotify, and you'll see all of our study groups listed there. You can also join our podcast page. If you have a podcast listening program, the RSS feeds are there. You can go to professormesser.com/podcast to get your hands on those. Our A+ and Network Plus study groups are also on that page. Also let you know that somewhere in the next day or so, my marketing manager, Lori, will be watching this on the replay. Hi, Lori. Everybody say hi to Lori. She's watching the screen go by with the replay chat, and she's able to watch this probably at 2x speed. And she puts in all of these timestamps that you will find in the YouTube video description. This is one great benefit of having these. We go back years with this. These are not created automatically. It's not some type of magic. It is certainly not AI. And the way that you know that is that these are correct. These are legitimate links going to the correct place in the video. That's how you know they were done properly by a human. So if you are someone who's looking for a certain question, a certain answer, or maybe something in the after show, you'll find it in the YouTube video description. So something else that can help you find exactly what you are looking for. Now, of course, we're not doing these all the time. We're certainly spending time on other things. And when we are here and not running a live stream, you can find us on our Discord. We have plenty of people in the Discord. It's a fantastic community of thousands of people that have come together to one place to study for their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and other industry certifications. You can find this at professormesser.com/discord. A number of people will start up their own study room with streaming audio and streaming video. You could even start one yourself. Have a lot of people get together and study yourself for these exams. If you ever have a question about any of the topics that are in the exam objectives, there are so many people on this Discord that can help you answer those questions. Find out more about that. Join our Discord at professormesser.com/discord. Eventually, you will need to take this exam, and these exams are not free, unfortunately. There is a cost associated with taking these exams. The exams, though, you can get at a discounted rate. If you happen to live in the U.S., Canada, or U.S. territory, you can purchase discounted vouchers from my website. These are the same vouchers you can get on the CompTIA website, but you aren't paying as much. I think that's a great benefit. And of course, I like to give you not just a discount, I'd like to give you a little bit more. So you also get, if you purchase the vouchers from my site, a copy of my Exam Hacks ebook, where I've documented a list of tips and tricks that I've accumulated through the years, not only in my study process, but during the exam itself. Some topics that might help you get a few extra points on your exam. These are things that might help you, and that's why I'm including them for free if you purchase the voucher at professormesser.com/vouchers. Now, this is also something you can't buy separately. You can only get this if you buy a voucher or you buy a success bundle. So this is something that's relatively exclusive to you, and I think it's something that can really help you as you're planning to take that final step into taking your exam. Find out more about that at professormesser.com/vouchers. Let's go to the question we asked earlier, which was, when power is removed from an inline IPS, all network traffic stops. Which of the following would describe this functionality? Would that be high availability, parallel processing, load balancing, cold site, or fail closed? And if I recall, you did very good on this earlier in the year. Let's see how we did on this one. We did very good on this time as well. 71% of you say the answer is fail closed. We have 12% that say cold site, 7% say high availability, 4% say load balancing, and 3% said parallel processing. Fail closed means that when something fails, the entire system stops. So if you were to pull power out of an IPS that was sitting in line, and for example, an inline IPS is a very technical forwarding process. The data flows into one interface and it flows out another. We refer to these interfaces as the Gazinda interface and the Gazada interface. So that is the technical term for those things. So when you lose power, if that IPS is not set up to continue to pass traffic, all the traffic stops. So when it fails, you've now closed that connection. You've closed the door on that data. And if you had a bypass system in place, there are other things that you can get to go with an IPS or a firewall or any type of network appliance that would allow it to continue to run if you lose power. We refer to that as fail open. And in that scenario, you'd be using some type of optical bypass or copper-based bypass or some other system. So in that case, fail closed is the one we were looking for. Cold site refers to a disaster recovery location where there is no type of data, no hardware. It's just an empty room, effectively. So we refer to those as cold sites. They have nothing to do with inline IPSs or network traffic flows. High availability, this would actually be the opposite of high availability. You lose power to a system, everything stops. So that is low availability. That is no availability. So it would not be high availability. If you had two IPSs, what is the plural of IPSs? If you had two of those systems, you lost power to one, the other one could pick up the load. We refer to that as high availability. There's other high availability systems that you can put in there, but that's a very common way to implement HA, as we say in the industry, high availability. We also have load balancing. That's another way to provide a failover process. Many load balancers have a failover function built into them. Not only can they balance the load, they can recognize when a system is no longer available and then change how they're balancing the data. So load balancing is another way to allow systems to continue to run, which in this case did not happen, so it would not be a load balancer. And parallel processing is when you have multiple processes that are you have multiple systems that are processing threads on multiple systems simultaneously. It's one of those situations that's relatively unusual to find. Often parallel processing happens within the same system, but you can also have parallel processing occurring on multiple systems simultaneously, especially if it's a very complex process and you can use multiple CPUs to do that. One of those very interesting systems and ways to set that up. But in this case, we're talking about an IPS and traffic not flowing. Therefore, fail close would be the right answer. And 71% of you got that one absolutely correct. Well,
The Murdochs have a history of covering things up.
Family first. Be careful. These are very powerful people.
All this Flex foam stays dry and fresh. See what foam can do for you.
Done. Well, as many of you know, when you sit down to take the Security Plus exam, the first set of questions you get on your exam are not multiple choice. So the question you see on your screen now, this is a multiple choice question. There's a question and there are multiple options that you could choose from. If you didn't know the answer, with these 5 different options here, you at least had a 20% chance of getting the answer right just by guessing, just by a random number generator. And in fact, on your exam, you probably only have 4 options to choose from, so your chances go up to 25%. But CompTIA doesn't want to make it that easy on you. They want to see if you really know your stuff. And for that reason, the first handful of questions that you get on your exam will not be multiple choice questions. They will be performance-based questions. Performance-based questions are questions that are anything but multiple choice. They could be fill in the blank. They could put you in a command prompt, although we don't have any command prompts on the Security Plus. It might be a matching question. It could be a drag and drop question. You might have to put things in a particular order. There are a lot of different ways to ask questions. But the one thing that will always be true for these performance-based questions is they all are based on the exam objectives. So as I like to say, it doesn't really matter how they ask the question. If you know all of the topics, they can ask it any way they'd like. You're going to be able to get it right. And the questions themselves are relatively straightforward. So I have for you, as I do every study group, the first new question of every study group is a new performance-based question. And I have a performance-based question for you. This one is on authentication factors. So I have for you on the screen 5 different descriptions, and I want you to tell me what authentication factor is being used. So you'll notice I'm not giving you the authentication factors. If this was an actual exam, this would probably be a drag and drop. So they would list out on the screen all of the options, or maybe it's a pull-down menu that lists out all of the normal authentication factors you need to know, and you would choose from that list. But that seemed to be a little easy. So instead, I made this one a fill in the blank, which is definitely more difficult because you need to know what these factors are. And in reality, just so you're aware, on your exam, you're probably not going to get a fill in the blank question. CompTIA does not tend to ask fill in the blank questions. So let's go through these. I want you to provide the appropriate authentication factor for each of these descriptions. The first one is a text message contains a random login code or pseudo-random login code. What authentication factor is that? A data center door requires fingerprint verification. What authentication factor is that one? All mobile devices require a PIN, P-I-N, to unlock. And we're not talking like a physical PIN. Sensitive data may only be accessed from inside the building. What authentication factor is that one? And then lastly, all corporate passwords are 8 characters or more in length. What authentication factor would be associated with that one? So there's a little bit of a challenge here. You first have to know what the factors are, and then you would have to put those factors in their appropriate description, match them up. And some authentication factors may be listed more than once in this list to make it even more difficult, because that's really what it is. I want you to be thinking about this one. Authentication factors is obviously part of the CompTIA exam objectives, and this is a absolutely legitimate way. Notice that they're not really asking you for a definition of the factor. They're giving you a practical example, and then you have to apply the appropriate technology to the practical example. So that's a really good example, by the way, of how CompTIA tends to ask questions on the exam. Very rarely is it, if ever, is it a trivia question? Is it a definition, or what does the abbreviation mean? That kind of thing. So they really want you to understand what's happening behind the scenes, what's happening underneath the surface. So hopefully this is something that you are familiar with. This is authentication factors. If you are not familiar with the authentication factors, we will go through a number of these in just a moment. You will absolutely be familiar with them before we are done today. So this is, again, for those listening in, provide the appropriate authentication factor for each description. And they are: a text message contains a random login code. A data center door requires fingerprint verification. All mobile devices require a PIN to unlock. Sensitive data may only be accessed from inside the building. And all corporate passwords are 8 characters or more in So let's go through each one of those, and let's see if we can match what we think the appropriate authentication factor would be for each one of those. So if you are logging into a site, you provide your username and your password, and one very common authentication factor that you often will see is these sites will text you a text message with a code.
At King Soopers, you never compromise. You get up high quality that's guaranteed fresh and down low prices in every aisle. With quality and savings that add up, King Soopers shoppers never compromise. King Soopers, fresh for everyone.
Dear crew, with an adult-sized third row, everyone's welcome. Slip in, stretch out, and let's go. Toyota, let's go places.
Now, we can absolutely argue over whether that would be a secure authentication factor, and there's a fine argument to be made regarding SMS or text messages and their usefulness in authentication factors. Let's just ignore that for the moment and decide what authentication factor would that be. And if we were to select one, that would be something you have. That is the authentication factor that we were looking for. How is a random login code something you have? Well, because it had to send a text message to that, and theoretically, you would be the only one who had your phone who would receive that text message. Now, there are obvious issues and challenges with this, which is why it's probably not a great way to authenticate with a factor these days, but it is at least some type of authentication that can be added to this. So because you have to have your phone to receive the text message, or you have to have your computer to receive the text message, you can, on many computers, receive text messages. Because of that, it is something you have. Otherwise, you would never receive the text, you would never have the code, and you would not be able to log in. Let's do another one. The next on our list is a data center door requires fingerprint verification. I used to have a data center door where I'd have to use my handprint as a type of verification, as a type of authentication factor. And because it's part of you, it's a biometric, it's a fingerprint, it's a something associated with facial recognition, it's a handprint, it is something you are. That is the key to this one, something you are. So if you're someone who is focusing on an authentication factor where it's part of you, then it is that biometric something you are is the factor that we were looking for. Next on our list is all mobile devices require a PIN, P-I-N, to unlock. Your mobile device might have a personal identification number associated with it. You have to put in your personal identification number to unlock the mobile device. That is certainly an important consideration, and if that is something you are using, the only way that you would know what that PIN is that you've memorized it. It's in your brain somewhere. And when you memorize these things, you would be the only person who knows that. Because at this point, we really don't have a way to go into your brain to get that personal identification number out. So in that case, it would be something you know, something that only you know, something that is something in your brain. So you would absolutely know that. Next on our list is sensitive data may only be accessed from inside the building. This is not an unusual security process, especially if your organization has very sensitive data that you deal with, and they want to be sure that the only people who can view that data are people that are inside the building. They may prevent and restrict access. You can't VPN. You can't go through the process of coming from another location. You can't be at a remote site. You can't be at home. You have to be inside the building. And because of that, it's more of a geographic authentication factor. So this would be somewhere you are. Sometimes we can determine this based on GPS. Maybe it's based on an IP address that has been assigned to your system. There are a number of different ways to determine where you are, but it can absolutely be a valuable authentication factor, especially if you want to add some additional security to your network. And lastly, all corporate passwords are 8 characters or more in length, as they should be. So if you're putting in a password, you have to type that password in, something you can work through. And of course, your passwords, they're not written down on the yellow sticky next to you, are they? Of course they're not. So because of that, they are stored. Where would they be stored? They're stored in your brain. Passwords are something that is something you would know. And of course, that would be the factor that we would be looking at here. So those are the descriptions. A text message containing a random login code is something you have. That would be your phone. A data center door requires fingerprint verification. That's something you are. Should be biometrics. We have all mobile devices require a PIN to unlock. The PIN is something that you know that's in your brain. You've got sensitive data may only be accessed from inside the building. That would be somewhere you are. And then all corporate passwords are 8 characters or more in length. That would be something you know. So this is the set of objectives or the set of authentication factors that come from the objectives that you need to be aware of for this exam. These tend to change through different versions. So if you were studying for the 601, you may notice that the authentication factors that are listed in the exam objectives are slightly different on the 701. So I will absolutely tell you that you should always reference the exam objectives. And as we go through these topics today, make sure you have those available. We'll talk later on in the live stream on where you can get those objectives if you don't have those.
These songs rip out someone who is afraid. This Friday, The Freed, how big you can get. A classic is born. Let's burn this place down, John. Springsteen, rated PG-13, only theaters Friday.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as close to Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill today for a better deal. You don't know that?
Already. Let's now shift our gears back to a multiple choice question. Wouldn't that be nice? Our next question, something that might be a little bit easier for us to figure out, or at least give us a chance to guess at it. This question asks, a security researcher has discovered a malicious script hosted on a bank website. The script runs each time a customer logs in. Which of the following would best describe this attack type? Would this be phishing, supply chain attack, race condition, SQL injection, or watering hole attack? It's got to be one of those. And of course, if you think you know the answer, our standing rule, of course, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. You instead want to follow the link that's on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer to see if you happen to know what that one is. See if this is something that you're familiar with. This should be an attack type that you know. It does come directly from the exam objectives, but then again, all of the answers come directly from the exam objectives. And because of that, if you're noticing an answer that you don't recognize or you're not exactly sure what that answer is referring to, you may want to go back to your exam objectives. So make a note of that one so that you can go back and study that topic. It might be a topic that shows up on your actual exam. See if you know what this is. As always, of course, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. If you want to follow the link on your screen, go to professormesser.com/QA and lock in your answer. See if you happen to know what this one is. A lot of you already locked this one in. I'm thinking maybe we all know this one. Maybe this one's a gimme. We'll find out. The question again asks, a security researcher has discovered a malicious script hosted on a bank website. This script runs each time a customer logs in. Which of the following would best describe this attack type? Would it be phishing, supply chain attack, race condition, SQL injection, or watering hole attack? Let's see what you chose for this one. We'll stop the poll, and we see that we're a little bit torn on what we think this one might be. 45% of you, although not a majority, certainly is the plurality of you chose watering hole attack. 43% of you chose SQL injection. I have 6% that say race condition, 4% for supply chain attack, and less than 1% said phishing for this. So the two that we were really trying to figure out what this would be watering hole attack or SQL injection. So this is the ones that we need to break down here. Now, if we look at the question, nothing in the question tends to point towards a database. Nothing in the question tends to point towards us going around any existing web pages or accessing a database directly. In fact, nothing in this question has anything to do with the database. In fact, there might not even be a database associated with this website because nothing in the question tends to point us there. And for that reason alone, I would probably say SQL injection is super unlikely since there's no mention of any data injection and there's no mention of a database. So I'd throw that one out right away. That leaves us with 45% of you that said watering hole attack. And if you're someone who is really looking at the way people access or get access to you, the watering hole attack tends to make a lot more sense. This is because the malicious script was on a third-party site. It was not at the attacker's website, and it was not at the victim's website. It was at a third-party website. It was at a bank website. And this bank website, every customer that logs in now is going through this bank website. The attacker could have just as easily gone into the parking lot and thrown USB keys out, and someone would pick up the USB key, take it in the office, and plug it into a system. That's another great way to get into a system. And people are a lot smarter about that these days. It's harder to attack directly on. So you can't trust that even the USB key attack is going to work anymore. So what if you send it in an email? Well, people are getting good about filtering out emails. Your emails may have all of the attachments maybe already filtered out of that. That's not working either. So we need to have a way to get access to the victim. That's what the attackers are thinking. How can we get access to these victims? They're not clicking on attachments. They're not plugging in USB keys. What are we going to do? Well, one of the things you can do is now set up the attack somewhere else. Somewhere that the user, the victim, is going to visit. So this might be, if you know that everyone in the building orders from a sandwich shop, maybe that's where the malicious script is going to go. Or, in the case, this one that we have here, where it's on a bank website, this is actually ripped from the headlines, as they say, because this is an actual attack that occurred. The attackers went to a central bank website, waited for the users that they were hoping to find log in. Of course, their malicious script was running on everybody, but they were trying to find one particular victim. And eventually the victim logged in, and they were able to grab the information they needed based on that malicious script. That is the definition of a watering hole attack. So if you are someone who answered watering hole attack, you got that one absolutely correct. And of course, we've already described why SQL injection would not be the right answer. Would not be a race condition. There are not multiple things happening at the same time that would cause a conflict between those multiple things happening simultaneously. In this case, someone's logging in and a script is running. And there's no contention on either side of that. It's just something normally that will work there. The race condition, therefore, would not be applicable. Would also not be a supply chain attack because this is not part of a supply chain for the victim. This is someone logging into a third-party website, software as a service. They're on the bank website. So it's not part of the supply chain. It's more of a third-party service, and because of that, watering hole attack certainly applies. And phishing, of course, is a phishing attack done over voice. You've probably gotten these phone calls of people trying to scam you out of something because they call you on the phone and want to talk to you. It's so antiquated, but it must be working because they continue to do it. So phishing, although a very useful form of attack for the attackers, not something that's going to apply to someone running a script on a third-party website. The best description here is indeed watering hole attack, and 45% of you got that one absolutely correct. Well done. Let's do another one. I've got another question for you. This one asks, a company is configuring their systems for 802.1x. Which of the following would best describe this configuration? Would this be loop prevention, wireless encryption, server redundancy, authentication requirement, or file integrity monitoring. You have a number of options there. Of course, all of these directly from the exam objectives, but only one applies for this particular question. The question again asks, a company is configuring their systems for 802.1x. Which of the following would best describe this configuration? Is this loop prevention, wireless encryption, server redundancy, authentication requirement, or file integrity monitoring? If you think you know the answer, follow the link on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. It's got to be there somewhere. As always, of course, please.
All right, everybody, go ahead and take your last break of the day. I'm still on the call taking care of something real quick, but go ahead and take 10 minutes and see you in 10 minutes.
And lock in your answer. And for those of you that tend to put your answers in the chat room, only some of you are usually correct anyway. So it's probably best that we kept it to ourselves. ProfessorMesser.com/QA. This would be me putting in an answer. Oh, the answer is no, I got it wrong again. That's pretty much how I work every time to be able to make that happen. If you're ever in a situation where you're looking at this list, you're hopefully able to throw out some of these. So have a look at the things you know it could not be, and you can do a calculatus limitatus to that one. You can throw that one right out the window and maybe concentrate on what's left. So if you do get down to a guess, it should at least be an educated guess. Let's see how you did with this one. The question again asks, a company is configuring their systems for 802.1x. Which of the following would best describe this configuration? Is this loop prevention, wireless encryption, server redundancy, authentication requirement, or file integrity monitoring? Let's see what you chose. We'll stop the poll and see if you answered. And in this case, again, we're a little torn. We've got 51% that say authentication requirement and 41% that say wireless encryption. And then everything else drops down to 3% for server redundancy, 3% for file integrity monitoring, and 0% for the port loop prevention, which I thought would be at least one in that list because it is an 802.3 standard. But in this case, nobody bit on the 802.1x standard. 802.1x can best be described as network access control, or NAC, we often say in the industry.
Can your pad absorb everything and stay fresh? Always Flex Foam can. It's the only pad made with a flexible foam core that locks in blood and sweat while the top stays dry, keeping you up to 100% leak and odor free. See what foam can do for you.
Save money with Snapshot ProView. Instant savings on your commercial auto insurance and vehicle management tools at no extra cost. Snapshot ProView. Get a personalized rate for your business.
Network access control is one where we can limit someone's access to a network. They have to authenticate before they're even allowed in. Now this is great for things like wireless networks, where nobody gets on the wireless network unless you're able to provide the right username and password. It's very common to see 802.1x being used in a corporate environment on the wireless network because of that. And then we also have the questions about things like plugging into an open port in a conference room. You know, I've been in lots of conference rooms. Part of my previous job would be going from site to site, seeing customers, visiting 3 or 4 customers a day, and we'd be invited into their offices, usually into a conference room, and they usually will drop us off saying, we'll get the folks in here, they'll be in about 10 minutes. Well, now I've got 10 minutes in this conference room as a IT security professional, and there's a lot of ports on the wall. There's a lot of jacks where you can plug in. Hopefully that organization was using 802.1x, because even if I took my system and plugged it into one of those interfaces, I wouldn't have access to the network because network access control, or 802.1x, was enabled on that particular switch. And it would first prompt me for a username and password, and only then would I be able to gain access. Now, of course, since I walked in from off the street, I don't have a username and password. Therefore, they can comfortably leave me in that conference room and not worry that I'm going to plug into their network, because they already have the security tools in place to prevent access to the network by goofballs like me on their network. So in this case, having 802.1x provide an authentication requirement was the answer that we were looking for. Authentication requirements are an important consideration for keeping out the bad guys or people like me in the conference room or the wireless network. 802.1x is not associated with wireless encryption. 802.11 standards are associated with that. In this case, the X is not a placeholder. It's not a variable. That is the actual letter X. Very similar to the company formerly known as Twitter. It's an actual letter X. It's not a placeholder. It's not standing in for something else. 802.1x with a capital X is a standard name. The capitals are referencing an actual standard name. Whereas the lowercase letters on an IEEE standard, like 802.11n, 802.11ax, those refer to changes to an existing standard, in that case 802.11. So there's a little bit of IEEE trivia for you anyway. Not something you necessarily need to know for the exam, but a little piece of a little factoid that you can put into your brain for everything else we're doing. So 802.11 deals with wireless networks. 802.1x is not associated with wireless encryption. File integrity monitoring is a way to monitor a file, to watch files, or as we say here where I live, files that are on your system. And those files are usually not changing. And they're especially things like your operating system files, configuration files. Those are files that should not be modified at any time, so you can configure an application to watch those files. And if anything changes with those files, you can have the system tell you about it. You can send an alarm, you can send an alert. It can identify something has been modified. This can be useful to catch someone who's trying to make a change to an important configuration file. And then you, of course, have server redundancy. Server redundancy, very good for maintaining uptime and availability, but 802.1x has nothing to do with server redundancy, anything to do with high availability. This is really more focused on network access control. And nobody chose loop prevention. I was hoping that the 802.3 standards for spanning tree protocol would ping someone's mind on that one, but in this case, nobody did. 0% say loop prevention. That's what I was thinking about with spanning tree. And the 802.1d, I guess the 802.1d, isn't it? And there are later versions. I try not to memorize all of these because it's not necessary to know for the exam. And I feel like sometimes I'm throwing a lot of those standard names out, which is something we don't necessarily need to know for the exam anyway.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. Toyota Trans.
Right now, get 1.75% APR financing on a new Toyota Tacoma. Toyota, let's go places.
So hopefully that gives you an idea of what the different options were for this one, and it helps you understand why authentication requirement was the right answer for someone who would be integrating 802.1x. That's the answer we were looking for, and 51% of you got that one absolutely correct. Well, as you've already seen, there are a lot of different topics on the Security Plus exam. Security Plus, probably more than A Plus or Network Plus, has just such a broad set of topics that you need to know to be able to pass this exam. So hopefully this is something that you are mindful of as you're going through, and if you're able to watch all of my videos, my Security Plus course has 121 videos and over 15 hours of information. That's a lot of information to have to read. And of course, I highly recommend you take notes, but not everybody has time to go through all 121 videos. Then after you do that, your notes may not be exactly the ones that you would like. So I want to give you some additional options for notes. These would be my course notes. Here's a copy of the PDF version of my course notes. I'm just going to page through. You can see that these course notes are almost 100 pages in length, 96 pages, and they contain all of the text from my videos, all of the charts. There's the the security controls chart in the upper right. Here are important graphics, like things like the CIA triad graphics, or some of the infographics that I've created exclusively for this course. Maybe not exclusively, some of these I do use on other courses, but these are graphics that I created so that you can see the process that occurs when someone is creating a digital signature or verifying a digital signature. That information is there and available in this PDF in these course notes. Not only do we have the digital version in that PDF, there's also physical versions of the course notes available. The physical version, it contains exactly the same information as the digital version. You can see it looks identical with the same information, same infographics, full color. It is perfect bound, which means it's bound like a paperback book. Glossy color, we wouldn't do it any other way. This is high quality stuff. And it's something that can help you. You can carry this wherever you happen to go. This is something where you can reference wherever you happen to be. You don't need a computer or any type of mobile device to do it. But if you get the physical version of this physical edition, you get the digital edition for free. So while you're waiting for this to be delivered, you can of course download the digital edition immediately and start using that PDF. This might be something that can help you with your studies. It might be something that can give you just a little bit more to study with. If you'd like to know more about this, there's also some cost savings when you buy it in conjunction with my practice exams book. We'll talk about that later. Find out more at professormesser.com/701cn. It's also a great way to support what we do on the website. This is how we're able to keep this entire thing going, is thanks to your support. So thank you so much for that. Let's do some more questions. Next on our list is this question. It's a developer question. The development team has tested a new application in a lab containing an exact replica of the production VMs. Which of the following would describe this testing? Would this be static code analysis, input validation, sandboxing, secure cookies, or code signing? Got a few options there. A development team has tested a new application in a lab containing an exact replica of the production VMs. Which of the following would describe this testing? Is this static code analysis, input validation, sandboxing, secure cookies, or code signing? As always, of course, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, you want to follow the link that's on your screen. Go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your...
This is the most dangerous planet. And you've come to hunt an apex predator.
Answer. It's a great thing to step through and see if you know it. Those in the chat room that are saying if you got the digital version, you didn't know there was the physical book. If you want to upgrade to the physical book, you can just open a help desk ticket on your website, on the Professor Messer website. In your member area, there is a help desk there. And I will be informed, and I can send you an upgrade link so that will credit back what you've already spent on the digital version and apply it towards the physical. So you're not out any money. That's the good part. So make sure that you take advantage of that. I don't want you to have to purchase both of those. That would be unnecessary, especially since you get the digital for free when you purchase the physical version. But I'm more than happy to upgrade you. I've got an entire process for that. I should really put a link in your member area that if you have the digital version, that you can just click and upgrade to that. I'll work on that. Lori, she's watching the replay. Say, Lori, can you send me an email reminding me to put that link out there? This is great, because now I don't have to write it down somewhere and then lose it in the meantime. So she's always good at sending those back to me. So it's almost like we're talking, but it's a very extended conversation between you and me. Hi, Lori, how you doing? How's the fam? How are things going? Lori is also in the state of Florida, so we're all sort of hunkered down for this hurricane to come through. It's going to be an interesting week. By the weekend, it'll be past us. We'll have to sort of recover at that point and figuring out the deal with what we're working through there. Let's see how you did with this one. The question again asks, a development team has tested a new application in a lab containing an exact replica of the production VMs. Which of the following would describe this testing? Is it static code analysis, input validation, sandboxing, secure cookies, or code signing? Let's see what you chose. We'll close the poll up, and the answers by far, it was a gimme. 91% of you say the answer is sandboxing. You developers creating your sandboxes, playing around in the sand. This is a very common way to test in a lab because you're testing with real software, you're testing with real data. In some cases, testing with real users. You bring them into the lab and have them go through it. Before you deploy this out to a production environment, you can test it the way they use it, and they can give you that feedback. But you have to have effectively an environment that mirrors the environment that you would be using in production. And this is perfect for a sandbox. That's what we would describe this as. Just as a sandbox would be a place where you can try different things and play around and create a castle and tear the castle down. You do exactly the same thing in a lab, since nobody's using this as a production system. The sandboxing often is not quite so free in what you're doing
someone
with
in
it.
financial
Instead,
despair
it's a very good
that is
example
easily
of
tempted to
sitting
disclose,
down
for example,
and
sensitive
building a
information
system
in
that is
return for some kind of
exactly
payment.
the same as
Criminal
what you're using in
checks,
production, or as close
that's
as
the
you can
reliability status,
in
the
any
top
case, because
secret
that can really help
security
you
clearance
if
level
you're working
is
through that
similar,
process.
but a little bit more
Sandboxing
stringent in
itself
that there's a 10-year background
is
check, and then all of
commonly
the
used during a
items in the
development
reliability
process.
status
There's a
level
lot of different
are
ways
also
to set
checked
this
in
up, but
addition.
with virtual machines,
And
it's really
a
simple
CSIS
because you can
security
effectively
assessment.
take a copy
In
of
Canada,
a production
CSIS is the
VM
Canadian
and move it
Security
into your
Intelligence
development
Service.
environment, and now
This
you
would be
really are
similar
running
in
the
the
same
United
code that they're
States to
running
the
in production.
CIA
A
and the
great way to
FBI.
set up your sandbox.
Okay, everybody, I have a tool that I'm about to drop into the chat for you. It's for C, it's a CYSA study
Let's see if we
tool.
can now move to a question might be a little more challenging
access.
for you. This
So
next
in order
question
to do that,
asks,
to be authorized
each time
to do
a
that,
company
in addition to
laptop
regular
is
user
lost
sign-in
or
to the laptop,
stolen,
which
the
might be through
total
username and
loss
password,
is
a smart
approximately
card must be inserted.
$4,000.
Now the smart card
Which
would
of the
normally
following would
have a PKI
describe
certificate or at
this
least a private
value?
key burned onto
Would
it
that
for
be
that individual.
SLE,
If someone wants to be authorized to view budget files on a file server, so perhaps in addition to regular user sign-in, the user account must have finance in the account department field, so perhaps that's in Microsoft Active Directory, let's say, and they must have the appropriate file system permissions assigned. As mentioned earlier, this is often
This is from Mr. Jason Deal. He actually has a course on LinkedIn, and this is for CYSA plus 002. Now, the only difference is before they had 5 domains, now there's 4 domains. So what they did is they actually condensed some information. And there's a couple of things that they kind of did away with, right? However, the course information has not changed as a whole that much, if that makes sense. Okay, they consolidated. So what you have here is you actually have a document. You have a document that's 313 pages. Okay, so in this, disregard this. You can see it used to be 5, but it's down to 4. The real meat is this. When you get into the cybersecurity roles and positions, it talks about the entry level, mid-level, advanced. Of course, it gives you job outlook. But now it starts breaking down the terminology that you saw in the objectives, where it talks about cybersecurity analyst, the SOC center, the different positions of the certain CSIRT teams, access control, technical controls, operational, identifies the NIST 800-53, which is the cybersecurity risk, I believe, framework. And there's some more good stuff in here. You're going to get tested on the intelligence life cycle, the sources.
We already know that authorization occurs after
Classification of data is talking about
authorization is all about
timeliness, relevancy, accuracy, and confidence levels.
There are a number of ways that those permissions can be acquired. So what is
You got a lot of good stuff here. Talks about Isaac's risk management, threat classification. So basically, yes, this is your study guide. This is a good study guide. As you can see, a lot of stuff that we've covered still rings true. Talking about 0 days, how to shore up 0 days. Now, the biggest one I wanted to go down was, where's it at?
If access is granted to a resource or not. As an example, Imagine that we're
Talks
using
about
Microsoft
network
Active
access
Directory
control
on-premises.
configuration
We've got thousands of user accounts.
on page
And so what
54.
we've been doing then, for each of those users in Active Directory,
Time-based, location-based, role-based, rule-based, that's what we're talking about. It even gets down into,
configure file system permissions and
I met JCG on him, he's a
that
cool
allow
person.
users to access only
The
files
question again
in
asks,
their department.
Application of ILCs, indicators of compromise, talks about databases, how to detect,
Finance, and in their Active Directory user account.
but they also go over scripting in here.
This finance and using something called Windows Dynamic Access
Let me go
Control.
back up to the table of contents. Oh, he
Another
doesn't
form
have
of
it.
attribute-based access control is when you use claims, such as through identity
running out of
federation.
letters.
Then we have
We're using
discretionary
all of the
access
letters
control,
at this
or
point. If you think you know the answer,
DAC. This is what most of us
DevSecOps, oh my good, the cloud forensics, cloud tools,
and we grant
cloud,
permissions to
yeah,
file
y'all need
system
to use
objects
this.
and files and directories to users
It's good stuff.
based on their needs for their
know
job.
the
All right, so add that to the toolbox. Mike, you okay?
These acronyms that you see
In
on the
this
screen
model, the
are
operating
related.
I try to practice my
determines what
visible
access
distress.
users would have to resources based on labels
Asking
assigned
it
to
or
objects.
practicing it?
No, practicing like the office when you be saying something, the camera pans on person is like,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah, you got that Quentin Tarantino camera thing going
So
on.
let's talk more
Okay,
about
I'm glad it's working.
It is working.
I distressed for 300 pages.
users are added into groups because
Yeah, I
groups
didn't
are
think
more
about that. I
manageable.
just
You
dropped
have one
300
user
pages.
with
But
six
yeah,
types
it's
of
a tool.
resource
You can
access.
search it.
This is
It's certainly quicker than assigning
My bad.
a set of
Sorry about that.
permissions.
on this one.
Many
My bad.
users
Charles even said,
have
dang, that's
something
a
like
mistake.
that.
Is lost
Why
or
not put them in
stolen.
a
The
group
total loss
and
is
assign the
approximately
permissions to the group?
$4,000.
But it is searchable.
Now, in
Where the
some
search bar?
environments, depending on what you're
SLE.
using,
Hello, Mr.
you
Search
might
Bar.
not grant permissions directly to the group, but instead, the
We'll
groups
stop
would
Paul
be assigned
and
roles,
each
where the
percent of
role
you
Darn it.
is
predefined
It is not
permissions to
searchable.
access
which is
resources.
the upgraded
So
version.
that's another way to look at role-based access control.
You
So
have
there are
18% say
variations
the
on
answer
it.
is ALE.
Yeah.
14% say
Role-based access
AD.
There you
control.
6%
This can be used to
Take a deep
determine
breath.
access to resources
Another low
But it's a
users
tool.
or
way
for
down there,
technicians that need
6%.
to manage resources.
Okay,
Imagine, for
I'm gonna be
example,
quiet now, Mike.
an assistant cloud
Don't add no more stuff
technician
on your
ability
plate.
to modify the configuration of virtual machines in the cloud.
Is to make a business
Well, if we're using
decision
something like Microsoft
on how
Azure,
much
there are built-in
this
rules that will
costs.
allow that type of
That for
management
most people,
capability.
we're talking
So
about
the
making
user
business
would be
decisions.
assigned to that
It's
role.
based
In
around
that
a
example,
value.
the user
So
doesn't have to be
those
added to a group.
values are
So
pretty
this allows for
important
delegated
to know.
access control
and they
to
will
other
help you
admins,
understand
whether you're using
what
built-in
the-
roles to
what
grant
the
permissions or
impact
you
might
build
be
your
your
own
bottom
custom
line. And
roles.
when you're a business, you want to
In the
minimize
Microsoft
the amount
Azure cloud, there are
expenses
plenty
that you
of
have.
rules that are built
You
in,
of course want to be
such
sure
as the
that you're able
owner
to
role, which
maximize
gives
the
full
profit that you
resource
have as
management
well.
control.
So there needs
The
to be
reader
a
role,
good
which of
balance
course
there.
is read
There
only,
are
and then
ways
you have
to
rules for
calculate
specific cloud
what
services
these
like
risk
content
values
delivery
might be.
networks
One
and
is to
virtual
determine
machines.
how often
Other
this
public
might
cloud
occur during a
environments
year.
have
We
very
refer to this
similar
as an
mechanisms
annualized
for
rate
determining
of
who can
occurrence.
access
This
cloud
is
objects.
timely, isn't it, that we have on here, for example,
In our
how
screenshot,
likely is it
the focus
that a
is on
hurricane will hit?
inherited role
Well,
assignments
if you're in
for
Montana,
Microsoft
there's
Azure
probably not a
roles
very
in
big
the Azure
likelihood
hierarchy.
that you're
In
getting
this
a hurricane.
example, we're
If
looking
you're
at
in
the
Florida,
properties of a resource
this
group called
weekend,
RG1.
there's a 100% chance
A resource
that you're
group
going to get
is
a
just a way to
hurricane this year, or
organize
at least
related
one.
cloud resources
But the real question
together.
is, how many
The
of these are you
technician
going to get
here
this year?
in
You've
the
probably
left-hand
seen at the
navigator has
beginning
clicked
of
Access
the hurricane
Control
season, there's always a news
where
story
on the
that
right
says,
there's a group
all
called
the
Azure
experts this year
Admins
say that we're
that
going to
has
have,
owner
we estimate
permissions
this many
that were not
hurricanes are going
assigned
to
to
hit.
this
Well,
specific
there's your
resource group,
annualized
but
rate of
instead
occurrence.
this
That's
was
how many
inherited
we
from the
believe
next level up in
will
the
be hitting.
hierarchy,
It might be
the
that
actual
number, it might be
Microsoft
fewer, it
Azure
might be
subscription.
greater,
So
we're not
whoever
sure.
is a member in
But
this
it's an
example
estimate
of the
of
Azure
what we
Admins
think it will
group
be
would have
based on where we
full
are. If you're in Florida,
owner control
there may be more than
of
one this year.
everything in the
I expect
subscription,
it's probably
including
the
all of
case.
the
We
resources
also
that
have
we're deploying
an
into the
asset
RG1
value. How
resource group.
much
In
does
opposition to that,
that
notice that
particular
we've got a group
asset
here called Central
cost?
Region Canada,
We
which
want to
has
know
the
the
network
cost of
attribute a
the
role
asset,
which is
the
only
effect that
granted
it
to this
has if we had to
resource, which
replace
is
it,
a
how
resource
much
called our
would that
G1.
be? And
So
then
the
we have
members of the
exposure factor.
Central
This is
Region
where
Canada
you
Group
would
will
understand
be able to
when
manage
you
network
lose
settings
that
only to
asset,
resources
how
in
much
the
of it was
RG1
lost.
resource
Did we
group.
lose everything?
So the key
If we
here is
lost
that
everything, then
to
the exposure
facilitate
factor is a
permissions
1.
assignments
If we
over a
lose
large scale,
half
we
of it,
can
it's
work
0.5.
with
If we lose a
permissions
quarter of it, it's 0.25.
inheritance.
You get the idea for exposure factors.
Now, we've mentioned the
There are,
other
of course,
types of
other
access control
things we
models
need
where
to know. So if we
attribute-based
lose
will look at
one of
properties,
these laptops, for
attributes of
example,
a user, or it could be a
losing a
device
laptop,
as
the
well.
exposure factor is pretty much
Discretionary
a one.
access control lists
Because you don't lose
allow
half
the
of a
data
laptop.
custodian,
They don't
and the
read
data
the
custodian
monitor
is
up
responsible
there. They
for
don't rip off the LCD display and leave
They would
that.
set
They
file
take the whole
system
laptop.
permissions
So we can assume
for what
if we're
users
losing a
need.
laptop,
And as we
the
mentioned,
whole thing is
mandatory
going
access
away.
control
So we
would
need
be
to
the operating
calculate
system
how
controlling
much a
resource
laptop,
access.
what's the value
Example
to
of which
replace
is
that.
when you enable
Multiply that
SE
times the exposure factor, and you have the number that is the single loss expectancy. That is how many, every time you lose a laptop, it's an SLE. That's your single loss expectancy. In fact, you'll notice
Cybersecurity
58% of you
analysts
chose
must have a pretty
single
strong
loss
knowledge of
expectancy,
how
and
to
that
move
would
around
be
in the Linux
the
OS,
value
and that
we
would
were
include
looking for.
managing
That's
Linux
exactly
file system
the one that
permissions.
was there. Now,
Let's
it would
take a
not
look at how to do
necessarily
this.
be
First of all,
the
if I were to
asset
type
value,
pwd
although
footprint working directory, it
technically
tells me I'm
you could
currently in
argue
/home
that would
/C
also apply
Blackwell.
in this very broad description
I'm going to run
of
sudo
this
make
particular
dir
question.
budgets.
But if you're
Change
working
directory in the
through
budgets
these questions,
directory.
I give you credit there. I think
Then I'll run
asset
sudo
value
nano
would work in that scenario too. So if you answered SLE, I'll take that as correct. If you answered asset value in the context of this question, which apparently was a badly written question on my part, it could have been
Now,
a
if I were
little
to type
clearer about
ls-l
those. But I think
for a
there's a
long
good
listing,
argument to be
there's
made
also
there,
a
and I
command
think
for that
I'll accept
ll.
your
It doesn't
argument.
really matter
I'll
which
say
one
that was right
you
as
use,
well.
but
We'll go
if I
with
were to
that.
do either one of those,
I don't
it
like
gives me
doing
the
that
long
on
extended version
on the fly
of
here.
file system
If
entries.
we
I'm
have a
interested
number of
primarily in
laptops
our
stolen
sample
during
file
the year,
that
we
was
should be able to
created.
estimate
Budget
based on things that happened last year.
Let's start
Last
in the
year we lost
leftmost
10
column.
laptops.
Now, for
This year we'll probably
subdirectories,
lose
notice
about
the
the same.
leftmost
So
symbol
now you
or character
determine
is a letter
the
D for
annualized loss
directory.
expectancy
If
by
it's a
taking
file,
10
then
of
just
those
have a
laptops.
dash.
If each
So for our
laptop is
budget
worth $4,000,
one.txt
it's
file, what follows
$40,000.
that is RW. What we have is three sets of permissions shown 3 times. 1, 2, 3. The first set of permissions applies to whoever is listed as the only user of that file. In this case, user root, because we use the sudo command where we ran the nano editor to save that file. So in words,
loss
root has read
So
write
those are
to this
just some
budget
of the
one.txt
values
file.
that
The
you
second
need
set
to
of
know
permissions, which is
when you are
only
trying to
read,
calculate what the
applies
risk
to the
might
only
be
group in the
and the
next column,
financial
which happens to also be
circumstances
called
surrounding
root.
that
That is a
risk.
group
And now you
name.
can start to make some decisions.
And the last set of
For
three
example, you might
permissions,
have a company
in this
that
example, it's
says,
just
we're
read, is for
able to
everybody
track
else.
and
So you've got
recover
read, write, and
50%
execute.
of
R, W,
organizations'
and X
laptops that are
as
stolen.
potential permissions.
Okay, we can
In a
take that and
standard
put that
Linux
into our
file
equation.
system,
If
you would need
your
the execute
service
permission along with read
costs
to change it to a
less
subdirectory
than
or to execute a
50%
script or a
of the
binary
losses
of some
we're getting,
kind.
maybe I use
can
your service
use
now.
the
Maybe I'll come out
chmod
ahead
change
by
mode
using
to
the
change
service that
permissions.
this company is providing.
If I were
So
to
these
run
numbers, these calculations that we're doing are not just a
550
mathematical process. They're
budget
allowing us to make business decisions
What does that
about the risk
mean?
associated
To
with
discuss that,
products
we should
and
probably
ways to
run a long
mitigate
listing
that
again.
risk. At what point
You'll
should you
notice the
start
budget
spending money
one.txt
to
file
help
looks
better
different.
protect the laptops,
Asterisk,
to help train
the
people
text is
better,
shown in
to
green,
have some type of
which
software
implies
that
that
can track
execute is set.
these things all
And
cost
indeed,
money.
if we take a
How
look
do
at
you know when to
permissions,
implement those? We do that
order
by looking
permissions
at
are now set to
quantitative
read and
risk
execute
assessment
are
values,
X.
and that's why it's important for you
Read
to know
has a
what these
value of
abbreviations
4,
are.
write is
So in this
2,
case, the two that we were
execute
looking
is
for was
1.
a single loss
So we have
expectancy.
read
I
and
will
execute
also
here.
accept
4
an
plus 1
asset
is
value.
5.
And
That's
if you're
where the
someone
first
who's
5
watching
comes
this
in
video
our
for
previous
continuing
command, which
education
is
today
mode.
credit,
The
I would
second
love to
5
send
is
you
the
an
same
email
thing
that says
that
that
we
you're
are
here to
assigning
watch a
read and
1-hour
execute
webinar
permissions,
category.
but in this case to the
CEU.
only
It's
group.
continuing education.
The 0
CEU.
means no
The way that you would
permissions
earn that
for
email
everyone
is you must
else.
follow
You can
the
also use
instructions.
change mode
Go to the top or the bottom
letters.
of the
For
professional
example, instead of
website,
using those
click the
numeric values, I
Contact
could say
Us
O
link. In that
plus
Contact
R
Us link, put your
over
name,
other,
your
adding
email
a read
address.
permission.
In the subject line, please put September 2024 Security Plus. plus,
We do an
and in the
LL.
body of the message on the line
Notice
side itself,
indeed
put
we
the
now
super
have the
secret
read
keywords of
permission
the
set
month.
for everyone else.
SLE.
That means
AV.
non-user root and people that are not a member of
This
the
month,
root.
SLD.
But you can also
You can put
change
anything
the
else in that
owner
message you would
of
like.
the file
So
system
Brian, did you
as well
schedule
as
the
the
Sec Plus
user.
6 a.m. 23rd? Did you get an email?
Run as you do user
Confirmation
push
email?
lowercase n to make a home
Look through
directory.
it and
Like
read
to
it.
I was
create
just
a
checking
call
that.
permission.
In about a
Then
week,
I'll run
I'm able to
SCD.
sit back.
Yeah, I remember you walked through it and said you.
I'm going to set the
Again,
owner
the
of
way
a
that you
file
learn
to
that
Alright,
email
let me
is
show
at the
something.
top
you
of
have
the
just
bottom of
created.
the Professor
That
Messer website.
file
Click
I'm gonna send you your voucher number
contact
again.
us link,
Enter.
your name,
If I do
your
a
email
log
address,
listing, notice
Because you had it for the 23rd. I'll send it again to you in chat and see if you can test it.
Message on the line side cell for the super
Of
secret
course, it
members
means
of
that
the month.
admission gets whatever permissions are assigned to the owner user, which in this case
There's the
are
two I
read
would like you
and execute.
to put.
We can also
that
change
is
the
something
group.
that
If
I
I were
will
to
send you
run
an email,
as you
has a
do,
digital signature
group
associated
add
with it,
help
so you can
desk
confirm it really did
one,
come from me, and you
then
know
run
that nothing
as you
changed
do
in that message. And that will
CHGRP
give you a
change
1 hour
group to
webinar
help desk
category
one for
C.
budget one TXT.
I think we have
If I
time.
run
Let's
LL,
squeeze in one
now
more
help desk
question.
one is
I
the
think we
owning
can do
group
that,
of the
right?
file. All that
Let's get
means
this
is that
next
members
question in.
of the help desk
This
one
should be
group
one. We'll see
would
how
get
well
whatever
we
the
know
group
this one.
permissions
This
are.
one
In
was
this
a
case,
gimme, or at least
read
58%
and
of you.
execute.
We'll see how you do with this.
Another
one
aspect
that
of this is
asks,
what's called the
which
sticky
of the
bit.
following
The sticky bit
is
applies to a
responsible
subdirectory
for
whereby
allowing,
it allows users
monitoring,
to delete only
and
their own
terminating
files,
connections?
regardless of the permissions they
Is
have
this
to the directory.
a
For
policy
example, if I run
enforcement
sudo
point,
chmod
a
plus
policy
t,
engine,
this is how
a
we can
control
enable
plane,
the sticky bit,
a policy
and here I'll put in
administrator, or an
budgets since
operational
that's a
control.
subdirectory. If I do
Got
a
a few
long
options there.
listing,
Which of the following is
minus
responsible
lowercase
for
d
allowing,
for budgets,
monitoring,
lowercase d means
and
I do
terminating
not want to
connections?
show what's
Is
in
this a
budgets, I
policy
just want to
enforcement
see
point,
the entry for
policy engine,
budgets
control
itself.
plane, policy
Notice that what's
administrator,
happened
or
here
operational
is
control?
we've got
If you think you know the
R-T
answer, please note
in
answers
the
in the
other
chat room.
permission
You want to
set.
go
Remember,
to
the first permissions are
professormesser.com/QA,
next
and
three
lock
in the
in
group, and then we have other.
answer. That's the link
What's
that's
the
on your screen.
T?
Go to
Well, the T means that the sticky bit has been enabled on that directory with the meaning that we
I just
discussed.
dropped another exam.
Plug in
This is
the
the
answer.
supervisor
If I
plus
run
exam
right after
003
Put that
prep
in.
guide.
minus X, I want to
you think
remove
the
the
answer
execute
is
permission for everyone,
for
let's say,
these.
for
We'll have to
budgets.
break down
Do our
all
long
of these
listing
different
dash D
options
of
and what's
budgets.
available.
This one
Notice
is
that it
from the
switches to a
Cybex
capital
book.
T for the sticky
So it's
bit.
their
Not
Swift
because
version
there's
of
no
the
X
exam.
there.
So if you were studying for the
It's the
601,
only
you probably
permission
don't
bit
recall
set.
this topic.
So you might come across
This is
some of
something
these
that
more
was
special
added.
permissions.
Sorry, Mike, it's 595 pages
To
for
know
this.
this one, let's see how you did as you're plugging in the answers
He
on
just got
this one.
to walk
Let's see
away.
how you did. The question asks, which of the following is responsible
Boom,
for
I
allowing,
trumped it.
monitoring,
In this
and
demonstration,
terminating
we're going to be
connections?
managing
Is this
Windows
a
file
policy
system
enforcement point,
permissions.
Hey, but
This
this one
is
is
an
searchable.
important concept
The actual search was
understanding
magnified
how it
back
goes to
there.
cybersecurity
or an
analysts
operational
because
control?
remember that part of threat
Let's see
hunting
how you
involves
chose
digging into
this
hosts,
particular
into
link.
operating
Mike, this one's
systems to
searchable.
investigate what might be a
You can
potential
search terms
security
from this one.
compromise.
We're all over
And when it comes to looking
You'll get me
at
later.
perhaps logged
Isn't it?
entries
Based
related
on
to
the
the
information
file
we saw
system
in the
and
chat,
security,
28%
we
of you
need
say
to
policy
know
enforcement
what we're
point,
talking about and which
26%
tools
of
to
you say
use to
control plane,
explore issues further.
16% say
So let's get
policy
started.
administrator,
Here I'm on a Windows
16%
server
also
that is
say
an Active
operational
Directory
Charles says
domain
I need a
and
controller.
11%
If I
say
open up my
policy engine.
start menu,
Double digits.
Go ahead and
if I
take
go to
one. You need a
Windows
break. Go ahead and
administrative
take
tools,
it.
I can fire up
this
You're
tools
seniors
such
now.
as
The thing that
Active
we are
Directory
You're not
mentioning,
juniors and
There's
sophomores.
an
the thing that is
This
the
is an
important
Active Directory
consideration
domain
here
called
is
Quick
a topic
24x7
called
local.
zero
The
trust.
reason that's
This is
important
a
is
topic
because
that
Well, what I do like
describes
about this one for real though is they had the actual chapters and everything laid out.
file system
and being
permissions.
able to use
Remember
this.
that an
So,
Active Directory
For the
user
domains, and
someone
this is the
a central
003.
account
looking at
so
See
that
that?
any
policy
Like each
computer
point, see each talking
that
point.
you are
can use
probably
that user
Domain
account
one,
or
this
state
one, yeah. So
on
this is
what
really
is
any
good.
given
going
user
to
can sign
naturally
in
be an
from any
untrusted
machine
network because this is a
joined
zero
to the
trust
domain.
network.
So let's
You
go
have
up
to
to
go
the file
through this
system
policy
with host.
enforcement point,
Here I've got
which will
drive
then
F,
give you
Let's go.
access
and we've got a
to
folder
this
called
trusted
headquarters.
enterprise
And we've got
resource.
some files
So
in
this is
your
effectively
A
the
file.
gatekeeper
I'm going to start
into
by
all of
right-clicking
this.
on drive F
But
and
of
going
course,
into properties
there
to verify
has to
that the
be
file
something
system
there
type is
that can
NTFS.
either
NTFS file
You gotta hear
systems
about this
allow you
thing.
to
There's
set
this new
local
phone
file
charger out
system
there. It's
security.
basically a fast
That works
charger
not only
that
over the
repairs
network,
battery
but
damage
even
and makes
for accounts
3-year-old
used to
phones
sign in
last all day
locally
again.
on this
I mean,
host.
this thing is nuts.
So I'm
It
going to right
literally
click on the
charges your phone
headquarters
from
folder
dead
in
to
your properties.
100% in
And
exactly
I'm going
5
to go
minutes. It's
to
even
the
able to fix
security tab.
damaged
Here
battery
we've got
cells
some
while
default
charging, so your
entries
phone
where
stops
if we
dying
select
at
any
40%
one of
battery.
them,
You've
it
probably
shows
seen
us
on the news how
which
phone
permissions
companies
are
are deliberately
allowed
killing your
or
battery.
if any
These
permissions
smartphone
have been
manufacturers
denied.
are purposely
Deny
degrading your
permissions
battery through their
always
official
override
chargers, so
any
you buy
allowed
a new phone
permissions
every
when
year.
it's
They
set.
use hidden
If
chips
a
and
user
power
is
signals
allowed
that
to read and
slowly destroy
execute a
battery cells
folder,
and make
but
your
through in a
phone
group
die
that
faster,
denies it,
forcing you to
they are
shell out
denied. I'm going to click the edit button
$1,200
so
for
we
their
can
newest
modify
model
the
when your
access
old
control
phone could have
list.
lasted
This is
5
actually
years.
called a
But this thing, it
discretionary
just
access
completely
control
changes
list, a
the game.
DACL.
There's literally no
Because
other
this is a
charger
form
like
of
this on the market.
discretionary
It's super
access
compact
control
and
where you
uses
need a
this
custodian, in
military-grade
this case
charging
me,
technology
is
that was developed
determining
by
the
a former
appropriate
Silicon Valley
permissions
engineer. And
for
man,
users
phones that
need
used to
to
die by
access
noon now
this
last until
resource.
midnight.
I'll
And the
click
charging
Edit.
speed on
Here
this
I'll click
bad boy is
Add.
so fast.
Now I
you'll
can
think
search
your
through
battery
my Active
indicator's broken.
Directory
Just
domain
look at that. It's
by clicking
absolutely wild.
Advanced.
What's
It's
unique
going to look
about
for
it is that
users,
it has this
groups,
revolutionary
or
repair
built-in
technology
security
that actually
principles.
fixes the damage.
So
And they
I'll
have
type
practice
back
questions at
Marcia,
the
They can
end.
either be
and
the
I'll
one who
choose
says
Find. Now
you are
there she
allowed
is,
into the
Marcia
network,
Lynn.
or
So I'll click
you are
OK.
not
Now I could have just
allowed
typed that
into
in,
the
of
network.
course.
So you
So
have
we
a
can give
couple of
permissions
different
to
options there.
individuals.
To
However,
go through the
in
policy
remove her, that's
enforcement
not what I
point
want to
is
do
the
in this
thing
case. I'll click
that
Advanced.
allows,
Now instead of
monitors,
searching for
and
something,
terminates
we could simply
those
remove all
connections. If
criteria
we
and
want to get a
choose
bigger
Find
picture
Now to get a
of the
list of
entire
everything.
zero trust
For example,
model,
I can choose
this
the
is what the
Office Admin
architecture
group.
looks like.
Okay.
Behind the scenes,
Okay.
this policy
So
enforcement
Office
point
Admin is
is not
shown here
making
in the
the
discretionary
ultimate
access
decision.
control
It's
list. When I
simply
select it,
going
notice that the
through and
default
making
permissions that
sure
were
that
turned
the
on
decision is
were
followed.
the allowance
You can think
of
of your
reading
policy
and
enforcement
executing
point
the
as
folder
the police
contents,
officer.
listing
They are
folder
the law
contents, and
enforcement.
read-to-read
They don't
files
make the
within it.
laws,
We could
they
change
just
those
enforce the
permissions,
laws.
but
Well,
those
then,
are what are
who's
added
making the laws? Who's
by
deciding
default.
who gets to go
Let's
and
click
who
OK.
gets to stay?
Now to make
That
this
all happens
available
here in
over
the
the
policy
network, the
decision point
headquarters
PDP.
folder, I
There is
could
a
share
policy
it, or I could
administrator
share
that talks
something
back and forth to the
above
policy
it in the
enforcement
file system
point, and
hierarchy,
a
but I'll
policy
share this
engine
folder itself.
that is often
I'll click Advanced
to
Sharing.
be able to
I'll turn on the check
make
mark
the
to share
ultimate
this
decision
folder. It wants to
who
call
is
it
allowed
headquarters. I'll
and who
leave
is
that.
not
But notice we
allowed.
also have a
So
permissions
if
button.
we were
can set
trying to
permissions
have
at the
something
shared
make
folder
that
level, which is
once
going
the
to be
decision is
different
made,
than
where's the
TFS,
device
because
that
all you have at the
allows,
share level
disallows,
is the ability
terminates,
to allow or
monitors,
deny
and
full
effectively
control,
keeps track of
change,
who's
or
able
read
to go
as
where
well deny
inside
or
of your
takes
network.
precedence.
That is
For
indeed
example,
a
I could
policy
click Add.
enforcement
Maybe
point.
I'll
And if we
Office
look at the
Admin
answers we
here.
received,
Now notice here
policy
read has
enforcement
been
point
granted.
did
So we'll leave
by
Office Admin
2%
with the read
win out
allow
from
permission.
any of the other options.
Okay.
That was the
Okay.
plurality
Let's go back
of
to
shows in
security.
policy
Let's
enforcement
select
point. That would be
Office
the
Admin
correct
and then
answer. That's
edit.
exactly what we
So I
were
want
looking
to
for.
allow
A control
all
plane
permissions
is
for the
a
Office
description
Admin group. This is
of
at the
the
NTFS
process
level. So we've
used
got
to
conflicting
manage a
settings here.
system that is
NTFS permissions for
that
Office
is a
Admin,
combination of a control
everything's
plane
turned
and a
on,
data
it's
plane.
allowed.
So
At the share
this is
level,
a great way
read
if
is
you're
allowed.
ever trying to take a piece
Combine
of
share
hardware
NTFS
and turn it
permissions in
into
this way.
a
The most
software-based
restrictive
network
applies. So in other words,
system. That's a
Marcia
great way
Lynn,
to
who is
break
a
up that
member of
system
the
into
Office Admin
logical
group,
pieces.
should not
Control
have
plane is
full
not,
control
in
or
this particular
modify
case, the
or
thing
write
responsible
types
for
of
allowing,
permissions.
monitoring, and
Click
terminating
OK and
connections.
check it
In
out.
fact, the control plane
Close out,
doesn't
come
do
back
any of
into
those
the
things. I guess
properties
all
of
of
the
that would really happen
headquarters
in a data
folder.
plane if you
Go
were to
back to
look
the
at
security tab,
that type
and
of
I'll click
software
the
deployment.
advanced
So
button at the
26%
bottom
of your choice
because
control plane
what I
would
can
not
do
be the
here
correct answer in
is
this
click
case. Policy
Effective
administrator
Access.
and policy engine we've
You can
already
select a
seen in
user,
our images
a device.
earlier in the
In this case,
architecture.
I'm just
That
going
is
to
not what makes
select a
those
user,
ultimate
type in
policy
Marcia
allows
Lynn.
or disallows.
I want to see
So
what
those would not be the right
effective
answer. And
permissions
an
she
operational
has to
control
her group
is part
memberships
of
at
our
the share
security
level,
control group. That's
as well as
section
at the
1
DFS
of your
file system
exam
level.
objectives.
I'll
So it
click
would
View
not be the answer we were
Effective
looking
Access.
for. One
What
we
do we
wanted
have?
was a policy
Okay, so
enforcement
read,
point.
execute.
28% of you
That's
got
about
that
it.
one
There's no
absolutely
creating of files or
correct.
folders or deleting or full
Well, I know
control,
we're sort of at the
even
top
though we
of
set
the
that up
hour,
at the
but
NTFS
I wanted
level.
to squeeze
So
in
that's going to be an
one
important thing
more
to know.
question.
Also, of
This
course,
question,
if
though,
we
is
go
going to be a
into
little
the
bit different
headquarters
because
folder
it's
and
one
right click
that
on the
comes
file in there,
directly
and go
from
its
my
properties.
practice
There's no
example
sharing
book.
tab because you can't
This
share
is
an
a book
individual
I
file.
wrote
You can share
because
folders and disk
for
drives.
someone who is
But there is a security
trying
tag because
to
it's still an
find
NTFS
high-quality
file system.
questions on the internet,
Notice that
it can be
the
very
settings
difficult.
from
There
higher
are
in the
not a
file
lot of
system
great
hierarchy,
questions
so
out
from the
there.
headquarters
You'll find a lot
folder,
of outdated
those settings
questions.
have flowed
You'll find a
down
lot of questions
into
that have
these
nothing to do with the
subordinate items.
exam.
This file
You'll find a lot
has
of
been
questions
inherited.
that are poorly
There's
written
Office
with bad
admin
grammar.
with the
Very
allowed
frustrating.
permissions
And you'll
all
find a lot of
enabled.
questions that
Now, if you
ultimately
wanted to
read wrong.
change that,
They give you
meaning
the
if you
wrong
didn't
answer
want to
for the wrong
inherit
reasons.
settings
I have a
from the
feeling a lot of
parent,
people writing
you
some
could
of
go
these
to
questions have
advanced
never worked in
and
the world of
disable
security.
inheritance, at
And
which
that's
point
the
we'll
feeling I
say,
get once I start
would you like to
looking through
keep
there. So I
the
thought
inherited
what we
permissions, but
need are
turn them
questions
into
that
explicit
better
permissions
represent
on the software,
the
so you can
actual
change them.
exam.
Or
So
just
I
remove
wrote
them in their
I wrote an
entirety.
entire book of
Well, I'm
three
going to say
separate
convert
practice
inherited
exams
permissions.
that have the same tone,
Okay.
the same style,
Office
the
admin
same
is here. I can edit it.
feel
It's no
as
longer
an actual
inherited,
exam,
so I
so
can
that you can
decide
get an
which
idea of the
specific
cadence
permissions I want
and
to
the
have
style of the
at this
writing
level.
on the actual
So these
exam.
are important things
But these
then
are all
to
questions
know
that
as a
I have written.
cybersecurity
They are
analyst
not
if we happen to
questions
be
that you'll find on the
investigating
exam.
file
That would
system
not be
related
ethical.
issues.
So I wanted to give you though questions that were a high quality, that gave you preparation. So you weren't just checking yourself that you know the exam objectives, You're also learning a little bit more about what
Windows
you're facing
Dynamic
when you
Access
walk into the
Control
exam.
is a form of
So I have for you a question
access
from
control,
my
otherwise
practice
called
exams book.
ABAC.
This
What
is
that means is
practice
the way that
exams
we're
A. This is
assigning
on
file
page
system
9. This is
permissions
question
isn't the
820.
standard
And as always,
conventional
please no
way
answers
whereby
in the chat room. This
you
question
add a
asks,
user
two companies have been working together for a number of months. They would now like to qualify their partnership with a broad formal agreement between both organizations. Which of the following would describe this
in a
agreement?
policy
Would this be SLA,
that will check the
SOW,
attribute
MOA,
values
or
of a
NDA?
user. For
It's another
example,
one
a
with all the
user in
acronyms,
Active
right?
Directory
Being able to
might
work
be
through
in a
it.
department called
This,
sales,
of course,
and
is a
as such,
PDF,
they then
so
have
if you see
access
certain
to
things in
read
the
and write
question
to
that you'd
files
like to
flagged
highlight, maybe
as
there's certain
sales in
answers
file
that you would
system.
like
So
to
there's two components
decide
here.
that you would like to choose. You have
There's
the
the
option to
attributes of the
modify,
user,
write
and
on
then
the
there's
screen,
flagging
maybe a
files
stylish you want
correctly
to write,
in the
that you can
file
always do
system.
that. Because it's a
First things
PDF
that we
and
need
it's
to do
available
here
for
on
you
our
to
server
work
is
with.
we need
This
to make
is like
sure
you have a
that
book in
we've
front
got
of
the
you.
file server
Also
resource
on this
manager
list,
component
you will also
installed.
find
The
that
server
there are
manager,
two
if I
things
click
written
add
on the
roles
side.
and
One
features,
says
it gets
quick
you
answer
through the
and
wizard
one
until I
says
get to the
the
point where I
details.
can select
Now
server
both of
roles.
these
I
are
could check
going to
the
give you
file
a
and
feel
storage
for
services
different
role,
options that
expand
are
it,
available.
then expand under it, file and iSCSI services. Within that, what I'm looking for is file server resource manager. Notice it's not there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that on, add features, next. Now just continue through the wizard and install. Now the reason we want to do this is because we want to be able to use this file server with dynamic access control. So if you've got 20 file servers, then you need to make sure you install
On this exam.
FSRM on
So
them all.
this is a
And
great
ideally
place
in
to
an
go
enterprise
if you're
environment,
trying
they
to
would all
figure
be
out
joined to
where
an
do you
Active
go to
Directory
get either
domain
just A, B, C, or
because
D.
we
You go
can
to quick
create
answers, or if you
policies
just
on
wanted
determining
the
user
details
permissions
of what's here.
this
You
kind
wanted
of
a
thing
summary, overall
using
summary.
policy.
These are links. So
All
you
right,
go
the
on page
installation
9.
succeeded,
This
so
is
I'll
on
click
page
close, I'll
58 is
get
the
out of here.
details.
And what I want to
you
do
to
just for
scroll,
fun is go to the
So
start
it's a
menu.
hot link. I can
And
click
maybe
on
I'll go to Windows
58 and it
Administrative
will take you
Tools.
to page 58.
And I'm going to go
And
down
this is
in
all,
the
by the
F's
way,
to
just so you can
File
see it
Server
in the book.
Resource
This is
Manager.
also one
Now
that
there
has
are a bunch of
both
different
physical
things that
version
File Server
and a
Resource
digital
Manager,
version
I'll
here.
call it
So
FSRM.
I wanted to mention that. So let's of course go back to
What
the
I'm
details,
interested
page
in
58.
really
We'll click on the
is the
58. It
classification
leads me to page
management.
58,
Because if I
where you have
expand
the
that
question
and
that
go
was
to
waiting for there
classification
earlier.
properties,
Two companies have been working
notice we've
together.
got under
You
the
would
scope
like to
column
qualify their partnership, broad local
local
agreement. Is it
properties.
SLA, SOW, MOA, or
Classification is
NDA?
used to
And it tells you
assign
the answer is C,
metadata or
MOA.
this tagging
So you can
information
see
to
that I
files
have an
in the
explanation
file system. So
that tells you
if I
why
were,
that
let's
is the
say,
right
go
answer.
into
That
the
becomes
file
really
system to
useful
look at some
when you're
data.
trying to
So in
qualify
my
the,
case, I've
yes,
got
I
some
did get
sample
that
stuff
question
on
right,
drive E
and it's
under
the reason
budgets.
I chose that answer.
If I were
I
to
did
go
get
and
it
right
right,
click
and
on
I
that
chose it for the
file
right
and
reason.
properties,
Now,
notice
part
I
of
have
the
a
problem I
classification
have
tab.
is if I
So
get a
what we're going
question
to end
wrong,
up doing here is
a lot of the stuff you find
classifying
online
certain
doesn't
types
tell
of
you why
files
you
in a
got it
certain
wrong.
way, maybe
But in my
flagging them
mind,
as
if you get
finance
a question
department,
wrong,
and
it's
therefore
a
we would then
perfect
allow
opportunity
read-write
to
access to
learn
files
a
flagged
little
that
bit
way
more about the
to
topic
users
and to learn
in the
why you
finance
got the question
department.
wrong.
That's how it
So
all
in my
works
book,
together.
every
Let's go into
single
Active Directory
wrong or
users and
incorrect
computers.
answer
The start
is
menu on
listed
this
with an
domain
explanation
controller.
of why
I'll go under
it
Windows
is an
Administrative
incorrect
Tools.
answer.
I'll
So you
fire
can see
up
this. Why
Active
was
Directory
SLA not
users
the
and
correct answer? I
computers.
explain it.
And if I
Look,
go into my
why is
eStore view
SOW
under
statement of
users,
work not the
I've got
right
a
answer?
user
I
here by
explain
the
why.
name
Why
of
was
Lucas
NDA not the right
Brenner.
answer? I explain
Well,
why
what
that's
I'm
not the
going to
right
do
answer.
is I'm going to
So I
open up
close the
that
circle.
user account.
So if you got
And
it
I'm going to go to
wrong,
the
you can now
organization tab.
look and understand
And
why
for
you got the
department,
answer wrong.
I'm going to
And
put
the
in a
next time you
value
see
of
that particular topic,
finance.
you'll know more
This is
about
the
it.
attribute
Another thing
that
I'll
will be
mention
checked
to
to
you
determine if Lucas
is that
Brenner can read
these
even write
these answers that are in here,
budget files
even
on
if you got the
servers in the
question
domain.
right,
Okay, so
I
that part's
highly
fine.
recommend you
The
read
next thing
your
we do
wrong
to
answers
actually begin to
because
configure
those topics
Windows Dynamic
are
Access
from the exam
Control
objectives,
is we
and the
fire
questions
up
on your
the
exam
Active
might be
Directory
about an
Administrative
SLA
Center.
or an SOW
So if
or
I
an
go to my
NDA,
Start menu,
and this might
go
be an
under
opportunity
Windows
for you to learn a
Administrative
little bit
Tools,
more.
there's the
Now, if
Active
you've read the
Directory
question and you have no
Administrative
idea what the
Center.
question's even
What I want to
talking
do in
about,
here
I include a
is
link
work with
to the
Dynamic
video
Access
where
Control.
the
Notice
question
that
came from, so
listing
you can learn
of
more
that
about
name
the
in the
topic.
left-hand
You can either use your
navigator.
camera and use
So
a
if I
QR
click
code,
on that,
or the
then I can
links are
configure
built
what's
right
called a
into
claim
the
type.
book, and
A
we'll
claim
take you to
meaning
the website where
it's
you
a
can watch the
configuration
video
with some
right
attributes
there
and
on your
values.
mobile device,
So
your laptop,
if I
your
select
desktop,
claim
or
types
anywhere
over in the
else.
action panel on the
This
right, I can
is
click
my
new
set of practice
claim
exams.
type.
Once you're done
I'll just
here,
maximize that
this
window.
is a
Okay.
PDF, but
What I want to
most
look at
PDF
here, of
readers have
course,
a back
is
button. So here at
department,
the top,
which is a
I'll click
string
the back button.
that can belong
It
to
takes me back
users
to where
or
I started,
computers
and
in
now I go to
Active
the next
Directory.
question
This
on
is
my
a
list.
user
So you
claim.
don't have to
Notice
spend
user
your
is
time
turned on on the
scrolling
right.
through a
You
book.
can also do
You
this to a
simply
degree
click the links,
also
click the
with
back button,
computer
go to the
accounts,
next
only
one.
on user.
It's all built into
And that's
my
all I'm going
practice
to do.
exams.
Click
And
OK.
like
So now if I go into
course
clean
notes that you
types,
have, there
we've
are
got
also
department.
physical editions
Now that's a
of the practice
configuration
games available.
for
They, of course,
users
are
and their
identical to the
department
digital versions,
attribute
but they're
being
in a
filled
format
in.
that you can
Now
pick
what
up
we
and take
want to
along with
do
you.
is
And of
make
course,
sure
you
it
can get the
maps
practice
to a
exams and the
department
course notes
property
together.
in the file
When you buy
system.
them together,
Where in the
it's a
file
little
system,
bit
a
of a
file or a
discount that
folder
you
is
can get
called a
there. So any
resource.
opportunity to
So
save
on the
a
left,
little
I'll
money
click Dynamic
might be
Access
something useful.
Control, and on
Find
the
out more
right,
about this.
I'm going to click
on my practice
Resource
exams.
Properties.
See if
Here we
you
have
can
a
get the link.
number
There
of
it is.
built-in resources. However, they are
ProfessorMaster.com/security,
disabled
or
by
simply
default.
use
If I
the links
right-click on
at
any
the
of them,
top
you
of
can
the
choose to enable them.
Professor
Well,
website.
luckily
You have
for us,
options
we don't have to
for
create a
either
new one. There's
of those.
already
And of
a
course,
definition
I
here
offer
for
upgrade
department
options for
because
that
this is
too.
a common
So we
type
need
of
to make sure
property
we
to
make
use.
those
Now remember,
to you
resource
on the
properties,
website
which we are looking
as
at
you're
here.
working through.
This
There's
is what we
different
want to be able to
options
flag
on the
files
practice
with or
exam.
classify with
Well,
in the file
one of the
system.
things you will
Remember how we
notice
installed the
as
file
we go
server
through
resource manager?
this
We'll be
set
back there.
of
Okay, I'm
options
gonna right click and
the
enable
different questions
department.
that we do
Notice
today,
the
all
icon
of the different
changes.
topics we cover.
Back here in
all
File
of these
Server
came
Resource
directly from the
Manager,
CompTIA
last I
exam
click and
objectives.
refresh, I
The
now
objectives
notice that the
are
department
available for you
global
to get
resource
for
property
free
shows up.
from the CompTIA
So that
website.
means then,
I have a
if
copy
I go
of the
into the
objectives
file
available
system,
right here.
and if I were to
So
right
it's
click on
available
my
to
sample
download
file
right
here,
now,
budget
today,
1, go into
from the
properties,
CompTIA website,
classification,
professormaster.com/objectives,
and
or go to your
it's a
favorite
built-in
search
type
engine.
of property,
Go
so
to
there are a bunch of
CompTIA
values here,
exam
including
objectives,
finance. I'm going to flag
and
that
then it's got
file
for
as
you everything
finance.
you need to know on
In
this
File
exam.
Server Resource
Everything you need to
Manager,
know
you
before
can
you
create
walk into the
classification
exam room
rules looking for
is
certain
all
keywords or
listed
codes
here.
or whatever the case
Everything
is to
about
flag things
these
as
four
finance
domains are
automatically,
general
so you don't have to
security
manually do this.
concepts.
And that could
We
be spread
have
out across
threats,
many servers.
vulnerabilities,
In this case,
and
I've just
mitigations.
flagged one file
We've got
manually as
security
Department of
architecture,
Finance. Back to
security
the Active Directory
operations,
Administration Center.
and
What do we do now?
security
We
program
need to create what's
management
called a
and
central
oversight.
access
They are all
rule. If I click
in
Dynamic
there.
Access
So
Control on the
it's a
left,
free document.
Central
It's a
Access Rules
fantastic
shows up.
checklist.
So I'm going to
If
open
you're
that
somebody
up.
who's
It'll have
Mr. T, remember when you attend, just
call it
shoot me a quick
finance
email
files.
on when you
To
did
target
it, so I can pull
resources.
the
When we
record
talk
together.
about dynamic access
be able to
control,
maybe
a
even
resource is a
places
file
you
or a
can do
folder
some
in the
additional
file system.
studies
I'm going to click
before
Edit.
you walk into your
I'm
exam.
going to add a
You can
condition.
grab these, of course, at
Resource department
professormaster.com/objectives.
equals,
The link will take
because
you
it
over
knows
to
we've
the
enabled
CompTIA.
department. Look for the
Transparency in the
value
supply
of
chain is no longer
finance.
optional.
Okay,
It's essential.
that's in the file
Today's
system.
global supply chain
Down
is more
below,
complex
we
than
can
ever.
say use the following
Businesses must
permissions
now
as
trace
current
product
permissions.
life
I
cycles
click the
digitally
edit button on the
and
right,
be prepared
and
to
let's
comply
say
with
I
digital
add a
product
principle,
passport requirements.
security principles. Select a
Presenting a
principle.
significant challenge in gathering
Advanced,
and digitizing
find now
data
to get a
across
list of
multiple
Active
years.
Directory objects. I've got an existing
Regulations
Active
like the
Directory
EU
group that
deforestation
Lucas
regulation,
Brenner is a member
US
of,
UFLPA,
regulatory
the upcoming
analysts. So
EU
let's say I
digital
want to add
product
that group
passport,
here with permissions.
and more are necessitating
What
multi-tier
permissions?
transparency,
Well, read,
requiring companies
write,
to have
let's say
visibility
modify,
across
so I want them
all
to be
tiers
able
of
to change the
suppliers.
contents of the file as well
Consumers want
as
transparency.
delete the file. And then it says
Brands
add a
want
condition
traceability.
to limit
Governments
access.
demand
The
accountability.
principal, in this
And
case,
organizations
regulatory
face increasing
analysts
pressure
group,
to ensure
will be
compliance
granted the
across all levels
specified
of their supply
permissions
chain.
only if the conditions are met. What
To
condition?
effectively address the
Exactly,
demand for
let's add one.
enhanced multi-tier
Add a
transparency,
condition if the
you need a
user
robust supply chain
department
network solution.
equals a value of finance.
This is
That's
where
from Active
NextTrace
Directory,
comes
so
in.
that's what's got to map to
NextTrace
finance
addresses
in the
these
file
evolving
system.
challenges.
Then they're going to get these list of
Collecting
permissions.
data and
That
creating
makes
a digital
sense.
product
Okay,
identifier
okay.
that helps our
And then
customers
okay again
along
to
their
save
journey
our
to
central
trace and
access.
verify every
All right,
material
almost
and every
finished. Back to
component
dynamic
in every
access
product
control. I then
in one
configure a
place.
central access policy. We don't have any, so
With
we write
NextTrace,
central
you can
access
automate
policy.
product traceability
Call
steps
this
to
allow
lock and
finance
serialize
department
item
file
numbers.
access. For the central access rule, we only have one, we're going to add it to the
By
policy.
leveraging advanced
It is
AI capabilities,
finance files rule, which is configured, okay, and okay. All we have to do
our
now is
powerful block
configure
crawler
a
technology
policy
scans
to
and collects
deploy that to
specific to the
servers
materials
that
and
we want to
components
have
involved in making
this
finished
effective
goods.
on. So from my start menu, I'll go to Windows
RFID
Administrative
scan and
Tools.
pack technology collects and
All the way down to
associates
G's, and I'll
individual
choose
serialized
Policy
items
Management.
to trace
Let's
materials.
do this in the default domain
Powered by
policies.
Infor
Applies to
Nexus's
all servers of the domain.
multi-enterprise
I'll just
supply
drill
chain
down and
network.
expand
Data
my
entered by
GPO
a
from
supplier
quick
in one tier.
24x7
Deployed to the
domain.
stores of suppliers in the
Expand
next
that,
tier.
and I'll right click on the default
Hundreds of
domain
brands
policy
and
and
millions
choose
of
edit.
consumers.
Okay, so where do we go in here?
When
We
it
have to
comes to
drill down under
traceability,
computer,
supplier
policies,
participation is
administrative
critical.
templates,
But with the amount
system,
of data and
we go
partners
to
required to make
KDC,
multi-tier
key
traceability
distribution
successful,
center, We need to
Traditional
make sure
data
that we
integration
enable
methods,
KDC
such as
support for
one-to-one
claims where we
API
configure
or
user
EDI,
claims.
are
I'll turn
often
that
practical.
on, I'll enable it, I'll click
Next
OK.
trace takes
And
a
then I'm going to go back
supplier-centric
to
view,
computer
making it easy
configuration.
to upload
This
tracing
time,
data
I'll go to
using our
Windows
smart import
settings,
technology.
down to security
Suppliers can
settings,
simply
down
export
into
data
file
from their
system,
existing
and their
system
central
and upload it
access
directly
policy.
to NextTrace.
I'm going to right click on it,
NextTrace
choose
then uses
manage
advanced
central
AI to
access
map their
policies.
data
There
to
it is,
required
allowed
fields
finance
and numbers
department
that
file
format
access,
the next time
added
it's
here,
imported.
okay. That's it.
Lowering the time
So
and
once
effort needed to
policy
trace and reducing
refreshes
costs for the
on
suppliers.
file servers affected by this
NextTrace is powered by
GPO,
the Infor Nexus
those
network,
file servers will
connecting
know
you to
about
a
this central
pre-existing
access
ecosystem
policy,
of over
and any
94,000
file
plus
access
organizations
for files
globally.
flagged as finance
With this
will
fast
be
network,
allowed with read and
onboarding
write
your
permissions
suppliers
according to our
and
configuration.
collaboration
So this
happens
gives us an
real-time on a
idea
single
of how
platform.
attribute-based access control
When combined
works,
with other
and
Nexus
if we
products,
suspect that there might
NextTrace can
be
enforce
elevated
validation,
privileges or privilege abuse,
or
we
even
need
stop
to understand how those
suppliers if
privileges
they
are
have not
given
complied with the
in the
tracing
normal
requirements.
environment, under normal circumstances.
As a leader in supplier visibility and collaboration solutions, Infor Nexus is built for managing complex supply networks, combining advanced AI with unparalleled data quality and collaborative capabilities.
Cybersecurity analysts need to be aware of threats such as privilege escalation,
Meaning that both
creation of
buyers and
backdoors,
suppliers
and
need to
advanced
only log in
persistent
once to
threats.
collaborate on
One
and
way that an
manage all
attacker
aspects of their supply
can try to
chain,
hide the fact that they have
creating
elevated
greater
privileges
efficiencies and
is
value,
by creating what
while
appears to be a
securing
benign regular user
collaboration
account in
across all
Linux
parties.
and then giving it
With
SU2
NextTrace, you're not just
privileges.
meeting today's
The
regulatory
SU2
requirements.
command is a prefix that you
You're
can
staying
issue
ahead of
before
tomorrow.
privileged commands.
Gain
If you're
better
in the
visibility to the
SU2ers
flow
file,
of goods in your
you'll be
upstream
able to
supply
run those
chain.
commands that you normally
Anticipate
would
problems
not
before
be
they
able
happen.
to run.
Reduce
So
risk
in
to
order
your
for
brand
us to
reputation.
be able to
Streamline
track this
supplier
down and
onboarding
perhaps
and
investigate
ensure your
it if we
products
need
are
to
compliant
see
with the
it,
latest global
we
regulations.
need to understand how
Traceability
works. So
realized.
let's get to it.
Learn more about
If I were to
Infor
type
Nexus
in
NextTrace
ID,
and
it shows
request a
who I am
demo at
currently logged in as. I am logged in as a user called C Blackwell.
Yeah, did you get the Flex email, Mr. T?
With the root super
Yeah.
user account, and therefore
Just let me know when you attended so I can pull
signed
the
in as
address.
this account. Consider, for instance, if I type F
Or when you will.
L, I get a bunch of permission denies where it tries to access devices in the /dev subdirectory structure. It's all permission denied.
So if that does
Clear the
happen,
screen and run
you will see it updated
SU2 as a
immediately
prefix in
at
front of it, then
professormesser.com
issue a
calendar.
command that
I
requires
also have
elevated permissions.
a number of
SU2,
options
fdisk
on the
-L.
Discord. There's an events
This time
channel.
it works
I also update the events channel as well.
spectacularly.
So
And
you can
that's
certainly
because
find
user
that
C
at
Blackwell
professormesser.com
is set
calendar
up
or
to
at
be allowed to run
professormesser.com
some or perhaps
Discord.
all
And the next
privileged commands.
security plus study
It really
group is
depends on
October
how
23rd. We actually have an
SU2
A
is
plus study
configured.
group
That's
on
precisely
October
what we're
8th,
going to
October 10th,
examine.
and a network
But this
plus
is
study group
important
on October
because
the
from a
16th.
security
We'd love for you to come
perspective,
back
we
and
do
watch
not
those
want
as
to be
well.
signed in with
Well, although
the
we're done with the
super
first
account
hour
all
of
of the
Q&A,
time. That
we're
is
not done yet
bad
today.
security
I've been
practice.
asking you questions
In
for
case
this
we
hour.
might
How about you ask
inadvertently
me some questions?
cause
That's what we do
problems
on
on
our
the
after
system or
show.
delete
Stick around for that. That's
files.
coming up
The other
immediately
thing that's
after
great
this.
about it
Don't
is you don't
touch
want a
it.
bunch of Linux
We'll be
technicians all
invited to
signing
you
in
in
as
our
well,
after show.
because then
Of
there's
course,
no
we have
accountability. I don't
our
know who did what
Twitter or
exactly.
X
It's better
links
if
for our
admins have their
weekly
own
pop quiz
accounts
question along
and
with
then
the links
use
on
SU2
Instagram.
to
And
run
if you have
privileged
not
commands.
subscribed to
We
our
have a
YouTube
track
channel,
record of
you'll
who
want to
did
do
what,
that right
when,
away. Go to
and where.
professormesser.com
So let's take a look at the
YouTube.
configuration
Also,
files for
remember we've
SU2.
got our
So I'm going to run
discounted
SU2
vouchers on our
cat
website if you happen to be in the US,
/etc
Canada, or US territories at
.conf,
professormesser.com/vouchers.
and we'll type that
Our
to
course notes,
more
practice exams,
center.
and more
You'll
is
notice that this
available on
file
our
has a
website
bunch
as
of
well.
comments. Now we're not really going to make any changes here. And normally, technicians probably would come in
That
here
brings us
to
to the
make
end of the
changes.
first hour
However,
of the study
it
group.
is
Stick
a
around for
config
the
file
after show.
related to
Thank you so
SU2.
much
That's
for
not really
joining
where we
us.
do the bulk of any
We'll see you next
configuration
time
like related
on
to
the
this.
security
Let's
plus
do an
safety.
SU2 do cat of /etc/su doers. The su doers file will list some configurations for who's allowed to do what. What's very important here is understanding this syntax. Let's break this down for just a moment here. We've got a line in the su doers file that begins with the word with the name root. What does that mean? Well, that is the user to which you would like to grant privileges. It could be any user account. It might also be a group name if you prefix it with a %.
We will be moderating
Then we
questions
have
during the
the
session,
word
so your
all.
contribution
This first
will not appear.
occurrence of the word all in this particular case means from which host should we allow this user to enter these commands. All, of course, means all hosts. Now you can specify host names, you can specify IP addresses, you can specify a subnet, let's say, with a CIDR range notation. After that, we have equals, and in parentheses, we have all, colon, all. Well, the next all, before the colon to the left of it, refers to the target run as user on the host that the commands will be run as.
So let's
A user to be able to run privileged commands as a specific other user, you can specify that other username here. After the colon, we have another all here, still in the parentheses. That would be for the target run as group. It's kind of like in Windows, where you can run something as somebody else. That's what you're specifying here. The last occurrence of the word all here in the SU2's file is which commands can be run by the user listed in the first column on the left. In this case, it's all commands, but you can have a comma-separated list of commands. Now that's nice to say, but how does this behave? Let's do an example. When you want to make changes to SU-doers, what you should be doing is running SU-do VIS. What that will do is it will let us edit the SU-doers file. Even notice at the top though here it says we're modifying the SU-doers.tmp. This is how it's done. One of the first comments at the top states this file must be edited with the VISU-do command as root. So there's some default settings being established here at the top of this file. However, here I'm just going to add a line.
So if you have an A+,
root.
network plus,
What I'm going to do is make sure that user jgold can run fdisk. So I'm going to add jgold from any host, so all equals, and in parentheses I'll put in
so if you have all three of those, for example,
I don't have to put in all colon all, I just want the run as target user on hosts
below that
to be
is
any user that a binary that is being executed by jgold runs as. Then I can specify the path and name of the binary I want to allow access to for user jgold. So I'll specify ///sbin/fdisk, since that is where the binary actually lives.
Now
Let's press Control X
is
to save this. Now be careful. If there's a syntax error in here, then you might have problems trying to run commands with SU-do that require elevated privileges. Now we need to test this out. What we're going to do is we're going to switch to user jgold and try to run fdisk with and without SU-do. SU-jgold to switch to that account. Okay, we are now jgold. If we simply run fdisk-l, we get the permission denied stuff that we saw previously. If we run sudo fdisk-l, it's normal the first time you do this for it to ask for that user's password, so put in jgold's password, and sure enough, the command is working. So there you have it. That's a quick example of how the SU-do infrastructure works.
Must relate to one or more of the exam objectives for the certification that you're renewing. So this is pretty broad when you start thinking about it. Let's say you have your Network Plus certification,
Role-based access control, otherwise called RBAC, RBAC, is yet another type of access control model that we have discussed. Let's discuss it while doing it. One way to do that is here in the Microsoft Azure Cloud. We can use roles to assign permissions. So in other words, a role in Azure is a collection of permissions. You assign the role to an entity.
Associated with the Network Plus.
User, it could be a group.
And because what we did today,
it could also be a
at least
resource like a
50%
virtual
of what we
machine.
did today
Whoever needs
is
the
related
permissions
to
or whatever
security,
needs
and
the
security
permissions
is
to be
one of those
assigned
exam
role
objectives.
to get those
Then
permissions
it
to
would
access
apply
other stuff
towards
in
the
the
Network
cloud.
Plus. So I'm
Now,
glad
we
they
need an
made
example
this
for this to
broad
make sense.
so that
So
you can
in my left-hand
effectively
navigator
take
here
any
in the Microsoft
topic
Azure
from that
portal, I'm
exam
going to
you're
start
trying to
by
renew,
clicking
and as
on
long as that
resource
topic is
groups.
covered in the live
I
stream,
have a resource
we're good to
group
go.
here
So,
called
very
list,
useful
in which I
to
have
know
a
that,
number of
especially if you're
objects
planning
which
to
are showing up
renew
over
your
on the right. A bunch
certification.
of
And if you are
virtual
planning
disk
to
storage
work on your
accounts,
certification
a
renewal,
recovery
that's an
services
important
vault,
thing
and
to keep in
whatnot.
mind, because you don't want to
My
have to do more
goal is
work
to
than you
ensure
need just to
that a
renew.
group of
In
technicians has
reality, I think
access
most
to
people are using
only
the
storage
Certmaster
accounts
CE
in the
to
Eastern
renew these
resource.
days, which means you don't have
in the sense of they should be able to
But
fully
number of
manage
you still
storage
like
accounts,
to
but
collect
not things
CPUs,
like
there might be
virtual
good reason to do
disks,
so.
public
So
IP
that
addresses,
is an
and
option
so
I
on.
will provide to
Okay,
you.
well that's
But for
interesting.
those of you
So let's
watching
take a look to see
live
what we've
and
got
for
for
those of
groups.
you
We're
watching
going to go
on
to
the
Azure
replay,
Active Directory. Over
must
here,
follow
go to
that
Navigator,
process
and
that
then
I
I'll click
mentioned in the
Groups.
first hour
Perfect.
to be
We've
able
got
to
a
earn your
group
CPU.
called
So you have to get
Azure
an email from
Admins.
me, and I
That is
digitally
the
sign
group
an email so
where
that
one
you have some
grant more permissions
verification
to
that
manage
it's something I
storage
really
accounts
wrote for you.
back
So that if
in
you're
our
ever
Eastern
audited
resource
by
group.
CompTIA, they
But
do this
nowhere
occasionally.
else in
They'll ask,
Microsoft
well,
Azure,
show
not
us
in
where
the
you got
other
all these
resource
CPUs
groups.
from.
So to
And
do
you'll have that
this,
information
I would first
that's
go
there.
to the
If you
object
didn't
in
catch
question
the
where I
code
want
for
to
the
assign
CPU and what
permissions.
we were
So
doing,
I want
you
the
have to go back to
permissions
the
to
first
be
hour
assigned
today
to the
and
East
start sifting
resource
through
group. So I'm
those
going to
to
click
figure out the
East.
details.
Now that
We won't
opens
be
up the
able to
properties
provide
of
those
that
in
resource
the
group.
chat room, and we won't
Where
provide
on the
them now.
left, I
You
will
have to
click
be
Access
watching the
Control
first hour
IAM.
to be
This is
able
where
to
you
earn that
set
CPU. It's part of the deal.
role-based access control
And you have
permissions
to
in
follow the
Azure.
instructions.
When you're in
You
the
can't
properties
just
of an object, you
randomly
go to Access
message
Control
me
IAM.
with
Over on the
information
right, I will
for a
click
CPU.
Add.
There's a formal process,
Add
which
role
is part
assignment.
of
The first thing
me
you have to
knowing
do
that
is
you must
select
have watched
the
this
role.
because you
Well,
know
I'm
the
going to
process
filter
happened to
the
be. See
list
how
for
that
the
works
word
together?
storage.
Really,
And
really
way down in
an
the
important part
storage
of
account
CPU
section, I've got a number
qualification.
of different
And
roles depending
that
on
makes
what
me
I want
know that you
technicians to
must
be
have
able to
seen
do,
it.
but in my
Or at
case,
least
I want storage account contributor.
got close to at least that
It says
section
it lets you
of
manage
the
storage
video you
accounts,
saw.
including
Hopefully you
access
saw
and
more.
storage account access.
Let's get
keys
some more
and
questions
whatnot.
that you have
That's the one I
for
want.
those
So
that are
select
out.
it.
You can
click
submit
next.
these at any time
When
with
you're
the link
working
on your
with
screen. Go to
role-based access control, of course, you
professormaster.com/QA.
want to make sure you're
There's the link
adhering
at the top of the screen.
the principle
Submit
of
your
least
question
privilege.
at
Don't be tempted to just give someone a
Well,
whole
some
bunch
of
of
you were asking
permissions
about,
to
oh,
quickly
you
get
took
them up
the
and running.
601 exam and you
Be
like the
very
practice exam book.
judicious
I
and
guess
selective
we already
about which
answered your
permissions
question.
you
Do we
assign.
plan to do one for
At
the
any
new
rate,
Network
storage
Plus
account
exam? We have
contributor
one for the
it
new
is.
Security Plus.
Next,
We need to do
assign
one for
this
Network
to
Plus.
a
I have
user,
mentioned
a
in the
group,
past that I
or a service
want to
principal.
have
Now this
a
is an
Network Plus
Azure
practice
Active
exam,
Directory.
but I think
Azure
it's
8.
something that we
Users
want
and
to make
groups are easy to
available.
understand. What's a service principal? When you register an
So
application
keep an ear
in the
out,
Microsoft
keep
Azure
an eye
AD
out
environment,
for
it
these, and
registers
that's
the
available
background.
if
A
it's
service
available.
principal that
It will be
represents
available
that
on my
app.
website, so you'll
Okay,
know
that
exactly when
makes
it
sense.
will
We could
appear
also choose
magically.
managed
You'll know that
identity.
it's available on the site.
If we
I
want
don't
to assign
tend
the role to some
give
other
any,
type of resource,
feedback
such
or
as a virtual
announcements
machine
and
that
things
maybe
until
has
they
code
really
running in it
are
that needs
available.
access
I'm
to
very
storage
particular
accounts.
about that. I'm not
That's
one
not the case
for
here, so I'll just
hyping
choose user,
something
group, or service
or
principal, and then I'll
or
click
announcing
select
something
members.
and then
And we know we
it
want to
not
assign this
ever
role
showing
to our
up.
group
I
that
hate
we
those
looked at,
situations.
East
So instead
Azure
of
admins,
having that
select
happen,
group,
we make
and I'll
sure
click
that
the
we have it
select
in our
button. So we've
hand,
got the role
that something we can show
specified
you,
and the
and
group
that's when we'll tell you it's ready,
specified.
is when we
Next.
actually have it. And
That's it.
ultimately,
We're
that's
done.
all we
Click review and assign,
ultimately care about.
and it's been set
It's no good
at
knowing
this resource
something's
group
coming.
level.
It needs to be
Meaning,
there.
if I were to
So
click
we're working.
role assignments, we're still in the
We're
properties
getting
of
to
that
that.
resource group.
I think it would
And
be
if I
very
were to
valuable to
filter
have
this list,
a
let's say,
Network Plus practice exams
for
book. I'll put
East,
it that way.
here's
And,
East Azure admins.
To your first place.
Group has been
With
granted
Toyota
storage account
Coffee,
contributor
you'll win
at
the long
this
Buy
resource. So for
Right
the
now, get
East resource group.
1.75% APR
So members
financing on
of
a
that
new
group
Toyota
will be able
Tundra.
to manage storage
Toyota.
accounts only
Let's
in
go
this
places.
resource group, not anywhere else in the Azure subscription. Compare that to the fact that if we did this, let's say I search for the word sub up in the search bar and go to subscriptions. In order to create objects in the Azure cloud, you need a subscription, which I have here. If I click on the subscription, notice it too has an access control IAM section on the left, where you can go through the exact same steps we did to add a role assignment, but at this level in the hierarchy. All resource groups are contained as subordinates within the Azure subscription. So there are times this is very handy. If you need to grant permissions that apply, let's say, to storage accounts regardless of the resource group you're in, this could be very useful. So it's important to understand that we have to think about where we are sending these RBAC role assignments, because that determines to which subordinate objects those permissions will apply.
The questions, a lot of you are asking questions about the Security Plus course, or perhaps the practice exams, or the course notes. And you're asking,
in this course,
hey,
we
is this
examine
enough for
how
me
to
to pass the
enable
exam?
resource access
Which is a
with
perfectly
minimal
reasonable
permissions. We did
I
this
would
by exploring
think,
authorization,
for the most part, somebody who's
access
taken a
control
lot of industry
models, and how to manage
certifications,
Linux and Windows
I'd
file
probably
system
set up for at
permissions.
least
We next
25
configured Windows Dynamic
certification
Access Control
exams in my
and
career,
Privileged
probably
Access
more than that.
Management And as you
thinking about
do,
it,
and we
going
manage
to
cloud
Pearson
RBAC
VUE to a
permissions.
facility, sitting down and taking an exam probably.
In our next course, we'll move on to explore
And
how to apply
one of the
cryptographic
things that
solutions to
was true
protect
in
sensitive
every
data
case
and ensure its
was that
integrity.
I wanted to find as many different resources as I could to study. I don't think there's any one thing that is enough for anyone. Well, it's not entirely true. If you're already familiar with a lot of these topics, maybe just the videos would be enough. Maybe that would be fine. Or maybe if you are better studying from a video than you are from a book, maybe that would make more sense. I certainly created my video course to cover every single exam topic. So I cover everything that can possibly be asked of you in the exam in the videos. So at least you've got a baseline to start from. But I think having additional study materials, get a book, get some notes. People all the time will tell me, well, I got your course notes, but it seems like this is just a set of notes from your course. Yeah, these are course notes. That's what those are. You still have to know the content. You still need to watch the videos, maybe read a textbook, maybe go through some of the video content that we have, maybe step through the different videos multiple times. So we put a lot of work into the video course to make it comprehensive and to cover every topic on the exam. I go through a meticulous indexing process prior to even shooting the first video. So I make sure we cover every single topic. It's very important that the video course be as good, or I would say better, than a video course that you would pay for. That's the goal we have when we create these. This is not just thrown together like, here's a YouTube video that's full of just filler. We never want to do that. And I think as you've gone through my video course, you've seen from the instant you start the video, it's content. We don't mess around with a lot of fancy music at the end and explain to you what the next 5 minutes of your life are going to be like, and then describe what section of. Why would we do that? Just get to the point, go through the content we need to know, and then we're out. I think YouTube sort of lends itself to that when you start working through those. So I would say you could use any single video course, and a lot of people do, to pass their exam. A lot of people, they don't go to the notes, they don't use practice exams, they don't do any labs, they just watch the video course, they go to take the exam, and they go and they pass it. I think that is probably not the highest percentage passing. I think there's, in many cases, people who already have some knowledge in the industry. So I would recommend 4 things. It's my recommendations of the 4 study materials that you need. You need a good video course. Maybe I'm biased there, but I think that's a good one to start with. I think a good book can really be helpful if you're someone who likes to read through books. Learning from a book is different than learning from a video. It's a different process. The content in a book is much denser because it's text. Video content presents information in a different way. It's not quite as dense when you're going through it. So books allow you to cram a lot more information into a smaller space, but it's in a different format. I think combining those 2 things together is a good 1-2 punch. Then maybe having some labs to go through can give you some practical experience on setting up a VPN, running some different scenarios for security, being able to see these. We don't have as much hands-on in the 701 as we did with the 601, so that it does not have quite the amount of emphasis as it once did, but it's still an important thing to lock down some of those topics. And then the 4th one is to get good Q&A. And of course, I think our practice exams is the best security plus Q&A you're going to get. We built it that way. So that's a really good example of 4 things that I think would be your best possible resources for studying. It would give you the best possible percentage for passing.
I'm looking at the time.
And that's what I'm trying to get to you, is to give you every resource you can possibly use to be able to pass that
Time
exam.
flies when you're having fun. I graded everybody's stuff. That's what I was grading. Whatever was submitted, I got that all up to speed. Responded to everybody today that I needed to. Private chat. Ryan got his test. See, we're doing stuff. We're rocking it.
This is a common question.
Tomorrow's day 5, but we'll be on day 4 slides. Drop some study material for you to have fun. Remember, if you don't want to read the whole thing, search the document, search the PDF to get directly to what you need. All right. So if you don't have time to read the whole thing, understandable. Any questions for me before y'all get out of here? Mr. T, you can take off and get into your flex room.
And the bill from the store where I
Any
got it.
questions for me?
Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big
Is
boys.
All right, y'all. I will check y'all in the morning. Carry out the order and
if not tips and tricks. So let's figure out first about the acronyms, and let me give you my perspective of what I think of the acronyms.
Mike's got that look. He's still gonna call me when he out of class, but he done. He be like, James, what are you doing? Nothing like what you do.
We looked at these earlier.
I know you are.
List of all of the different domains, all of the different bullets, everything that you needed to memorize before you walked into the exam room. Now, that's great to have this information, but in the back of the exam objectives is a list of acronyms. Let's see if we can bring this up into a screen. It's our SY0701 acronym list. And it starts with AAA. That stands for Authentication, Authorization, and Accounting. Right there in the list. Next is ACL, Access Control List. The next is AES, Advanced Encryption Standard. And so it goes. You have all of these acronyms, and they are well documented in this list. There's a lot of them. Page 2, page 3, page 4. And it's a lot. It's not just a little bit on page 4, it's most of page 4. So there's a lot of acronyms. Now, my perspective of this is that the acronyms are not as important as what they represent. So let me see if I can give you a perspective of this. For example, we'll just use this one right now. MTTR, spelled out, means meantime to recover. Now, you will never get a question on your exam that says, what does MTTR stand for? What do the letters MTTR represent? You will never get a question on your exam like this. So if your flashcards show MTTR on one side and meantime to recover on the other side, you're wasting your time. You will never get a question that wants you to know the differences between those two. And in fact, MTTR, meantime to recover, that one kind of spells out what that is to some degree. But some of these others may not. Something like, let's find one in here. OID means object identifier. What is that? What are you talking about? What is an object? It doesn't even explain what it is. The abbreviation